Like, it's more energy for us.
You can feel the crowd. There's rumbling below, like an earthquake.
It's about not staying on that track that got us the win, but it's about creating a new one.
Right now we are the best, so it's about, you know, become 1% better every day.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Now you're that roster, you're the people that they entrusted to take that even further. Yeah, you should have an ego.
It feels good to be classed as the best team in the world, you know, but at the same time it adds a lot of pressure on your shoulders because you don't want to be the best team in the world only for like a couple of months, you know. You want to be the best team in the world, period.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have like no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
I mean, my biggest moment was to win 6 Invitational.
And how did that feel?
Actually, I felt nothing.
I am confident. Like, I am really confident in our ability because I know how good we can play. You know, we just won the World Championship. Like, I know we can do it.
You have to sacrifice everything if you want to be the best.
Not only do the teams look up to us, but they look at us and they want to beat us.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. Like, we just won the World Championship. Why wouldn't we be?
They know that we have 5 insanely talented players, and I don't think many other teams can say that for themselves, that all 5 players on their team are, you know, insanely good.
If we show up, nobody will beat us. Nobody.
I'm always like confident that we can win it all, otherwise I would not be here.
Everyone's going to be looking towards us and studying how we play the game.
When other teams look at us like that, we look back at them and we're like, yes, we'll be there to defend it.
All the other teams that are at this event have copied our play style. They're just so clueless, and that makes me laugh.
I'm very confident. I think the team right now is very confident.
There's a reason for that, and it's not just, you know, us being crazy egomaniacs.
I think people should fear us, definitely.
It's the biggest team, it's the biggest org, it's the best team, you have the best players. And now it's up to us to defend that and see what we can do about it to prove everyone that we're right.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies, that's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play, I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out, but win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
It's been 122 days since the end of the Copenhagen Major, 147 days since the end of those qualifiers, and 154 days since the regular season went on break. For a long time, players in Rainbow Six from both North America or North America have been on the shelf for a really long time. But now, it's finally time to take the gloves off. School's back in session, and it's time to teach the rest of the world the lesson that they know all so well. You don't mess with North America. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. Welcome back to the league. Let's break this down. You might have noticed the desk looks a little bit different from stage 1. Just a little bit. A couple new faces, maybe some other people coming in and out. But the one thing that doesn't change is the guy who has the record for most NAL play days over the course of the whole show made in his career, and he's the resident Canuck on the desk. There simply is no NAL without Jesse J. Chick. How you feeling?
Feeling great, Jacob. Happy to be back here in Denmark to cover the North American League. And, you know, North America, the last couple of seasons, it's been a while since we've won something, but I'm feeling it for Atlanta. You know what? This feels like NA stage.
It really does. I mean, we kind of have to prepare for war because it's a hometown major, and if we screw up, it's going to be a little embarrassing. We'll just make sure we don't do that. But we're not the only 2 people on this desk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for his in-studio debut, 19-time LAN attendee, Cloud9, Team Reciprocity, and Oxygen Esports alumni, and former world champion, Gabriel Laxing Miralez. He's coming. For the first time in studio, welcome to the studio, my dude.
I'm glad to be here. You know, it's a brand new community for me. This is my first time here, so you know, I'm thankful to be here. This is gonna be a wonderful experience. And you know, jokes aside, obviously I've been here for quite a long time, but I am glad to be on the desk with you two to teach me the ropes. I mean, I'm the rookie here now, so you guys are gonna have to show me the run of the show.
Nah, come on, don't put the pressure on us for that, man. It's been a long time for you, or I mean, you haven't spent too much time out of retirement, but the last time you were on a desk was all the way back in the 6 Invitational qualifiers, was it not?
Yeah, you're actually right. So that was quite a long time ago, and you know, I did get my foot in the door there, and now to actually be here on the stage and again with you guys to just showcase more of it, I'm super excited for the season.
It's honestly a joy to have another ex-pro on the desk. That's happened in stages in the past, but for North America, it's been a little bit lacking, so it's nice to get up at the times a little bit. Stage 1 is no better analyzed than by two people, a guy who watched all the games and a guy who played in all the games, excluding Copenhagen. I'm not gonna dig into Laxing too much for not making the major, but times are what times are. Let's talk about 3 players that we think were some of the stars of the show from stage 1, and we'll do it in 3 different categories: best entry, best flex, and best support. We'll start with the entry category with somebody who was really good. He wasn't the top player, but he was number 4 on the overall entry list. And he did it in his rookie stage. He was your teammate, Laxing. Let's talk about Fish real quick.
Yeah, let's definitely talk about Fish. I mean, Fish was a player that stood out to us when we were on Parabellum. We saw a lot of his plays that he made in the CL season and everything. And I mean, overall, well, not CL, I think it was just little T3 side events. But regardless of that, like looking at Fish, the stat that sticks out the most to me is when you look at the entry. That was a spot that we put him, that we felt most comfortable putting him. And you know, you're looking at this stat, 15 and 5. That's an impressive feat already as a rookie coming in to NAL. You know, you're playing at the highest level and you're putting out stats like that. That's impressive.
Yeah, and Fish moving up in the world. Obviously, Parabellum last stage, no offense, didn't achieve the greatest of heights. Now he's on OXG. This is a team that's really popped off throughout North America in the past. I think Fish is one of those guys with insane mechanics, one of those young gunners who can really take control of the server, and I'm hoping we see a lot of that here in stage 1.
Yeah.
If anyone, Fish reminds me of a lot of really good entry players when they first come into the league. It feels like he has the heart, the drive to be able to push himself that far. But time will tell. Now that he's in a much different system, Parabellum made that name forever, rest in peace. Now he's with Oxygen. So for some reason, you and Fish are just interconnected in ways that they honestly, none of us really thought at the beginning of this stage, Laxing.
I mean, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, I'm just glad to see that he landed on his feet and that he is getting the opportunity to keep showcasing what he can show.
We'll keep on diving into the boys on OXG in just a second. Let's talk about our best flex player. 2nd overall rated in the North American League for stage 1. He did really, really well and then also had a pretty darn good offseason. It's Gav from DarkZero.
Gavin's one of those players who I think has just been improving over and over and over again. He's been playing so well for DarkZero. You know, he was the MVP of Breaking Point, one of the biggest offseason tournaments run by Jacob, and it really was a pop-off tournament for him. I also thought he was the best player on DarkZero during Copenhagen. Obviously not the greatest event for DZ, but still, he's having these maps where he's getting upwards of 15 to 20 kills in a map, and those pop-off games, as you watch Gavin, are becoming more and more common. It feels like he's one of these young guys who's just getting better stage after stage, and I got a good feeling this is where he's really going to shine as a player.
Yeah, and even to touch up with what you were saying about him improving, I mean, me coming from a veteran player status, you know, watching a player like Gav come into the scene and continuously improving throughout each stage, and I mean, you look at that kill death ratio, 1.55. I mean, that's an impressive feat again and again. He's constantly doing that. That's not something that's like, oh, you know, he just showed up today, that's it. Like, no, Gavin is constantly putting down those stats for DZ, which ultimately helps DZ keep improving as a team overall.
In the past, Gav has had his doubters, especially with how he incorporates on a team that is as historically structured as DarkZero is. But you want to know who's also had doubters? That's Mr. B on Beast Coast, who we're giving our best, or one of the best support player honors from last stage, tied in plants overall with Troy Canadian himself. And Lax, he's either the talk in the lobby or he's the talk on socials.
Mr. B definitely has a name for himself, and truthfully, I want to take this, but I think Jesse might have a little more to say about Mr. B.
Okay, listen, there have been some Mr. B doubters coming out of the woodworks over the offseason, and I may be in this group, but Mr. B, he can pop off on Twitter, he can say his say, he can speak as much as he wants. The tweets are behind us, though. Today, the gameplay talks. I think Mr. B showed in stage 1 that he is a mechanically and calm fantastic player, right? All the aspects coming together for his IGL abilities for Beast Coast and his pop-off potential as well. He's showcased that before. He's got a bit of a new team behind him, and we'll see how it turns out in Stage 2.
There's a lot of other players that we could specifically talk about their Stage 1 performances, but just as a brief overview, these are the 3 guys who did really, really well in Stage 1 that we also expect to keep doing that for both Stage 2 and Atlanta if those guys are able to qualify in the first place. But going from the individuals, we should talk about a couple of teams, both of which were standouts in Stage 1 that, again, if they don't do well in Stage 2, there's a couple problems in there that hopefully we'll be able to sift through as the stage goes on. We'll talk M80 first. Laxing, specifically what about them really stands out?
Honestly, you can't even just talk about one individual player on that team. For me, M80 is one of my favorite teams to watch specifically in the North American League. I mean, it's just a bunch of Siege bros getting together, playing games, and they're all flashy. And what's that not to like when you're watching a game of Siege? And again, watching these 5 play together, they're just a big group of friends, and you can tell they're enjoying their time.
Yeah, and we've got their group stage stats from Stage 1 coming through here on the board, and really you can see these pop-off players. They're brand new pickups this year, Iconic and Spoit. They've been so good for this team. They obviously made it very far at the Gamers 8 tournament during the off-season. We saw M80 really push forward for North America, won a ton of good games, came in second, didn't have the grand finals that they really wanted, but regardless, M80 have shown that they are a top team in the world. They've made it to multiple majors in the past. They're still looking for that first international win, but I think this is one of those stages where they're starting to get close.
They proved to the world that they were able to make a lot of very fast roster moves within only a couple of weeks of finishing up from the mayhem of the 6th Invitational and adding some components from Astralis and a couple of other places. They already showed that they do pretty well when they add a guy like the Boy Wonder to their squad, which is just kind of par for the course if you get Spoit to come over from Europe. But they actually had a little bit of off-season activity. Soniqs did not. And I'm curious whether that's going to come back to bite them or not, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, Soniqs had the best Stage 1 of any North American team. They made it back to a top 4 spot at the major. That's back-to-back top 4 finishes for Soniqs at majors in particular, and they played so well. Citizen in particular is finally hitting his stride. You can see even on these stats, again, this is just from the group stage in Stage 1, he didn't have the greatest performance, but when you looked at the last chance qualifier and when you looked at the major, Citizen went crazy, and that's what's pushed Soniqs all the way to be, in many people's eyes, the #1 team in North America. The catch to that is, despite potentially being the best team in NA, despite winning an NAL season in the past, they've never actually finished first in a single stage of the North American League. So they're hoping to make history. They're hoping to make this stage be their very first ever first place finish, but they've got a bit of a curse behind them.
I mean, you know, you were saying it, bringing Citizen on. I mean, what makes the team good in general is you have the solid 4 core roster, and now you're bringing Citizen in, like you were saying, he's popping off. This might be now the iteration of the team that we could see the first place being taken home. They're a strong team nonetheless, and they are a fan favorite in North America. So going into this stage, I have no doubt seeing them being a top contender and making Atlanta.
Overall, they were the longest standing core roster that's still here. They have not made any changes to the core 5 since before the Invitational, and every other team here has been making multiple changes in order to help get them to that point. But you want to know how far they made it? Semifinals of Copenhagen. You want to know who won Copenhagen and who beat them along the way to doing it? It's W7M, because those boys won the whole shebang when a lot of us just kind of expected they were going to win the 6th Invitational in the first place. So now that they've actually been able to climb the mountain and do it, the fact that Soniqs lost to them, not the end of the world, because if you want to lose to anybody, it's the tournament winners, right?
Yeah, especially since it was the only team they lost to. They're the whole tournament. They played 10 maps. They lost 3 of them. Every single one was against W7M. Twice, of course, in the finals in front of the crowd, and once in the Swiss stage. So W7M, arguably the best team in the world right now, maybe contesting for BDS, G2 as well, up there for a lot of people. We've got some fantastic teams that have been winning majors. It's unfortunate it's been a while since an NA team's been up there.
We don't talk about that.
But listen, it's our time, right? The last time we had a major in NA, it was NA's event.
Yeah, but the last time we had an event in North America in the first place, Europe came in and won the darn thing.
Okay,
so.
I'm specifically talking about majors, and that's on purpose.
It is what it is. It's not going to be the last time you see North American actually lift a major trophy, and we'll just do it in Atlanta, because why not? We couldn't do it in Copenhagen. We let a couple of Brazilians do that. Let's go ahead and walk you through how Copenhagen itself ended, talk a little bit about Atlanta coming up. Let's just watch it for yourself.
This is pushes straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Keeper Barricades, to be a big Nitro down here, and it's massive! Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The 3 go for VP! Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to Ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third!
Oh, he's just insane!
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Is the prize because Copenhagen looked like a party that was a lot of fun to be a part of, but only for W7M because they walked away with the whole thing. So can North America win another hometown major? Because DarkZero did it in Charlotte. That's a pretty tough ask to follow. They should be able to do it. It just might take a little bit before we get there because there's a lot of new things that are coming to Stage 2 that were not present in Stage 1. New maps, new operator, lots of new meta changes, we hope, because the meta has kind of been in the same spot for a little while. But let's see if the new maps are going to help us get to that point and really, really quickly. But are we even going to see them in the first place? Let's start with Nighthaven Labs, Laxing. There's a lot of cool things about it. Everyone wants to see it played. Will anybody in North America actually take it?
I mean, you can only hope that we see these new maps being, played in these, coming matches coming up. But my thing is, with me playing Nighthaven, it feels like kind of a similar play to Consulate in the basement and then also a clubhouse in the garage. And I'm curious to see if other teams, implement strats from other maps into it.
Yeah, it's a map that I've had a lot of fun playing both in ranked and unranked. It's a map that you should have maybe had some time to come up with some strats, run around, because it's been in the game for a little bit. So we hope that the pros have been building some strategies up for it, right? Getting ready, because it's a really cool new map. In my opinion, the best new map that's been added to Siege in a few years now. So I'm super excited to see what the pros do about it.
There will be a couple philosophies about this. Do you bring a new map into the pool that literally nobody has played in a competitive context before, and not even any of the other regions so far have done that? Or do you bring a new map in that's just a slight retooling of one that we've already seen? And is that retooling even good enough for it to have a good enough presence in competitive in the first place? Jesse, when we talk Consulate, it's been a long time since we've seen it in any competitive context. Is it good enough for North American teams to pick it over anything else that they could have gone for that's still in the pool right now?
Yeah, well, I think so, and I've got 2 big reasons why. Number 1, it's a map that we have seen before. It's had a lot of changes, right? It's a very close quarters map now. There's a lot of cool little angles that you can play around on it, but still, it is the Consulate that we know and love. Teams are at least somewhat familiar with it. The other thing is, you gotta talk even about the maps that just left the pool. We lost Villa and we lost Theme Park. I'm looking at a team like M80 who loved both of those maps, picked them non-stop in G8. For those to go out of the pool, you don't feel super comfortable on some of the other maps that have been historically in the pool. You're gonna have to learn some of these new maps like Consulate and of course like Nighthaven as well, if you want to stay at the top of your game, because Siege is a changing game, and with these new maps coming in, I mean, it presents a whole new world of challenges.
Yeah, I mean, Consulate, I'm a Consulate enthusiast. I loved the map when it originally was out for a long time. We had one of the best teams on the map.
I was gonna say, you were really good at it at one point.
I'm glad to see the map in the pool now. So, but what I'm curious to see the most is the middle floor and the basement. That is what I'm curious to see how how that plays out, because I think the top floor is going to kind of play out similar to how it was back then. But the middle and the bottom floor, I am very curious to see what the strats are going to be and how teams are going to execute on those rounds.
We have a lot of data that we're going to talk about specifically for maps on picks and bans like we typically do every stage, but we have to account for something brand new in the meta, whether she's actually going to be picked or if she gets insta-banned because she's OP. Jury's out on which one that is. We have to talk about Ram for a second, because oh boy, Lax, so many things about this I like, but what about Ram do you think really works from a competitive point of view right now?
So yeah, I mean, coming from a competitive view, I mean, one of the biggest takeaways for me with Ram is that you can throw her gadget and go off and do stuff with your team and then have it, you know, breaching the floor, getting rid of the floor, and then coming back to it later on to, you know, either perform an execute, clear something, whatever you got to do. That is such an advantage that you don't have to worry about getting C4'd. You don't have to worry about taking an impact, losing health. That you can just make that while you're not even in the room. You could be outside the map for all you care. You know, it's going off, you're coming back to it, there's holes made.
Yeah, and we've seen some teams already in other regions start to experiment with this. Alems had a great clip on this operator on Oregon, having some vertical destruction and getting some kills off that. We saw Kendra as well in the EUL really thriving on this operator, and part of it is the gadget, being able to have that vertical destruction. Part of it's the gun. You know, you got the R4C with a 1.5x scope. You've got to be feeling good about that. Good old Ashe days coming back for some people. She is a 1-speed, so we're not going to see as similar of Ashe gameplay, but still having that weapon at your disposal, having that firepower is huge for players trying to bring Ram.
The big thing, obviously, is the gadget. I think the loadout might factor in just because a 1.5 at an R4C is something we've never seen before. A lot of people are saying the gun is back, which I love, and I appreciate whoever our observer is having the Black Eye skin on it just for added flex. But something to point out, she has been played in other regions so far, even though it's only been a couple of days, but at the moment, it's actually not very much, right?
Yeah, I mean, her pick rate is lower than Sledge or Buck. She's actually the highest win rate operator throughout EUL.
Wow.
Brought 4 times and 4 for 4 so far, yet to lose a round. So, yeah, there's stats there. But yes, we have to keep in mind, she's very specific. She's very niche. She's great when she's good, but the opportunities for you to use her are somewhat limited.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see, just from my point of view, and Siege is no stranger to picking characters specifically for their utility or even their reticle sight specifically. And being the 1.5, I mean, you know, the R4C was out. Well, in the beginning, it was very strong, got put out. G3 was getting some love. Now you're bringing it back. You're putting a 1.5 on it. I see a lot of use out of her just strictly for the gun.
I'm just curious whether her pick rate does anything to mirror Fenrir, because Fenrir comes in immediately. You pick it every round or you ban it. There's nothing in between. Where Ram fits in from a North American context, and if anybody is going to be an early adopter of a new operator, do you take Buck out? Do you take Sledge out? I have so many questions, and I want them all answered over the next couple of weeks. But in order to do that, we have to just give you a brief reminder on what this stage overall is going to look like, because it looks very similar to last stage with a couple of addendums. It's still about 5 weeks, so the entirety of September leading into the first month of October. We have about a 3-week break until the major. That starts with about 2 days left in October. We get through 2 weeks into November, and then we're done. We have a pretty good offseason, but this sprint from beginning September to midway through November is a crazy time frame, and this is also your last chance to qualify for the Six Invitational.
Exactly, Jacob, because that most important term of the year in February, SI, there's no more open quals. If you want to make it to the World Championship, you've got to do it through the SI points, and we've already given out half the SI points that are going to be distributed. If you don't already have a ton of SI points in the bank, Stage 2 and the Atlanta Major are where you need to make up that ground.
You can still get to the major and theoretically to the invitational without having to be in this league. It is possible. The odds are just dramatically stacked against you. If you did make it to the qualifiers for Copenhagen, the odds are significantly better, but you need to do really, really good here. The only difference for North America in format, in anything, is just the number of teams and the number of ones that will immediately get knocked out of the group stage and cannot qualify for playoffs of just the NAL. It's 3 teams knocked out instead of 2. Everything else is the exact same format that you already understand. 6 teams will go to the playoffs, and then everyone else will be assigned to a different portion of the qualifiers just based on when they get knocked out.
Yeah, the important part of this graphic, top left, that's where we're at. We've got 5 play days there with the 9 teams playing in a single elimination or single round robin bracket. They're going to be moving on top 6 to the playoff bracket, where they will then go to the major if they're successful. So that's really what you want to be focused on right now. Make sure you're top 6.
I just want to say, just looking at this, Jesse, and both of you guys breaking this down, I'm glad I don't got to play qualifiers anymore. I'm glad I get to spectate these because they're grueling. I'll tell you, from a player perspective and playing in those qualifiers, they are very grueling, and there is a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
If you have to play from open into closed, it's a very cruel mistress. There probably isn't a worse tournament to play in. It used to be the invitational qualifiers held that metric, but these days, it's just the fact that you have to go through what could be 3 separate quals, sometimes even 4, if you don't make it through the first open qualifier, and that stuff's already been happening. So technically at this point, open qualifiers are basically almost spoken for. So if you're trying to get in to face some of these really, really notable teams, it's going to be a really bad, crazy uphill climb to get there. Speaking of teams, we have 9 of them this stage. Not just 8. We're going back to 2021 when we had 9 teams in the league all at the same time. Lax, there's a couple of names you're familiar with, and then there's 2 brand spanking new ones that just jumped in the stage this year.
Well, I got to say, the Oxygen logo is beautiful. I just want to say that.
It does look great.
But Wildcard and Luminosity, 2 brand new teams to me that I'm seeing. I mean, I'm curious to see how that's going to fend well against the other teams here. You know, a lot of these teams here have been playing extremely well throughout all these seasons, and you're introducing either new players with old players or just new players in general that are going to come in and try to prove themselves.
Yeah, all of these rosters, barring just Soniqs and M80, have made some type of roster move, right? Some of them it's very little, DarkZero, Space Station, 1 player here or there. Some of them brand new teams. Wildcard, 5 players slapped together, never played before. They're going to be playing their first match ever today. So we've got a whole spectrum of teams, and we've got a whole spectrum of different possibilities, right? I think this is a stage that's going to be pretty hard to call who's coming out on top, who's making that major, especially when it comes down to that 3rd and 4th spot through the last chance qualifier.
Let's take a look real quick at exactly what day 1 looks like, because, oh boy, some people really got blessed. Now, you'll notice Space Station is not playing in Playday 1. They will also not be playing in Playday 2. They don't play until all 5 of their teammates are 18 and are eligible to compete, which means everybody else is going to be faced with a couple of really early doubleheaders. Not everybody. Some of them will play 2 games tomorrow. Some of them play it today. And how blessed were Soniqs getting both Wildcard and LG straight out of the gate on day 1?
This is like the first day of school where the bully is just picking on the new kids. Soniqs, they are the best North American team from stage 1. And who do they get first play day? Wildcard and LG, 2 rosters which have never played full matches before in their history.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these matches, I mean, if you're looking at it from an outside perspective, Soniqs really should be, you know, at the uphill on this. But at the same time, they are a little bit of bullies here. But Siege has been known to have underdogs. So I'm sure Soniqs, you know, do the prep that they need to do and do what everything needs to be done. But again, underdogs can happen. Upsets can happen. We've seen it. And it's Siege. It's a best of 1. So you got to show up.
Speaking of underdogs, that's a really good segue. I appreciate how you brought that up. We had a documentary crew follow a couple of teams around the Copenhagen Major, and we called it Siege to Win. A couple of them are known commodities, and a couple of them are teams that really haven't been able to grace the international stage before. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, here's a taste of what you missed.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
I know there's a couple people in chat that are like, dude, stop talking, just start the games. Well, we're doing that because Soniqs and Wildcard is the first game on deck. We're back with the North American League. It only took us a couple months, but why don't we jump straight into things with Soniqs and Wildcard? There's no worse team for Wildcard to be facing in their debut. The team that's been together the longest against the team that literally got formed only a couple of weeks ago. Lax, are they kind of dead in the water, or is there something more to expect from Wildcard?
I mean, if we're talking Wildcard specifically, I don't want to just, throw them under the bus and say they're going to get swept by Soniqs, as much as that might happen. But the thing is, when you are playing against a brand new team that doesn't have a foundation yet, doesn't have that solid ground, that can be harder for the Pro League teams that are typically used to playing against everyone that they're used to playing against. So, for example, you aren't going to have those little idiosyncrasies of each 5 of those players, of trying to figure out what they're doing, how they play, how they move around the map. You aren't going to have that, and that can definitely be a huge advantage for a newer team versus an older team.
Why don't we discuss the team that is a known quantity for right now? Again, the last time Soniqs made a roster move was before the Six Invitational, when were trying to figure out how to incorporate Citizen, because for some reason the Soniqs really just love it when they can drag imports from Europe in order to come play for them, and so far it turned out pretty well. Grixer, Rex, Geo, Gunner, Citizen, all on the same team. Should be a dream team, but Jesse, they just haven't played anything for a while.
Yeah, but I think you look back to their last major and you've got no worries for SQ. I mean, back in Copenhagen, they dominated, especially on defense. 66% defensive win rate throughout the Copenhagen major. That means Soniqs, on average, are expecting a 4-2 split on defense. Half the time, they're getting better than that. That is a massive stat to have over the course of a large sample size, especially at a major where you're playing the best teams in the world. This team dominates on the defense, and not bad on attack either. 50-50%, again, at the major against the best teams in the world. And Gunner, I think, is a big reason why. What I want to focus on here are his entry stats. 12 and 10 throughout the group stage of stage number 1. What that amounts to is a 21% opening engagement participation throughout stage 3 last year, 27% through stage 1 and the LCQ. Then he's jumped up to 43% entry participation at the Copenhagen major. That means he is in so many entry participations for the teams. He's getting down and dirty. He's making sure that things start off strong for the Soniqs, and it's really been an uptick for the opening fights for Gunner. So if that continues, and if he continues having as much success as he has been in those opening picks, then it's really going to set Soniqs up for good rounds.
There's tons of things that we can question about the way the Soniqs are preparing. If it means Gunner's moving into a different spot, where exactly does Citizen sit? Is he kind of back up to the same form when he was on Na'Vi or G2? But specifically, how are they working on their backline laxing? I know you talked to somebody that you know on that squad.
Yeah, I talked to Gio, and this is important to me and for, I think, any up-and-coming players or even veteran players. I talked to Gio, and Gio was telling me, I asked him a couple questions, and the biggest question was, what can he do to improve? Like, what is his biggest thing that he wants to take in going into this stage? And he said specifically that he's always looking for something to work outside of the game. Here's the quote right there. So looking at that, I mean, when you read this is a player that has been in the scene for a long time, right? And with having the knowledge that he has, and he is still actively trying every single day to improve inside and outside of the game, that is such an important factor for any player to have.
As a pro, what does it mean to improve outside the game? If you've been in it for a long time, usually you just think, oh, I just have to be much better mechanically in-game or calling or comms or whatever it might be. But how do you improve outside of the game to be better that way?
That can be the whole 9 yards. That could be your sleeping schedule. That could be your health. That could be the foods you eat. That could be interacting with your teammates outside of the work-related stuff. Like, just anything like that can help significantly improve yourself individually. And then, obviously, if you're improving as an individual, you're helping your team as well.
It's not bad. I like the mentality. I just wonder whether they can do it with a couple of guys who, again, I mean, it's mostly just Gunner. I mostly just want to know whether that performance that he had back from Copenhagen is going to continue, if he matures along with everybody else, because Rexon, Grixer, Citizen, Geo, they've all been doing this for a while. Geo also lifted a hammer. So really the onus, I feel like, is mostly just on how Gunner does.
Yeah, I think Gunner's been great throughout his career on the Soniqs so far. He's really melded into that team. He's been on it for a while now. As you said, Soniqs have had the longest stretch of time without a roster move out of any team inside of North America. So to me, it feels like Soniqs are one of the few teams in North America who have it figured out. They're no longer like scrambling to kind of get their things together. They're at the top of their game, and they're just working on refining that play style, making sure that they can get all the way to being the best in the world. Whereas a lot of the teams in the league right now, I feel like they're kind of just, okay, how do we get our feet underneath us? How do we establish ourselves as a solid team, get the basics down? Soniqs are well beyond that point.
To go from the team that has been together for the longest amount of time to the one that's been a team for about 2-3 weeks, something like that, we got to talk about Wildcard at some point, and boy howdy, they pulled a really crazy opponent to play in the first off. None of them have pictures. Don't worry about that.
Wait, that isn't there?
They're actually 5 tuplets. They're all twins.
I was going to say, basically, they all came from the exact same factory for the most part, but in reality, they actually haven't. There's a hammer lifter, there's someone who's been a major semifinalist, someone who played on LAN for the North American League last year, one guy who was picked up for an NAL team but never played any games, and then somebody who is brand spanking new to Tier 1 competition. This is Wildcard, but it's not the Australian wildcard. They've done everything 100% from the ground up, Jesse.
Yeah, they got a great pack of players here, and obviously it came through a very interesting trial process. We saw it all kind of streamed live. It was very public the way that they chose their team, which was interesting because it got the community's thoughts involved.
It was the Hunger Games.
It was the Hunger Games. And, you know, I spoke with Draz, the coach of this team, and he and the analysts were really involved during that process. They got to really analyze the players, give some feedback, and decide who they wanted throughout that process. And I really do feel like it's been able to build a roster that really is in Draz's vision. He's been in EU for a long time, some Tier 2 rosters. There was the Izzy Dream team that he was a part of. The Death Row roster was built by him. If you follow the Tier 2
You're bringing up
European
some
League.
like classic names right now, dude.
Absolutely. And Draz has kind of been at the heart of all those teams. So he knows how to build a squad. He feels really comfortable with the players that he chose. In terms of synergy, I think that's going to be where Wildcard maybe struggle because they are so new. But in Draz's words, they're about 70% there. So, you know, I'm excited to see how Wildcard do. I don't want to make any bold statements about them just yet, but yeah, they're really going to be an open box.
Lax, there's really no better person to ask this. How do you build a brand new Tier 1 professional team with no previous experience playing with one another from the ground up? You did it with Parabellum. How difficult is that to do?
Well, we got 8th place when I did it. It's hard. There's no other way to put it. It is a hard thing to do when you have such short time. No one's played together in terms of being on a team, and you also are introducing 2 brand new people to the pro league scene. So that alone, like trying to build a foundation in such a short time, it takes a lot of work. And then especially with pro league, like every match counts. So you have to learn very fast at what your problems are, where you're making mistakes, and how fastly you can fix those going into still finishing out the game and going into the next games.
How do you get a guy or a team like that to gel? That's probably my biggest concern. Not just the fact that they had all of their tryouts streamed by the general manager of the team that they're facing in the very first game. So whether that's a smart thing to do in the first place, jury's still out on whether it is or not. But how do you get someone who's won an invitational to somebody who's never played a snap of Tier 1 Siege before, and then a mix of everybody in between? How do you get the synergy to be there in the first place?
I think you just got to find a common ground amongst each other and, you know, come together and figure out, you know, what the base plan is, what the strats are going to be, who's going to be doing what, who's better where. I mean, that's really all you can do. You just got to slot people in and figure out, okay, what that's going to look like, and then create strats around that.
I kind of forgot. You're doing all of that with a European coach and a European assistant coach and an analyst who was just in North American Tier 2 from last year. It's just a hodgepodge kind of from everywhere.
It goes back
Jesse.
to what I
It's
said.
crazy.
It's hard.
It is.
Yeah, but I think the step one is getting those roles down, right? And for Wildcard, I've been really interested to know kind of how their team is going to play, where they're going to put their players, because people have criticized this roster for being kind of all fraggers, all gunners, people that maybe are all going to try to pop off. But it seems like they do have a pretty good structure. Talking to Draz, the entry players you have are going to be Merc and Surf, jumping into a more aggressive role than he's played on some other teams. Adam going to be trying to flex around a little bit. And then you're going to have Packer on hard support and Spirits flexing around on secondary support. I'm really excited to see what this lineup does with these roles in particular.
I don't want to put too much undue pressure on Wildcard, but because there's nothing known about them other than what was already seen when they did the public portion of their tryouts already, I hope that whatever they end up getting in their first impression, is worth it, because they have to play this game. They have another one they have to play later against Beast Coast, I think, later in the day. That's a pretty tall task to do for just your first 2 games. And if they succumb to the pressure, suddenly everyone's just going to think you kind of stink right out of the gate.
And I just want to say this to touch up on what you were saying. They do play a double header here. That's also important, though, especially for these newer players, because if they do make LAN, you're going to be playing games back to back to back.
True.
So it's a little bit of experience for them to be like, okay, you know what? If we won, great, let's focus on the next game. Or if we lost, great, let's focus on the next game. You know, you're only as good as your last game, and these double headers can really be a testament to some of these newer players.
You're only as good as your last game. I have a feel like we're going to be quoting that a lot, especially where the 2 brand new teams are concerned, right?
That's why I retire.
Jeez. Did you win your last game?
No.
Damn. That's unfortunate.
Well, listen, when it comes to this like experience, when you're playing back to back, when you've got such a heavy schedule, I'm glad they've got somebody on the team like Merc, right? Somebody so experienced to be have the ability to calm a team that has won a hammer, to be a world championship, to come in with that experience. That's going to be really helpful for the squad, because even in Parabellum, you know, you guys had yourself and Skies bring a ton of that veteranship in, and although it didn't turn into results for you guys, I'm sure it was helpful having that veteran experience, and Merc is going to be able to provide that in a very similar way. Spirits is going to be able to provide that in a very similar way, and in particular, I'm really excited to see what this entry duo of Merc and Surf looks like, because I think Surf is one of those players who really hasn't gotten his chance to shine, but I think he could. I think Surf, through watching him on these other teams that he's been on, has been a player who's demonstrated a real, obviously, mechanical ability, but also has got a real head on his shoulders. Yeah. Him playing alongside Merc on the entry duo for Wildcard is something I'm very much looking forward to seeing. And yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes against maybe the most difficult opponents to face right off the bat in terms of the Soniqs.
Law of first impressions applies right now. Whatever happens in game 2 is not going to be nearly as impactful to the public perception as it will be for game 1. And we can't pull any map data for what they're doing so far because that doesn't exist quite yet. So the only thing we can do for map vetoes is just look at Sonic strengths and weaknesses from both stage 1 and Copenhagen and see where they sift into this map veto. Jesse, anything in particular stand out?
Nothing too crazy for us banning through these maps. We end on Bank, which I think Sonics are going to be very happy to end up on. They used to permaban it way back through SI, but this year, year 8, they've done pretty well on it. 7-3 over Wolves, 7-5 over NIP. Sonics are going to be very happy coming into a map like Bank. A couple of bans going through here as well. Interesting that Wildcard did ban out Nighthaven Labs. Means they're not trying to throw that curveball at SQ just yet. The other new map, of course, Consulate banned out by Sonics, but all in all, nothing too crazy. Chalet, of course, the first ban by Wildcard, another one which Sonics really, really like. So clearly, Wildcard, they're doing their homework here.
Laxing anything?
I mean, looking at the map and it being Bank specifically, that kind of, you know, that when I'm saying the unpredictability of that, to me, that kind of goes in a Wildcard favor. That's a big map. It's a big map. So I'm curious to see how that's really going to play out.
I like the fact that we at least got Consulate not banned in the first 2. Yeah. I mean, Nighthaven being banned as early as it was, that will probably be a recurring feature, but at least there's a little bit of willingness to see Con come back.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that like these bans are very predictable. In my notes, the only maps that I didn't want to see Sonics on were Cafe Border, immediately the first 2 bans to come out for SQ, and then it's Sonic's best map, arguably, Chalet, the first one from Wildcard, and then we got kind of the new maps out of the way. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know if these if either of these squads will be wanting to bring out the new maps, but I do think in this first match where Sonics are heavily favored, I'm gonna say it, this is probably not where you'd want to show off a map for the very first time. So I also get it if maybe they want to play them, but just against other opponents.
Lax, how much truth is there to the idea that you have a brand new team, never played together until right now? Is it too overcomplicated to throw a new map at them right off the rip? Is it just make more sense to just, with the ones that are still in the pool that you know how to play, just give that to them?
It definitely makes the most sense of picking a map that everyone is comfortable with and not try, especially with the short time frame that the team is already together, to just try to jump in and create something entirely new. Whereas at least if you're playing a map that is very similar to everyone and everyone gets the general understanding of how it's played, it's a lot easier to come up with quick strats or quick ideas than a map that's completely unfamiliar to you. And as a team.
I'm excited to watch how this one plays out. It'll be a second before we jump into game because we're just trying to wait for the servers to agree with us before we can start doing that. So we'll take a fast break, and then when we come back, it'll be Sonics and Wildcard, Game 1 of the North American League. Don't go anywhere.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with, you know, one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was, I went, this is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Jönköping Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage, we had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans. And that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry. and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is!
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We got to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better, just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker could have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
have no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a villa.
Maybe cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so...
Probably Oregon kids.
I think pool. I think it would be pool and Night Haven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
That wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there?
It's on a leatherback chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids.
Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
What's so funny, Rare?
Well, because I already know the answer is.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about?
Troll.
What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse.
What do you mean, me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is.
All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do. Yeah.
I
know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me. Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in. It's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time. So.
Well, I remember we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You expect me to wake up
You're
that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much.
I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad.
Yeah. Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they ain't me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing. I like steak.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game.
Aww,
When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. But that's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
That's a hard one,
It's a hard one.
Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like he's just really late in general.
But he's usually the first one in, so he just has a better. He just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious answer, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches. Like he was the person who clutched the most at a SI. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Yeah, shot.
Okay, almost.
The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do, like the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know.
Sleeps like 11 hours.
Yeah,
right?
he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's harder than the easy one. Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice on the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro. Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one type of my
Just
teammate.
flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes. And now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out, but win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
wouldn't have imagined it, a few weeks or months ago. But now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, meet these teams. Been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day.
We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We just kind of have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
Like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team.
We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
NAL Stage 2. I am Lynx, joined by the newlywed Samuel Stokes. Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Lynx. Happy to be here with you today, man, for Stage 2 and the beginning of Stage 2 as well. You and I get to kick it off here today on Bank with Wildcard and Soniqs. So pretty excited to get into this one.
Especially because, as the desk talked about, again, you maybe are wondering, what did the desk talk about? You're scratching your head like, that was a little bit ago. What were some of the points? Well, we'll get you back up to speed. Wildcard, new team, we don't know their history on Bank. Unknown quantity right now. We know some of the players, Surf, Spirits, for example, but others, like Adam, new entry into Pro League, so we'll need to figure it out. But Soniqs, we at least know a little bit more. Bank, not super common play for them throughout Stage 1, but in the Copenhagen Major and in the Gamers Without Border quals, we saw them play it 3 times and win it in every single outing. And especially given how large of a map Bank is, how much coordination this requires, this is certainly a big map for a wildcard to try and prove themselves on, especially as a comparatively inexperienced team to Soniqs. Man, they'll really need to have everything on point if they want to beat Soniqs on this map specifically.
Yeah, pretty big ask to start things off. I'd just like to get that one out of the way first, right? I mean, Wildcard just get themselves together. You got 2 new fresh faces to Pro League here. With some high-end players as well coming from some other teams, especially with Merc coming in. But to try and take the crown away from Soniqs here, especially with how they were looking in Stage 1, this is going to be pretty difficult. I'm excited to see how the Soniqs are going to play things out, though, especially with no roster move recently. Just getting to see players like Citizen back out and about again is really going to be a good time.
Of course, I'm always going to be a little biased. While I do think the Soniqs will win this match, I'm excited to see Adam Packard. Packard, this is not his Pro League debut, but he was on the PB roster right before SI23. So this is his first, full true stage of Pro League. I'm excited to see how some of kind of the CL Element 1 alum do on this map. For the Soniqs and Wildcard, ban phase has now completed. And Sam, I don't think you and I are shocked by these events whatsoever. I mean, Solus, Valk ban on Bank, 2 very common operators banned in general. but on bank as well. And Dokkaebi Nook, I mean, same goes for the attack. You'd see this ban phase transpire on any of the 9 maps we have in the pool.
Yeah, Dokkaebi practically a must right now, given the meta, and Nook, she's just so strong on bank, right? So many access points that we've seen exploited time and time again, no matter, what team you're stack up against. So we'll have to see exactly what is going to be brought now on the offensive side, but expect some of the tried and true that we usually tend to see on bank. What I'm really excited about is to see what Wildcard wants to try and do from their perspective here, just to kick things off, is we get everything set to go as the fly through, especially for one of our boys over here on the Soniqs, as the vibes are high here for the first day of PL in stage 2.
Yeah, Grixer just vibing right now. Seem to be listening to at least the music in his head, if not music in his ears. Of course, it is being bank. As anybody surprised, we'll see the starting site be lockers down below. This being bank, of course, you should also expect a roam of some sorts. One operator to note will be that Echo, played by Grixer. Soniqs have banned this a couple times through on bank in the offseason and during the Copenhagen Major, but deciding to bring him here. We'll likely see Grixer inside the site or in garage, but still using those yokai drones to give intel to some players that are roaming around the map.
I really like this lineup we got from Wildcard here, especially to handle bank. 2 secondary hard breachers, have Habana here as well, just to make sure they have so much utility at their disposal that they won't have to worry too much about losing anybody. It's a lot of these interactions early on, especially with the setup you can see here from the Soniqs. They're going to have to take a couple of risks. It's not something that they're going to have to try and vet through and through. They can kind of get wild with things, and that's exactly what you want for a player base like this. Isn't that right, Lynx? People like Spirits, people like Merc,
oh, yeah.
They really like to get in their opponent's faces, so definitely something you're more than likely going to see quite a lot.
And that's one of the big things going Wildcard's way right now, as you said, the individual prowess that Spirits, Surf, Merc has. Of course, I know what Adam and Packer can bring to the table, but many of the viewers don't. Many people in T1 might not be as personally acquainted with it on game day. Spirits, a lot of these players have played against this powerful Yana main, or really any kind of operator. As long as he can entry, they know what he can do. First C4 and first bit of exchanges go out. Only damage dealt is to Merc, who's lost almost all of his HP, about just below half. Doing his best to create some vertical destruction on the top floor again to clear out this roam. Almost half the round gone, and all the work is being done to pressure these roamers on the middle floor, to push them into the elevator hatch, into open area, to force them to retreat back, and then cede more map control to Wildcard.
That's going to be top control in the hands of Wildcard now. Able to force back Soniqs into the basement. You have an angle being taken up, but a nice read here from Gunner, and he's going to get the very first kill of stage 2. Merc will go down. A couple other obstacles that Wildcard do have to work around. His Soniqs plan has gone off without a hitch so far here going into the last minute.
They have very effectively baited Wildcard slowly into the map, giving control at their pace, forcing Wildcard to play on their own timetable. I mean, this is about as great of a first round inside of the NIL that you could hope for your Soniqs. Spirits will make a very natural rotation into Garage, try to open this new bit of pressure to not only hopefully get a 4v4, but even if it's still a 4v5, just to try and provide a new angle that the defense will have to worry about. Candela's flying on in, but Surf won't drop just yet. He's still got 2 and some time to waste before we actually get to the execute. First kill for Wildcard, achieved by Adam onto the marble stairs, but there's one player just around the corner baiting for the refrag. With how low health Adam was, a headshot wasn't even necessary to secure that kill. Citizen will fall likely to the hatch angle just a little bit later. Instead, it's Spirit's the one to finish him off. Wildcard, with very little time left, have achieved equalization in the man count, but Soniqs just have to hold on for 10 more seconds. Wildcard, an advantage, quickly eliminated thanks to Gunner and the rest of SQ. Very hectic end of the round for what was a very promising start for Soniqs, but even if it's rough, Soniqs still win the first.
Able to handle the waves there very, very well, especially with what we saw from Wildcard. With what we saw inside of the opening 2 minutes, especially with the pick kind of going the way of the Soniqs, you didn't really expect them to put up as harsh of a fight. But, I mean, with the leadoff pick from Adam, they made the most of the situation, I'll say. There was a lot going on there, especially inside of that 2v2 that could have gone either way, but you got to give the flowers over to the Soniqs there. They played that out perfectly, backing off to more of a central position to try and help each other out, make sure you're always within arm's distance. Things just really working out for them, and able to close off on a lot of those angles that were being adopted in the late portion of that round for Wildcard.
And of course, as Jesse mentioned on the desk, Soniqs being a very proficient team on the defense, not only on Bank, but also just in general. Even though the attack is sometimes thought to be the better side on Bank, the more rounds that Soniqs can rack up here will not only go along with the precedent they've set, but also set them up for success once they switch to the half later on. So they're looking to, of course, win that primary bomb side of lockers. Now, of course, their second and eventually third pick later on. Where Wildcard will succeed likely is when the rounds get down that low in time. When it gets to 15, 10 seconds left, and they can, there we go. We can rely on players like Spirits to get those kills.
Oh, Lynx, I'm an old man, and I've been waiting on this a very long time.
I'm young, and I have.
We finally gotten it. It's pretty nice, man. Free cam, able to look around at things from a new perspective, a new view.
You know, I can't recall. I remember watching at SI 2020. I think you were the one casting when they debuted the new overlay all the way back then. I can't remember, but it is fitting. You'd also be here for the first use of free cam in the NAL, not all of Rainbow Six. We've had a few play days in different leagues before this. But I too am very excited by the free cam to see what kinds of new angles are revealed, new cinematic moments are shown on stream. And if the last round is anything to go off of, when that clock starts getting low, there are a lot of different options and a lot of different players you can spectate who might just pop off in a given round. Spirits, of course, sticking with that trend, has worked his way into stock and removed Rexon's head and gained the advantage for Wildcard.
Low HP, no nades. Nori is too. A lot of noise coming through here, but you can see Wildcard's position over towards the windows here. Just trying to get a little extra help on that top floor, and it's going to work out as Gunnar will take down Packer. That's a big pick as well. Not nearly as much hard breach at Wildcard's disposal as they had the last time, but fortunately enough, this site not really requiring all that much at the end of the day. It's been Soniqs all the way through in this round, but finally Spirits will equalize here, getting us down into the 3 versus 3. Top control go WC's way, but Soniqs still with a lot to say about this one, especially with Geo actually here with plenty of smokes to say.
Wildcard has certainly proven they can go toe-to-toe with SQ when it comes to a gunfight on gunfight basis. It's how they've won this round, is on those individual 1v1s, the lurks, the flanks, the rotations. Getting themselves into positions to take those fights and then winning them has been their bread and butter so far in round 2. And now they have a minute left, much more time than they had before when they went for that execute on the lockers. They even have Adam with plenty of time and still plenty of skeleton key ammo to acquire further vertical control, create further angles to give players like Spirits and Merc, the other two teammates he has, to rely on the last minute of this round, try to make an execute into open area. The one thing going SQ's way right now, as we reach 30 seconds left, are those 2 toxic canisters from Geo to force Wildcard back from certain positions or just stall time. But now he's the only one left. Those toxic canisters will likely remain inside his back pocket. He's got to use the gun up to keep the gun up right now, but with the ground gained by Wildcard so early on, they convert very well by the end.
So far, so good for Wildcard. I mean, both of these rounds, even the first one not exactly going their way, but still the end of the round showing kind of a flair of their own. This one especially, obviously, with the big win coming through, so pick up their first offense. It really seems like they're at least all on the same page, Lynx, and that's what you're looking for in a new team, right? Like, they're all trying to figure out how each other play. You know, as Laxing put on the desk, those little idiosyncrasies that you're always looking for and trying to make sure that you understand what, you know, that player is going to do next to you. Just because they say they're going to do something doesn't mean that's exactly how they're going to go about things, right? They might have a certain way that they do things. So just to see that Wildcard have put in a good amount of work to at least have things going for them on an offensive side, especially with how hard things can be over there, it's so far so good for them rolling into round 3.
And if Wildcard can still rely on players like Spirits or Merc as well, the 2 top performers on Wildcard right now through the first 2 rounds, to get that vertical control or get that control around the map, whether it's getting a kill or hell, just putting pressure on players and pushing them back, they'll be in good shape for the rest of this attacking half, because the main part of Bank, the main thing you got to worry about when you're attacking is if you can acquire that control, go for those full clears, push the defenders back. Of course, you always got to worry about executing on the site, winning your gunfights there, but if you can perform very well in that early round and abide by your own timetable instead of the one the defense sets for you, you're in for a good shape and happy times for the remainder of the round.
Almost definitely. Especially with what we've been seeing so far here for Wildcard. It looks like they at least want to make a run for it. See if they can beat Soniqs out in this leg race. Only halfway through now for the offensive side of things, as we have Spirits checking out the basement, looking to see if there's any hatch play that he can possibly line up for this Gara hook. It's actually going to be more than just him as well. Packer leading the charge with the case as well. I mean, not exactly something that I would be happy about, but hey, man, I mean, there's nobody downstairs, and you have plenty of people at your disposal to try and back it up. So why not at the end of the day? If it was a pub, I feel different, but this is team play, and these people are going to help out their teammates. Spirits is going to fly up as more of a distracting factor, see if he can continue rolling on. Have a shotgun in tow. Really here though, to be able to get rid of the cam and kind of set them up here inside of open area. It's actually going to be Gunner that leads things off now. So take down Spirits.
And Gunner lurking inside an elevator the entirety of that first minute, gone undroned by a Wildcard. Perhaps not unnoticed. If he had his ERC activated, Wildcard might have had an idea that the Vigil was around that area. They weren't able to spot him. He gets the kill, but Adam fights back. Geo now gone. There's still the Vigil in the wind and still fighting back and shooting shots. Packer the second to fall to that K1A. And Wildcard now stopped at the door a little bit. They've made, or initially made, some very good entries and strides into the building, moving into that open area, but now they've rotated up to this top floor to try and deal with some of the defenders sitting inside of CEO. Merc will be the tip of that spear. Moving past Marble, we see not just one, but two different players inside. Once a drone finds us intel, will he push on in? Will he find a kill? Does have the info. Ooh, just sees the head. Vigil backs off though. Not able to get the kill just yet.
The time is so punishing right now for Wildcard. 3 up. The Soniqs have full control of this round. The patience working out for them. Citizen sending shots towards Surf, but not really making too much contact. Just a waste of time, as we see here from WC. They really can't get too much control over these angles, but it's going to be Merc that finally finds it from a different perspective. Over towards top squares, he'll probably bully his way in through the CEO walls. It's going to force Rexon back down just to try and hold E2. Grixer will be stuck inside of Archives with Adam with a big pickup, but it's going to be back on to Grixer. A triple now for Adam as he's having a big showcase so far here. 2 versus 1. As Grixer will get taken down by Surf with a complete opposite angle as well. He's stuck around upstairs, Lynx, waits till the last moment, hops into square, and catches him completely off guard in inside of Archives, excuse me.
Got to give that one to Wildcard. I mean, recovering what was a very good counteroffensive by Soniqs through the mid-round. We see them rotate upstairs, and it takes a long time to get anything going. I mean, Merc's initial entry into office didn't really work out. Saw just the barest edge of a couple players, but it took all the way down to the last minute before they found anything, and especially Adam, as you said, with that big triple to open things up onto the bomb side. Again, was it necessarily the cleanest? No, not at all, but the big thing Wildcard have shown so far is they're performing very well individually and can rely on that to not only create good space at the beginning of the round, but also, more importantly, to salvage rounds that maybe if you watched the first minute weren't going to go their way and suddenly turn them all the way the opposite direction.
You know, I think this kind of draws back to something that Merc actually tweeted about a couple of weeks ago, or like last week, about this squad when, you know, the whole roster went out. It was the fact that he was really excited to play with them. It was very, very chill environment. He was just excited to get back to playing the game. And so far, it really seems like that, right? Even these early picks, Lynx, does it seem like they care that it happened? No, it doesn't. They're just playing the game of Rainbow Six Siege. And honestly, it's great to see, especially because they're able to exploit these pressure points of Soniqs that are honestly very, very difficult to try and find. You saw how Wildcard had to try and reassess things on that top floor, and we're finally able to get a leg up on them with that control until translating it downstairs. But it took forever, didn't it? And that's how it always feels up against Soniqs. You have to be diligent when you're playing against this team.
You have to be diligent, make sure they don't set the pace for you.
And they're trying to do it again here.
Yeah, I mean,
switch up.
I'm literally, I'm getting probably more distracted than the players. I'm like, who's walking outside? Oh, it's just Geo on Clash inside of the sewer. Got it, cool. Got a Ninja Turtle on the defense, very excellent. But Geo, he's just doing his best right now, and his best is very simple. Sit behind the shield.
It's not much, but it's honest work.
It is, yes. It's not a lot, but hey, we know he can do it. Merc, once again, making very quick entry into the middle of the map, taking that bit of control. There's not nearly as much presence on this middle floor from Soniqs as it was in round number 1, and it's good for Wildcard to recognize that and speed up their take accordingly. Before, it took them a long time to acquire the very same control they've just made. So good adaptation to recognize the lack of a round.
Oh, the timing!
That's unlucky.
Oh, no, Gunner! that's those moments that it's like, you look back on them, you're like, what could I have done differently there? Oh, wait.
Nothing.
Really nothing. There's really nothing I could have done. Wildcard are going to get a gracious first pick onto probably one of the most important characters in that entire lineup, Warden. I mean, we've been talking time and time again, not only on the desks, but also on Twitter and just the general community have been talking about how insane Warden has been recently. And to not have him in this execution moment might be the make or break for them. A lot of stuns, some nades pouring in here. Gio standing at the back. Does he know? Does he know? He knows. He's got to know. Okay. Yeah, he definitely knows. I wonder if Merc knows. I don't know.
For a second, I wasn't sure, but Merc's just chilling there. He tries to take the fight. I mean, this is just an active drone, essentially, for the defense. That Merc might have destroyed that bulletproof, but as long as Gio is just sitting in this corner, he can tell you if anybody tries to walk in that breach. And Merc being by himself.
Random swing right there with everybody right here as well.
I know. He unfortunately loses that one. Ooh, Spirits loses his gambit down marble stairs too. Grixer with a very nice two-piece. And Wildcard, they might have adapted quickly, but they're looking for a very late landing in round 4. Surf will now take Spirits' position on marble stairs, though it's Packer who drops Vault by himself to follow up with a kill. He's created some new space inside of the site. Gio fired off by his teammate's own Goyos. We'll have to take out the gun as we move to a 2v2. He's the only one left now. The shield just saves his life. Packer will have to switch to the secondary, but is it all for naught? The seconds matter so much as Gio backs up and slows it down in a race against time. Packer finishes second, and that puts him in last in round 4.
Oh man, the barn burner clash. We weren't expecting Raphael to put up that big of a fight. That's insane. Wildcard just millimeters, just half a second more, Lynx. That's all they needed. But fantastic shield positioning there from Gio, I'll tell you. I mean, yeah, that entire round really up to him, and just kind of a goober fest overall. I mean, especially with what we saw in server. I mean, Merc's he's just crouching, hanging out a little bit. He's like, I'm just gonna swing right into server and see what happens.
I love that Merc's the kind of guy. He's like, this clash is watching me. I know he's watching me. I know he's giving my position directly to his team. I'm still gonna peek into server. Like, what a lad, what a guy.
He thinks so far ahead on the chessboard that he's like, I know that they're feeding the information to them, so therefore if I swing and pre-fire, that guy should be there. And he's like, maybe I kill him. It's like, all right, I mean, fair, what if you do?
Well, he didn't, unfortunately, but yeah. I still appreciate the gumption. I do have to give it that. And again, Gio is a odd clash play. I mean, I call it odd, not it was questionable, just odd in that you see him inside this dirt tunnel, constantly revealing himself. You're like, what does this guy have planned? Is he just going to sit in server the whole time? And the answer was yes. He was the only guy in server. No support aside from the shield in front of him. And he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out. I'm roasting marshmallows inside a server, just setting up a campfire. Come on down. We can try and hang out. But either way, very entertaining round 4 to say the least, as the Soniqs went on time. But unfortunately for the Soniqs, for the remainder 2 attacking rounds, or defensive rounds, excuse me, but wildcard attacks they have to deal with are on sites that they have lost so far. They haven't played CEO, but Open and Tellers both went the way of wildcard, albeit by very thin margins. So it's not all doom and gloom for Soniqs' defensive half, but the next 2 sides are not nearly as favored as it seemed Lockers was.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
Yeah, most definitely not. By their skin of their teeth downstairs as well, so it really makes you think how these next 2 rounds could go. And that's pretty crazy to even consider, since we started this game off, we're like, wildcard is a completely unknown quantity, and we have no idea what this chemical could potentially do to your or your family. So it's like, it's like, what do we even make of this situation right now? Honestly, I think that there's a little rust to get knocked off. Let's be real here. A lot of people have not been playing game day Siege in quite some time. So
especially Soniqs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been a little bit. I think their last official was Copenhagen Major, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I mean, they tried to play the Gamers Without Borders quals. They did not end up making it very far. And if you look at the opposite side, not as a team, but on Wildcard, Spirits just played an Element 1 final. Surf, if I recall correctly, might have also been there. I can't recall exactly, though. I think there was something weird there. But Merc just played an Element 1. Packer Adam also just played an Element 1. So not as a team, but individually, a lot of these players have a lot of game day reps in very recent history, where, as you said, the Soniqs don't have that same experience because of how early they went out in Gamers Without Border quals.
It's just a little bit different. That's all we're trying to point out. It's not that they haven't been practicing or things like that. They are definitely putting in their time and their work, especially with the the overseeing eyes that they have for the staffing behind the Soniqs. But the game day is just a little bit different. That's all we're getting at. And for the Soniqs right now, could be a little bit of a trial right here up against Wildcard, one that they might not have been prepared for. They might have been thinking of this more as kind of an easy start to their stage.
And I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due to Wildcard as well. I mean, Spirit's having a good individual performance.
Again,
and as I was about to say, Adam, man, has had a very excellent debut so far. Sure, he might be traded out, but he's at least taken down Gunner, a C4 for the Soniqs. But that does mean, with Merc making a beeline for Grixer on the opposite side of that wall. Surf now, too. I'm trying to, make a cogent point here. And Wildcard had just decided that the round has been going on too long at only a minute and 20 seconds in.
Citizen just stirred up the piranhas. Seems like Wildcard have actually potentially done the one thing that's the hardest thing to do in the history of Rainbow Six Siege. Link, do you know what that is?
What is that?
5 gunners under 1 banner.
Ooh.
It's very, very difficult to accomplish, especially when everyone feels as though they're that Ashe player, they're that man. It's very difficult to do, but as of right now, all of these players really getting at it when it comes to the mechanics. Just their fragging ability overall is not to be scoffed at. Nothing to shake a stick, just yet at least. Geo kind of stuck here in open area. But what do? I mean, so many angles open up towards you. A Rotero drone opening your wall. He's got to sprint off over towards Kansan's location that we saw his huge clutch back in the day. He's gonna actually work his way over towards Kitchen here with 50 remaining. Oh no.
Well, that's a bummer. I was about to talk about how Citizen's position, in addition to Geo's, could provide some good cutoff for any attacker moving down marble stairs. But then Wildcard just flooded the site, and Citizen might have a banger shot lined up, but that's the only one he's getting in round 5, as Wildcard are continuing a very strong performance on their attacking side.
I mean, I don't really know what to say about Wildcard's offenses right now. I'm just so flabbergasted by this whole situation.
I know. Listen, I'll tell you, Adam, man, is he doing all of the work? No. But when you see a player who's put in a frontline position, just coming up from tier 2 to tier 1, sometimes they succeed, sometimes they don't. And even if they don't, we usually say, all right, they just need to get their feet under them. It'll be all good. But in his debut, Adam has had a very solid individual showing on the mechanics. And not only on the entry, but on the late round as well. He's closed out rounds. He's opened them up in the case of round 5. And alongside more known quantities like Spirits and especially Merc in this game, it's helped Wildcard shine in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another key factor to point out with this as well is, since last year, we're back onto online play for these guys as well. And it offers that home feel to that home vibe. Adam's sitting in his room. He's doing his thing right now. And from the time that he started playing Siege to now, he's more than likely been in the same place, right? So you do have that comfort of almost the home field advantage. You know what I mean? So at least you have that going for yourself. That doesn't mean that this match doesn't mean as much to him as, what it means to all of us. And I'm sure him as well, with this being his opener here today. But I mean, he is playing so very well. Lights out game from him, at least on the offensive perspective so far. Excited to see how things are going to change up, though. We don't want to get too far ahead of the horse here.
Of course.
We want to see how Wildcard can get things done on this defense, too.
And for the final defense, Soniqs go back down to Tellers on that middle floor. We also, of course, we do need to be even-handed here to talk about individual performances. Rexon, of course, having a bit of a rough first half, 0-5 so far, but that is aided by some solid performances from Gunner, Grixer, and Citizen, who are still on that front line often in positions. Of course, Grixer on the site right now, but as we saw from Wildcard in their previous attack on the Tellers, when it got to that late round, I mean, Adam was assaulting Tellers, Merc was trying to get in there too. Grixer might very well find himself in a frontline position, even if he's sitting on the bomb site itself. So he's a key player to keep an eye on, and a key player that is performing very well for Soniqs. But Rexon on that top floor, as he's facing pressure, as flash grenades are flying on in, with no kills so far, they'll continue the trend. 0-6 for this half, giving Wildcard the advantage they so desired. And Adam again in the clutch, widening it further.
I'm just so very impressed with how Wildcard have been processing this map, and it's really just up to the shot calling. Their patience, they're clear, the angles that they're holding for each other throughout the map. I mean, everything is thought and very well placed. Well, except for that frag grenade though, Merc. We won't dwell on that one too long. Gunner's gonna able to elongate his life because of that. Finds a different angle, and oh man, it's gonna be Merc to find the angle first, but he will go down to Grixer instead. Surf to follow though, and a little potential finding his way through for Soniqs, but as soon as I say that, it's gonna be all down to Grixer.
Try to rotate around to square. Maybe catch the attackers off guard. One player planning inside of Tellers. Ooh, and he gets the player directly covering him, but now Wildcard have intel on the Fenrir's positioning. Will converge onto this singular spot, but instead it's Packer, the man with the diffuser himself, to secure that final kill. 4-2 half for Soniqs. Even though when it wasn't a Locker's defense, Soniqs look shaky, we need to look at these attacking rounds from Soniqs, because a 4-2 half on Bank, even if you're the 2 on that equation, if you just have some clinical attacks, which Soniqs have had in the past, we should still be in for at least a close game.
Yeah, Bank can be so back and forth. It's one of these maps where I really feel as though it's up to the teams that are on it. You know, we can talk about statistics and all that kind of stuff all we want, but it really feels like one of those teeter-totters where some days it'll be defensive sided, some days it'll be offensive sided. So it's really up to Soniqs here and what they can try and show us on offense, because defense definitely wasn't it. They were getting at least the starting numbers, right? They were able to get a couple openers and start off on the right foot. It was just really the fact that Wildcard were doing their due diligence. They were not shying away from the fight. They were going about playing Siege the way that they had been practicing. And it's looking really, really solid.
And that shows, I mean, if we want to look at the opening picks throughout that half, I mean, the one guy from Soniqs who was making a lot of big plays in that early round was Gunner, one of the most proficient entry players on this team, at least in terms of how many sheer engagements he's taken. But everything else, the other 4 rounds were Wildcard, and that doesn't correspond exactly to rounds won versus rounds lost, but Wildcard end up winning the entry engagements 4 in that first half, and now we need to see if they can repeat it on the second. Soniqs, as they move to their attacking side, they will have to deal with that downstairs defense, as nobody should be surprised by. And Geo finds himself on a shield operator once again, not the Clash this time, but the Monty, basically 1-to-1 equivalent on the attack if you take out the electricity.
The tried and true for Geo as well, a hallmark of his play, especially with the Soniqs. We saw it a decent bit when he was on TSM as well back in the day, but definitely something he's brought throughout his career to the table. We'll see what he can get done here. Rexen moving to the position that we would assume also would be in the basement. They come over inside of the garage area, trying to hold things down. Not able to get rid of the initial bulletproof here, but Rexen will more than likely be sticking around here for quite some time, just able to offer kind of a rub on this cross.
It's similar to what we saw Spirits do all the way back in that previous attack, just a lot more proactively and with a lot more support. He's got these Talon shields. He's now destroyed that VP as well, so they'll know that just given the Osa's presence that she'll be in there for the remainder of this round, and they might not know his exact position, but they can assume the Osa's there. Now they got to worry about the server push too. The Montaigne inside of Dirt. Of course, unsupported right now, but that's not important just yet. He can hold out for the time being, beam intel to the rest of his team. Let the other 3 players moving around that top floor get vertical control, open up hatches. Soniqs are running a little bit low on drones, 4 left. Maybe that aided to Surf catching Citizen off guard. Maybe it didn't. The Wildcard now win the entry engagements 5-2 over the course of this game.
Well, Soniqs have met Wildcard at the gates, but it's Wildcard to throw the first arrow here. Citizen will go down. The drone economy, as you were saying, not exactly looking too hot. They're already halfway through, but they're over halfway through the rounds. They don't have to worry about it really all that much at the end of the day. It's really just about these positions. Wow. Merc, there's no way. I don't know if they had the mark or what have you, but my God, man. What a pre-fire through that wall if it was. Able to take down one. Gunner will be able to find at least one, as they'll be able to get Adam out of server. But is it too little too late? Rexen's trying to step up and assist, but they know where the last 2 are. And this is more than likely going to be all for naught. Geo will actually get one. Merc will take down Gunner. It's all left up to the Monty. That'd be one of the most insane Monty moments we ever have if this is actually going to be a 1 versus 3. And it will quickly get swept under the rug. Wildcard looking like a force to be reckoned with up against Soniqs.
They win that initial locker site, exactly what you hope for starting out on Bank. And in the fashion they did so as well. I mean, once you got to that 3v4, it was, I'd say, an easy layup for Wildcard, especially looking at Rexen's position. I mean, what the hell is he going to do? There's 2 players watching that entry in from Garage. Kill both of them? I mean, he's good enough to do it, but that's not something you should expect of him on a play-by-play basis. And at that point, there's 2 left in server. It is what it is. But those first 2 kills with Surf able to pick up Citizen inside of Square, but more, floating through the sky, but more importantly, Merc wall banging that guy inside a loan office. I mean, sure, that second one, maybe it's luck, maybe it's intel, maybe the lobby cam was left up, Sam. We don't know exactly.
Exactly.
But Wildcard able to acquire those leads and not give them up so early on, it's helped them on both sides now against the Soniqs.
Carter, it's mind-boggling. It really is, because Soniqs usually, like throughout the history of Soniqs, their play identification is fantastic. They usually know what's going on around the map 9 times out of 10, and then they just start processing the middle floor without really taking into account all the angles that could be swung in on from archives, where the majority of the players that are roaming are. So it was just like, it seemed like they got caught off guard there, when the entire play was to get set up and try and clear down to the bottom floor, you know what I mean? So just kind of an awkward moment there for them. So I think that might have been what the timeout was about. They're just trying to get all their ducks in a row. And remember, guys, we have quite a bit of a stage. This is only their first best of 1, so we're not counting them out just yet. And also just remember, Wildcard is in fact playing very well.
Indeed they are. That's what I was going to say. That, again, this might be a new team, but a lot of these players are very experienced, and hitting the ground running with a couple of very solid individual performances, achieving this scoreline is definitely not just because Soniqs might have some deficiencies in their play, but also because Wildcard are playing very well. There's also a good timeout from the Soniqs, as this round is critical for their chances at the remainder of this half. They won lockers both times in their defenses, and for Wildcard, the same thing might happen, but making sure you can at least make it a 4-2 half to mirror Wildcard's, that'll get Soniqs overtime if Wildcard win lockers a second time in the future. So picking up open area and then picking up the next bomb site that Wildcard go to is key for keeping Soniqs in this game.
Absolutely. The lineup that we're seeing here from them, especially with Geo in on these Rotero drones. Use some of those right now, actually. Just launch a little bit of this utility. Have some castle barricades and other things strewn about for open area. He's going to have one more roll through here just to make up some angles. You always like to have this cross leading over towards the actual open area through kitchen. We're going to have a couple wildcard bodies around here, but it's mostly going to be up to Spirit to try and feed back info to the whole lineup. It's going to be Surf that actually takes down Rex and ends up dropping down from the top hatch. A very forward play out of Soniqs, and it goes immediately punished.
Rexon, man, just having a very rough game so far. I mean, again, it's not entirely left by the wayside with Grixer and Gunnar doing decently well, but again, having such a very powerful attacking player especially, not showing up today when Wildcard are also playing out of their minds. It's a rough combination for the Soniqs. Also make getting this key 8th round a lot more difficult. Citizen will back out of square and rotate over to stock to help Gunnar as a result. There is somebody inside a janitor. That fact will be evident to the Soniqs now. Gunnar taking a lot of damage, now finished off by a C4 from below. I mean, at this point, Sam, 7-2 is not out of the cards.
No, not at all. I think Soniqs, they're in the trenches right now, man. They're in the trenches right now, Lynx. This is not the way you want your stage to start. This is a mental boom if I've ever seen one. Because you got to go talk about this. That's the worst part. And you know what the other worst part is? They got to play another game today.
They do.
They really do, don't they? They really do.
I mean, at this point, Grixer just lurking around this top floor. I mean, everybody's gone. Nobody's home. Wildcard know they can fall back. They got 45 seconds left. They got a 3-man advantage. Soniqs have a 3-body problem at this point. I mean, what do you do? Geo just got a lurk inside a square. There is somebody playing to his hard left inside a cafe. He's got secondary utility. There's Grixer, but there are 3 different bullet sprays colliding into Geo's body right there. I mean, this is match point for Wildcard, unless I'm gonna keep it real. Unless the defense starts throwing, this is round 8.
Yeah, they're looking so solid right now, and I mean, really, we gotta raise one of these jerseys a little bit higher than the others in the rafters here. Merc is playing lights out seat right now, man. He is feeling his shot, and you can definitely tell in just his selection when it comes to a lot of these frags. I mean, yeah, we talked about that kind of like gooberish round in Cerber where he just kind of swung in to see what would happen in CCTV. But past that, I mean, he has been taking all of these with some real gusto and showing off just what he's capable of. It wasn't the fact that, you know, he lost some skill, just he's back into a happier place. He's feeling good about himself, and it's really showing in his play.
It's also a special case where, I mean, Merc is obviously, you know, as you just highlighted, the player performing well above maybe expectations, or just at least well above the rest of his team with those 11 kills inside of round 8. But everyone is putting up good numbers, including Packer, who's playing hard support on attack and defense, normally plays, you know, at least inside of Element 1, plays those shotgun operators, plays that Hibana, that Thermite on the attack. He's still 5-3 too, and that might not be, you know, a show-stopping scoreline, but everyone on Wildcard is showing up to play, and there's not a bad performance up or down the line. As they move to the third bomb site, as they move to Tellers, that's going to benefit them even more if they can start with that opening pick. Soniqs have shown so far in their attacks that fighting back is a very difficult task.
Are we Wildcard stands?
Dude, listen, I'm gonna keep it real. If they're playing like this, I absolutely will go back and change some of my thoughts on the stage and some of my predictions about these matchups. They are playing extremely well, not just against Sonic specifically, but putting up a very good performance in general. I might be a fan now.
I mean, they're really changing my whole perspective on what these fresher teams could do. Now, I'm really excited to see what Luminosity can do later. I mean, just blow my mind, please. I mean, Wildcard across the board, everything from the shot calling, the cadence, the team play, down to just the individualistics, right? The mechanics that we've been seeing across the board. It's amazing to see. I'm especially excited for Adam and Packer. You know, Packer just coming back, like you said, from his little stint with Parabellum. But Adam really showing up when he was needed most here today. I mean, it's Soniqs. This is not a slouch of a team. Even if they're not playing the greatest that day, it's still a team that you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to get around over. So the fact that he was able to come in here cool, calm, and collected and do what he's done so far, I mean, Wildcard have to count their lucky stars.
It's especially if they can close out this last round or close out any of the next 4 to close this out in regulation. Yeah. It's a big win, period, because Soniqs, good opening pick by Rexen to get his first. Oh, okay, hold up. I'm actually scrapping what I'm talking about. Did you see that? A slight hole through the floor, sitting up onto that terrace outside to find the player down below. That is ridiculous. But anyway, as I was saying, this is an important win for Wildcard to pick up early on, because Soniqs, who often like to keep their chances at qualifying for the major close, if Wildcard also find themselves in competition for that LCQ spot, this is a big win early on.
Absolutely. Oh, what a find! He gets Rexen on the timing again. He almost kills Surf, but it's going to be Gunner instead to do it. The Legion comes up behind. Soniqs have no read, no drone, no idea what's happening around the map at all. Citizen has one inside of open area. He's dead. He's gone. Jover. It's the game, baby. It's so Jover. It was Jover last week. Grixer in a 1 versus 3. I mean, I'm freeze frame here. Did you guys ever think that this was going to happen? This is Grix from the future for the sitcom. Yeah, that's me.
I mean, there it is. I mean, Adam with a beautiful finisher. 7-2 victory for Wildcard. In their debut game, in the first game of the NAL, we have a staggering upset.
Look at that smile.
I mean, that's passion right there.
You're looking good, Packer. You're looking good, buddy. The dub looks good on you.
Wildcard's looking good. And we'll have the desk to break down that excellent victory after this break.
There's no better way to win, man. There is no better way to make a debut in the NAL when you get the upset victory. You have every doubter knocking at your door, and one of the best and most storied teams in the league is the first person that you knock off the chopping block. That is a crazy debut for Wildcard to get in their first game in North America. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Laxing, and we got Packer on the line to talk about exactly how Wildcard managed to pull this one off. Dude, congratulations on your debut. It's great to talk to you in this context and not in either Tier 2 or Breaking Point, so welcome to the league first off. How does it feel getting that dub after Super spent so long streaming your tryouts on his stream to then beat his team? How does it feel, man?
It feels great. I'm so excited for the opportunity to play Pro League. I've been grinding at T2 for about a year, and to beat Soniqs, a team that's been in Pro League for a very long time, all those storied players, and with my teammates, it was a great experience.
Packer, that was an extremely impressive win that you guys just pulled off over the Soniqs. It felt like throughout that game, whether it started off slow or started off fast, you guys were always adapting in the mid-round. You had really good late rounds as well. Can you talk to me a little bit of what the comm structure is like with your team? Who's talking during those really tense late round moments when things in many kind of new teams would be getting super chaotic?
So we just take gaps that we see on attack, and everyone can call. I can call Surf, Merc, and Spirits. Merc and Spirits usually handle more of the beginning round because they usually see more of the gaps in the beginning where we could take space and stuff. But end round, depending on like what we see as droners and what's going on, like everyone calls. Charles our mailbox, so he just holds down what we need him to hold down, and then everyone else is just getting active, trying to figure out that best way to win the round.
All right, Pack, I got a question for you, and obviously congrats on your first win today in Pro League.
Thank you.
So a big question for me, for you, and probably for the viewers want to know, playing with the three players that you're currently playing with the veterans, are there things for you becoming, the player that you are now, that those three that you notice early on that's going to help you improve your gameplay throughout the season?
Yeah, noticing them, how they like incorporate their team, how like the little gaps they see, they end up making it like a big gap for the rest of the team. Like that really helps me as like a CL player learn. The last 3 weeks that I've teamed with them, I've actually learned a ton. Merc has actually helped me like a lot. He's like had sit down conversations with me, telling me what I needed to work on, and that's helped me improve a lot. I mean, I've never had support from like teammates like this that are like such high experience. So I've enjoyed every moment of it.
That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that.
Before we let you go, obviously you have it's a doubleheader. You still have one more game that you got to play later on in the day. I want to draw you back to when you did your Breaking Point interview. The two players you said you really wanted to beat, one of them was Gav, and the other one was Mr. B. So what are you going to do in this break before you go play Beast Coast later in the day?
I'm gonna go get some food and just relax for a little bit, and then I get back and I'll warm up for the game, and I'm gonna be stoked to beat Mr. B.
Well, congratulations on your first dub, dude. No better way to make a first impression, and we'll see you in a couple of hours, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
God, that's insane that they were able to pull that off. I checked out highlights from that game, and there were Wildcard just lit up the scoreboard the whole way, but there were so many instances where Sonic should have been there, and they simply weren't, Jesse.
They really weren't. And I mean, we saw some amazing rounds coming through from Wildcard. It felt like on those basement attacks, right? The rounds 1 and 4, the time kind of got the better of them. They couldn't find those picks in the mid-round and early round to really start off their attacks. But on any other bomb site, Wildcard were in control. Opening pick or not, they were in there finding their trades, getting into the mid-round. I thought Merc in particular was amazing this game. It felt like 2022 Invitational all over again. Merc had a fantastic comeback into the league, and I was really impressed with Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, to touch up with how you were impressed, I was impressed just by you could visually see the communication and the adaptations they were making mid-round, or just the team play of executing and, getting rid of a pick or trading a pick. Like, I thought the communication overall for Wildcard was one of the best things to watch from this game.
On a scale of 1 to 10 specifically for you, how impressed are you that Wildcard managed to do this in their very first Pro League game?
They did better than us, so I mean, I'm massively impressed, especially going against a team like Soniqs.
Well, I mean, it's like Soniqs, but was this team like Soniqs? I'll tell you, it didn't look like Rexon. That was a really struggling performance for a couple of these players. He had 0 kills throughout the first 8 rounds of this map, and he really was struggling to find any impact in the server. I thought Citizen as well, often getting picked off in the mid rounds, kind of without a fair gunfight, right? Angles that he wasn't expecting. It was some struggling times for a few of the players on SQ. So I'm hoping as the stage continues on, we see some of these problems fixed, because this is not the Soniqs I know.
I just want to say one thing to touch up on. Well, to finish off with what you're saying is, like, I don't want to take anything away from Wildcard by any means. I think they played a great game of Siege here. They shut down Soniqs on a lot of angles, and a lot of those rounds could have went either way. Truthfully, they went neck and neck, but then ultimately Wildcard came out on top, and then they just closed out the game. So, like I said, I don't want to take anything away from Wildcard. I think they did play a fantastic game of Siege today.
I mean, if we're celebrating anybody, it's Merc, right?
Yeah, I mean, Merc for me was the MVP of this game. Again, his play in the mid-round, being able to follow up his teammates. And there were a wide variety of people getting engaged in the opening picks when it came to Wildcard. You know, sometimes it was Adam getting aggressive and finding those picks. Sometimes it was Surf. Spirits, even though, you know, the coach might have called him a support player, was still getting active on a couple of rounds there. But for me, Merc was the guy following up his teammates, coming through, opening things up. How often was it a 3v3 or a 4v4, and then Merc just jumps in, finds that pick, not traded, not being able to go down right after, and giving his team that advantage in the mid-round. I feel like Merc showed off his veteran status in this game, and it was a beauty to watch.
Well, I mean, what else do you expect coming from Merc? That's a former world champion right there. And I mean, it's also seeing the play that we saw today. That's typical Merc. That's what we're used to seeing. So not seeing that, that's when I would start questioning something. But seeing the performance that he put on, and not to take away from anyone else on the team, but we are talking about Merc here, it's no surprise that he popped off the way that he did and led his team to a victory.
Two former hammer lifters met in the ring, and only one of them could walk away with a W. So, Wildcard, they're going to be back in a little bit. So are Soniqs. Well, we're going to see them later on through the course of the evening. But for right now, before we jump to game 2, again, if you haven't seen Siege to Win, here's a reason for why you should go watch it.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
That's just a little bit of a taste of M80 when they played in Copenhagen, and now it's M80 coming up next. Game 2, we're already on it. As soon as we're done with one, we move immediately into the next on a very fast-paced 6-game schedule. So for M80 and DarkZero as Game 2, I just had this one personally tagged as my game of the day, just looking through what we had on the schedule. Like this one, if we can use the really overused B word, barn burner, we're probably going to get it here.
Yeah, this is the match that I've been waiting to see. This is going to be the best. I think this is going to be two major level teams as well. I expect to see both of these squads in Atlanta. So for M80 and DarkZero facing off, I'm pretty excited.
I mean, if we're even just going off of these two teams versing each other, I mean, if M80 is going to be playing like how they played at Riyadh, it's going to be a slugfest. And also, if DZ coming off of Breaking Point, how we saw them play, I mean, if these two are playing at that level of Siege, at the highest level in that regard, it's going to be a slugfest.
Let's specifically just touch on M80 to start with, obviously. I mean, if you want to go watch the documentary to get a little bit more an inside look at how they got through that major, please go do that. It's on the YouTube channel. It needs the views. Go do it. And it's also phenomenally insightful stuff. For M80 in particular, for Stage 2, they had some off-season play, unlike what we saw from Soniqs. So of the two teams that didn't make any roster transfers, they did really well as far as off-season competition goes. So there's a little bit less rust to shake off in theory, right?
You'd hope so. I mean, for M80, they have proven themselves, I think, in a higher stakes tournament, but it was less recent. And DarkZero looked very good in Breaking Point, even if it wasn't as high of a level, even if it wasn't on LAN. They really dominated that tournament. So I'm expecting these two teams to both come in with their full rosters 100% ready.
Yeah, and like you were saying, match of the day. And what I talked on the point just earlier, like this is going to be the game of the day. These two just going at it, huge slugfest back and forth. And I just really want to get into the game. I want to see this played out.
Specifically for M80, we got to talk about the Wonder Kid. because there's no way we're going to not be able to talk about Spoit when he's in the lobby at one particular moment. And there are lots of players that we can specifically talk about for M80, but we need to give Spoit his flowers for how well he performed, not just in Stage 2, not just in Copenhagen, but when they played in Riyadh, he still is the same rock that he was when he was playing in Europe. And I mean, Lax, am I crazy, or is he farming North American players more than he was farming European players?
Listen, you know, I don't like to give EU any credit, but when it comes to Spoit, you got to. Spoit's a flashy player. He's a great player. He's a smart player. He's a content creator that turned pro, and he's top of the charts. So, I mean, you know, it just goes to show, like, you can start somewhere and end up even better. And, I mean, Spoit is literally that guy. He's him. He's Himothy.
He really is, and I mean, him coming onto the roster for M80 has really pushed them above and beyond. I thought he was their MVP at their off-season tournaments that they were able to play through. You know, Gamers Without Borders was one where I thought we saw Kino pop off a little bit more, and then when we got to LAN, that was Spoit's environment. You know he likes to play in front of a crowd with the highest stakes, and
who doesn't?
Even here early in the stage, right, against a team like DarkZero, who you have played across 9 maps this season alone, the stakes are pretty high, even just for your first group stage game.
But the best part about M80 is, yes, they have the boy wonder, but there's not a single player on this team that you can really discredit by name. Everybody, on the face of it, if you name them in a crowded room, everyone will be like, yeah, that guy's fantastic. You're not going to have that many detractors for anybody on this team. It just means that the expectations for them are probably higher than any other team in the North American League as of right now. So if they don't capitalize, Lax, where does that put them?
I mean, if they don't capitalize on that, they're going to be the middle of the pack. I couldn't see them going any lower than that. But if they can't capitalize on their play and their uniqueness, then, I mean, they're going to be middle of the pack. So I don't see that happening by any means. I see them at the top.
Yeah, I think you can dive into some of the games that these two teams have played. Obviously, they did play a best of 5 against one another over the offseason, so there's a lot to dig into with that. I thought what we really saw from M80 was powerhouse attacks. They were able to come through, find those opening engagements with Spoit or Iconic, then be able to follow that up. You saw the late round clutching from Diaz or from Kino. You really did see it from all 5 players coming through. Where things started to slip a little bit were the defenses. They lost 2 maps in that best of 5 series, and I think their defenses were the big reason why. And we saw that trend continue through other offseason games that M80 played. You go to the grand finals that they played against BDS, they won 5 defensive rounds through the entire best of 5 grand finals. They lost 5 defensive rounds in the first half of the first map. So for DZ, I think if you're looking at M80, you're looking at where you can exploit some weaknesses and maybe shut down these wonder kids like Spoit and Iconic. Defense is where you need to punish this squad.
Specifically, M80 is great, but there were a couple players that were better than them on the scoreboard. One of them was Gav, and one of them was NJR. The 2 highest rated players of Stage 1 are on the same team. They were very, very close to one another from a statistical point of view, and NJR was king in several different stats categories last stage. We expect him to do the exact same thing back on NA Online again.
Yeah, I think NJR has long been one of the most underrated players in the league. Maybe I have to stop saying that now because I think people have started to wake up on him, but he is that kind of support player who can run around on the smoke, run around with those shotguns. I'm really excited to see the shotgun battle even in between him and Kino in the server today. But yeah, he's been a really solid piece for DarkZero, and he's been massive for them both at the major and in Stage 1.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna tell you from a personal point of view of even playing against Nick or NJR. Sorry, I call him Nick.
You're on a first name basis.
No, I mean Nick is a phenomenal player. He shows up. He shows up when he needs to, and when he's not showing up, he's still helping his team. So he's still like he's never at the bottom. I don't really ever see him at the bottom. He's just in the middle or he's at the top. And like I said, he shows up when he needs to show up. And if he's not at the top, he's still playing the support that he needs in order to push DarkZero further ahead.
The thing is, DarkZero are facing another relatively unique challenge, except it's not really all that unique to them, because when they change players around, we already know sometimes it takes a while for them to get into that system. Thing is, DarkZero played an off-season tournament, they played Breaking Point, they played it with Rice, who is now officially confirmed to be on DZ. He's playing with all these veterans, NJR, Panba at this point, and of course Troy Canadian, but now you're doing it in an online context with everybody trying at 100%. Even if they won Breaking Point with Rice, there's still going to be a bit of a learning curve to figure out how to fit him onto the team.
Sure, and you know, I saw on Reddit there were some doubters when Rice came onto the team for DarkZero. You know, DZ waited a long time to announce their 5th player, and when they said Rice is playing in Breaking Point, the Reddit reaction was like, really? All this time for Rice? But the results speak for themselves, and I'm not shocked because of it, right? although Rice maybe didn't have the greatest performance when we saw him in the LCQ back in Stage 1, you go back to the SI Quals and some of the off-season tournaments, and I think Rice really is one of those players who can pop off and really dominate a game. I love seeing him on DarkZero and Breaking Point. I think while he wasn't the star player who was finding all the frags or anything, he worked well within the team, and he's a big reason why DarkZero had the results that they did.
Well, and you also got to think about it. It's DarkZero. They're a phenomenal team. They aren't just going to pick up anybody. They're gonna go through their selection. They're going to figure out who they need, who fits the best. And even if Rice isn't popping off, look at the players on the roster.
True,
you
right.
don't necessarily even need more firepower on that team. If you have it, great, but you have an amazing roster, and you're adding Rice that is going to learn from these players on top of that. So, I mean, again, Rice being picked up, no one can say anything. Like, he made it. He's there. Yeah. And DZ is also a team that is no slouch. They aren't just going to, again, pick up anyone random. They're going to go through who they need to, and Rice was it. So I have no doubt that in the confidence that DZ picked him up for a specific reason, and it's going to work out for him.
See, the thing is, you're a little bit biased because you were on the desk with me when we watched them beat Space Station, and the thing that they said they wanted to fix the most was their snail pace attacks, because they know sometimes they're a little bit behind the ball just from a speed perspective on executes. They already understand that. Is it best to try and fix that problem with a new player, or try to do it with a veteran? Is it a risk to be going with somebody like Rice as opposed to somebody with a little bit more tenure? What do you think?
I mean, I'll be completely honest. No matter whether you're picking up someone new or you're picking up a vet, it's a 50-50 no matter what. It either is going to be the best decision you made or it could be the worst decision you made. Whatever that ends up being, you have to roll with it. And that's just plain and simple.
They already tried the veteran. They did that. They had Achieved in Stage 1, and I think Achieved's a great player. He's a world champion, but he didn't work on DarkZero. I'm glad that he wasn't on that team for longer than he was, because I think DarkZero is better now that they've made this change. It just wasn't meshing with Achieved there. So moving in with Rice, I'm excited to see a new DarkZero. I'm excited to see a new trend for this team, and I hope that it can push them to make it to a major again and even push beyond where they finished in the Swiss round in Copenhagen.
All right, you guys ready? We're going to roll a D9 to figure out what map we're going to. Ready? 3, 2, 1. What map are we playing?
So again, this map ban phase, very exciting. It is Border that we come out on. I predicted that. Let's go. This is a tough map ban phase just because M80, they had two of their most important maps kicked out for them, right? They don't like, or they loved Villa, they loved Theme Park. With those both gone, they're kind of forced into a corner, and I think DarkZero, they're pretty happy coming to Border against M80.
Lex, just from these two teams, who do you think Border just favors on the face of it without diving into the specifics too much?
I'm gonna have to say DZ here, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The way DZ plays and the fundamentals that they have, I think Border just kind of plays more into their favor. I could be wrong though, but I do think DZ overall.
I like the fact that we're seeing Border. There was a time and place where we didn't see it happen very much in North America. Now, because Villa and Theme Park are gone, Border is prime and ready to become a staple in North America. It's M80 and DarkZero on match 2 of day number 1. It's Carter and Sam with the call.
I mean, Sam, let's just take a moment and appreciate the situation Rice finds himself in. First game of the NAL. Your debut, it's already against M80. Next up, it's on Border against M80, where you got to take ones against Spoit and DS Lucas. I mean, that's got to be as rough a debut as any.
It just gets rougher the farther you go down the list, too. It's like, is there anywhere where somebody's going to potentially give them a little bit of a break? And the answer is no, because M80 across the board is absolutely ridiculous, and they have been for some time. This team has been roaring through 2023, and something that we're hoping, fingers crossed, comes to a head here. Whether it be at this next major or at SI, we don't know, but we can definitely see them catapulting into the history books here soon. So that's what Rice has to deal with. DarkZero, though, across the board, you want to talk about history. We got quite a few names that are in the books themselves. Some major winners here, some hammer lifters, and the likes of Canadian 2 times. And Gavini probably feeling pretty good about himself now, especially because he's not the freshest face on the team anymore.
Nah, he's not the new kid who's got a lot to prove. I mean, Gavini's already proved himself in loads of tournaments across loads of stages. So even if he was still, kind of had that new sheen on him, I would not worry about Gavini whatsoever. But Rice, being in that hard support position where you often are putting up less numbers than some other players on your team, he is going to have, I think, a little bit harder of a time making a splash, at least in terms of public perception, than I think Gavini would have. Or even, if you think about it, NJR when he hopped on this roster a couple years ago. But I also want to echo one of the points made by Lax on the desk, which is why DarkZero has a chance at this matchup. Because even if Rice wasn't here and they had a ham sandwich filling in today. Panbazoo and NJR are probably winning this match or making it close just by themselves if they are performing at their full capacity, because DZ, especially online, have some of the best gunners in the world, and not only Gavini, but Panbazoo and NJR. I mean, M80 might have a lot of star power, but DZ have some standout performers of their own.
Absolutely. And to drive the point home even further, I mean, Canadian, as long as he exists on a server, you never really know how things could go.
No,
I mean, whether it would be positive or negative. I mean, Canadian is just, he's always been that guy that makes it to where things are pretty entertaining. And I've always really appreciated the way that he's played this game. So we'll see what DarkZero have for today. Canadian has another rookie underneath his echelon here. We'll see what he can potentially get done with that. Kind of a unique lineup coming in here from DZ for Border, but one that I really like the adaptation of. We don't see a lot of Finka play anymore, but Border definitely seems like a map where she would be very useful with the amount of damage that the defense can try and deal with you early on, especially.
This is a lineup, building off that Fink, I mean, this is a lineup that is almost built artificially with aggression in mind. I mean, you have the Finka to recover lost health, any damage sustained. You've got the Dokkaebi for roam clears, the Candelas that you can use for making an execute onto the site easier or an entry into CC easier, especially with that Azami taken off the board by DarkZero. When M80 defend Armory, as they are doing right now, holding that CC position is a lot harder with that Azami off the board, and you might even just play passively around it entirely. DS will instead focus on dealing with the Armory back players with some traditional holes made in that Armory wall, and as the Warden in this position, this is a dangerous operator to have to take fight against. I mean, these smoke grenades, they might feel like they do a lot, but if DS just stands still, he can find the player repelling in, as DZ find a lot of kills everywhere else. There's Gavini and Panba, both with a G36, acquiring a 3v2 lead for DarkZero.
Comes to a lull now, though. DarkZero will at least be able to deliver the pretty big initial blow, and we'll give you that. 3 players go down, but M80 still have a little bit left in the tank. Nitro Cell in both of their pockets, and DS and Iconic both in their right. Try and take this round, especially if this next pick can fall their way. Nitro Cell placed, just to make sure that DS knows that he has that assistance. Looks like it's going to be Gavini that could potentially be the next name marked off the list, but not going to go that way. DarkZero trying to flirt with their map control right now as they've taken full control of the office side, just trying to springboard off of this into an archive take.
Oh, here Gavini goes, moving on in. As long as this Warden is alive, though, these Candelas are always in question. That pre-placed by Iconic about a minute prior finally comes back in the last minute, detonates, makes it a 2v2. Now this position is so much more palatable for M80. Iconic can sit on top main. That's where the final Candela goes out. That leaves DS's line of sight into archives completely clear. Iconic can even rotate up main stairs now, maybe provide a second angle for DS to aid with. There goes the Ying. It is Iconic to find that third, and DS to close it out. Very, very promising start by Panbazoo and Gavini, but it's M80 and DS Iconic, the clutch ministers, to close out round 1.
And a hell of a round from them, because they had to shut the gate on DarkZero there. They exploded onto that top floor, and without those quick thinking frags coming out from M80, I really think DarkZero simply just roll over them and we're into round 2. But I mean, all for naught there for DZ. They are able to get so many kills, especially for Gavini's sake. That crazy Ash peak we saw at the top of Metal really working out for his sake. But as for M80, just sticking to their guns, man, making sure that they try and play things out to its fullest potential, especially with that Nitro Cell going down underneath. You can see how M80 are always keeping that, those gears rolling inside of their mind, just seeing what they can potentially add to the round that could be the fold that ends up knocking DarkZero over.
And that's the kind of plays that I think a lot of us are hoping we'll see from M80 inside of the NAL before we even get to talking about the Atlanta Major. Because while they had a great showing at G8, making it to that finals, a lot of us thinking about Copenhagen, in which they had a very quick exit for what seemed to be a finals contending team. They're still looking to make a big recovery in terms of the perception and also in the quality of play that we've seen inside of the regional leagues, inside of major events, in going from Copenhagen to now, seeing the ability to turn 2v3s into round wins, to work off vertical C4s and communicate between these teammates. Seeing plays like that from M80, not just in one round, but across maps, across games, across play days, that's going to show that M80 we saw at G8 is not the M80 we saw in Copenhagen.
And like we were talking about earlier, like this is a roster where you look across the entire lineup and you're like, okay, this is one that can definitely go down in the history books. Like they have so much talent here, and they have such a well fleshed out version of Siege that they're playing that there really isn't a rhyme or reason as to why they couldn't compete to be the best in the world. So that's what we're looking to see if they can accomplish, and it really all starts right here, right? The very first day of stage 2 to see what the tail end of 2023 has to offer for M80.
Right now, M80 offering DZ a little bit of free control, at least in terms of that courtyard, but everyone around it, every room around it, stationed by M80 defenders, so not free on closer examination. Oh, what a shot by Kino right there. Snapshot onto Gavini, but quickly traded out. But an Ash for a castle, I'll take that trade any day. Utility already placed by the castle, whereas Gavini still had Ash charges burning the hole in his pocket. He'll definitely miss that once you get into the next minute 30, in case there are any F-Knots that maybe you want to take down, or really any BPs, though now that, upon closer examination, not a whole lot of bulletproof utility brought by M80.
Not too much, but a lot of explosives being delivered. They can actually end up hitting their mark. They do have DS to try and assist with this, but he's mostly just for the read as to what DarkZero wants to do with their play. And as for DarkZero, they're sticking to what we usually see from them. It's going to be a lower time to execute as they try and get some extra info, but did not know what was going on inside of 90. That'll punish them. Rice will go down as he steps in for the very first time inside of top east, and he gets about 5 paces in before he's decapitated. Minute remains now as M80 is chomping at the bit for DarkZero to step up here so that they can end this next round. Canadian's going to start the plant in sight, and it looks like it's fully secured. It looks like everyone is completely gone, and Pambazoo has full coverage of the rotation here inside of Customs. Iconic does have the rotation in the back end, though, so it does look like he can at least circumvent that, but this is going to be a really, really hard ask for M80. They have like practically zero info on this.
No, not a lot of... Oh, big kill by Gomez there as Panmazoo, who is the main player cutting off the rotation back to site, covering the diffuser, falls. Diaz takes the 1v1. NGR seals it out. He's got 1 second left. Gomez just barely enough time. 2 clutches in a row give M80 a wider lead.
A wild set of affairs so far between these two. DarkZero definitely still looking like themselves in terms of pacing, right? But M80 really doing their due diligence when it comes to, exploiting that kind of pace, making sure that they're gun up and holding some of these, more harsher angles on these entry points later on into the round, and is really, really mistreating DarkZero this round especially. Last one, obviously that one's a little bit up in the air as M80 was doing a lot in that one, especially for 2 of their members. But this round, M80 able to elongate a lot of things. And I think the wildest thing about that round, Carter, that we have to talk about is the fact that not only were they not playing the site, and Canadian was able to secure that and get that plant down, but they won the retake in such a convincing fashion. The map setup really working its way back into their favor. You saw DZ try to line things up with the Yana inside of Customs, but all these little rat holes through the wall completely work their way around what we saw positioning wise for Pamba.
It's those plays, too, that can make M80 such a menace in best of ones. I mean, they definitely struggled in the best of one part of the NAL last stage, but when you have players like Iconic, like DS Lucas, performing in the situations in which they excel the most, which are those 2v3s, those 1vx's, that's where some of the magic happens. And I named Iconic and DS Lucas, but you could say the same about plenty of other players depending on the day. Gomez, Spoit, Kino, no matter who it is. In a best of one like this, where sure, maybe we look in the aggregate and notice that DarkZero have had very solid reads and very solid early rounds in rounds 1 and 2. Not only blitzing for that control and acquiring it in round 1, but recognizing that M80 weren't really playing the bomb site in round 2, then moving in and going for a plant. But because M80's star power is so stacked top to bottom, they can still close out those moments in something as narrow and nail-biting as a 1v1 that we saw in round 2.
And it's just all those little minor details, right? If Iconic doesn't have that rotate, he has to try and go over and flirt with Pamba and Customs, has to try and traverse that entire open area next to the metal desk. It's just not exactly something they'd want to do. Unfortunately, they don't have to. Now here for round 3, DarkZero looking to get their very first round of stage 2 under their belt. They want to get this one dead and gone, give Rice kind of a position to work from, as these 2 rounds so far have not been exactly great for him. He's lost a round in this one, but he does still have 2 calls to try and assist the squad. And DarkZero doing their best to try and process this top floor. They do have quite a bit of presence to deal with as well.
2 players sitting inside of Fountain and Archive, respectively, at the moment. Still some intel denial being put to good use by M80. Those Mazepes placed early on, perhaps even as an afterthought, certainly being a very focal problem for DarkZero as they continue to try to find utility or intel in the map. They've got more than half their drones alive, still got 6, but none of that intel acquired or lost drones have yielded much control. Panmazu has now walked into CCTV. The rest of DarkZero, or some of them at least, dropping down to that bottom floor, but nothing solid. They're still grasping at straws at the moment, thinking, okay, where do we go? Can we acquire vertical? I mean, moving into Armory is probably not even going to happen at this point with the amount of defenders still inside of Office and Archives, but no, Gavini, he's creeping up 90. Cam's down 2. Canadian again moving in with the bomb down. Can M80 react? 2 rounds in a row? No, they're none the wiser. They might have won round 2, but again, a bomb has gone down. He's out. And the guard is asleep at the wheel. Indeed, he's out, but Gomez is still in. He's got the first kill on the Canadian in a 5v4. Gomez moves to retake the top floor. Iconic moves to the diffuser. Will anybody from DarkZero react? No, it's Gavini, not on the diffuser, but on 2 different players on M80.
Stick it.
Yeah, he wants to. He needs to. He's got to do it. Diaz on the coverage. Will anybody from DarkZero run back in time? 2 defuses in a row. 3 clutches in a row. M80, they might be slow to start, but boy, did they come to play.
This is the wildest objective play I have seen on Border in what feels like eons. This is so crazy. Not only did they not have the oversight on both of the plants that we just saw, but they recover both of them, and the second one, Iconic, technically could have just stuck the first one, and nobody was covering it.
Or the second. Or the
yeah,
third.
it's just it's so mind blowing what we're witnessing here, because that's the kind of stuff that you never see in Siege. You never see a plant go down like that and then Canadian get picked, and there isn't another person for a country mile looking for that case, you know? It's so crazy, but this is what M80's forcing them to do. You see, even going down to that last minute links, they don't have any real control over the actual players of M80. Yeah, they have some portions of the map, but there's nothing that they're actually doing that is affecting the players and where they're trying to hold on to control. And right now, it's really M80 that's got DarkZero in this harness, and they've just not been able to find a way to break it.
And that's just the issue for DarkZero. I mean, you look at this and you're thinking to yourself, we're making the right reads. We're noticing, at least on getting the bomb down, that nobody's watching, that we have an opportunity, and even if we're cutting it close, we may be able to get away with it. You know, we got 70 to 30 odds. They're making those correct reads, but as you said, the players that they're relying on to cut off anybody from M80 going for those retakes, some are succeeding. NGR being one example in round 2, Gavini being another in round 3. Some of those players are working, but M80 are still contesting that retake enough that it's working out where they can get Iconic in a position to go for that defuse, and nobody from DarkZero, aside from that player on vent window who almost got there in time but fell to DS Lucas. M80 are still getting into those positions and closing out these rounds, and now 3 in a row. DarkZero will have to go back to Armory, not by their choice, but by a logical one from M80. Maybe again we'll see Gavini and Panmazu quickly sprint into the map for early control, but if they do, it's coming from a completely different direction than round 1.
Yeah, really showing off the thought process of Siege as well, right? Because, like you said, DarkZero's playing everything fundamentally correct. All the map presence, the clearing, the plants, everything has been honed and played out very well from their end. But it's the fact that they haven't had presence up against the players of M80. And also the fact that M80 is able to give up that map control and still have just this ability to retake when, really whenever they want to, it seems like, right? It's so crazy to me. But we'll have to see how the remaining, half of this defensive round goes for M80. Canadians switching it up a bit to try and get a better read on the top floor. But the thing I'm concerned with, Carter, is the fact that the time has really what's been harming them so often here. Yeah, they do have some presence, and they might be able to get a couple of reads on where the locations might be, but you see M80 already adding layers to this plan to try and thwart DarkZero's clear.
I mean, it's such an excellent counter to that Monty push. They've seen him pushing up into Fountain, and they've also likely recognized the DarkZero. While they might spot openings in their sights set up, they haven't taken a lot of these players to task as they have before. But there we go. Panbazoo fixing for the mistake I was about to put at the feet of DarkZero. Moves down below, doesn't spot Iconic, but spots that important C4. Bit of a misstep on those Selma charges, of course, but NGR still has one. With no C4 down below, Canadian can start walking in. Kino also on this position now has to back up or play with a shotgun around the corner. This position constantly relayed to everyone on DarkZero thanks to that Montaigne. Gavini will cut him down. Now 2-2 on the entry between these two teams, but none of those rounds have gone DarkZero's way. Oh, what a quick peek by Gomez to even the scoreline. That just puts DZ on the effective back foot with only 20 seconds left. Canadian now just moving into the bomb site to get the plant. One C4 still in hand, but it's caught on the wall. That'll let Canadian get the bomb down with just no! A quarter second too late. Canadian falls to the C4. Nobody from DZ can recover. M80 in these small one-on-one moments simply have no equal in the server.
Oh, Lynx. They do everything so correct, but it takes them so long to warm up to the idea. That's the big key here. They're able to at least get things handled downstairs. DarkZero get the wall open and start setting things up. But they didn't have any time to flirt back and forth with this and try and pull out a couple of M80 players, get rid of some utility, get rid of some of these angles. Instead, it was just hell in a handbasket. They had to go for the execution right then because they had zero time. And it didn't work out for them because of that. All of these angles that were getting adopted, M80 were ready for. They knew they had to do it at some moment in time. And with 15 seconds remaining, I mean, really, when is going to be the time, right? So M80 with a fantastic play on that. The Nitro Cell really was about to be the tail of the tape there, but fortunately enough, that got remedied pretty quickly.
I was about to say, that's that moment. You're right about to deny the plant. You know it's going to work too, and then it gets caught on just like a random particle. It's like, oh, great. Well, guess we're going to have to fight for the retake now, but DS able to recover quickly, not get flustered in that position. Does shut down Canadian entirely, gets M80, their fourth round now. I mean, look at this C4. Look at how little time is left. What, 0.25 seconds left on the clock? Canadian's like, did you see that? I am the unluckiest man on the face of the earth. That's what he's talking about right now.
Yeah. Just very unfortunate for DZ. I mean, he has the Overwatch, right, from Radio Window. But the other thing is DZ had 0 man over on AC. I mean, there's nothing really there to handle the cross or try and help with any, piece of utility that potentially flies over, because poor NJR is all the way in, the shadow realm trying to shoot a pixel out of the sky. It's practically impossible. This is the worst clay pigeon ever for him. And I mean, just not really going the way of DZ the way that they would want it to. Again, they get up to the wall. They get there. They're going to climb it. They just keep sliding back down, man. It's 4-0 M80.
Yeah. Boulder keeps rolling down the hill, unfortunately, and like Sisyphus, DZ will start their journey again.
I knew
to
it was
round
a
five.
Sisyphus joke. I knew it.
You gotta set it up sometimes. It's a 1-2 punch. But they'll keep trying to roll their Boulder up the hill. We'll just have to see if they ever crest the top. Back to Tellers, though, and I mean, the answer, if you know the tale of Sisyphus, the answer is no, but hey, that's why sometimes real life doesn't always mirror the stories. But to DarkZero's credit, Sam, which you could say this for a lot of the other rounds, DZ were here. They were trying. They are
trying, Carter.
They are trying their little hearts out, and they were here in round 2 when they attacked Tellers because they saw no one was watching the site. They moved in, got the bomb down, and the round slipped away. But everything that is still hanging over this entire round is we got 95% there. If we just do exactly what we did before, at least in theory, we're right within striking distance of a win.
The odds say that it's favorable, but M80 say no almost every single time.
Yeah, that one team in 100.
Absolutely. You got to feel for Canadian here. I think he's going to start untightening the bandana, just kind of help the blood pressure, especially after what potentially could be round 5. I think this might be it. We'll see what happens to the mental after this one. So far, so good for them, honestly. They've been playing lights out, even given the circumstances. They have been doing what they need to take control of the map, get some pressure on these squads. And Gomez, my God, man, the MP7 lays waste to DarkZero's odds on round 5. And Carter, what do you have to say about that?
I think this is about to be a career Rice round, personally. I think with Gavini and Pamazu down, the new pickup is he's gonna be called to the occasion. I think he'll rise to, no, I mean, at this point, you've got, I mean, two of the highest performing players in DarkZero.
Oh, yes! Oh, baby!
I mean, listen, I know you guys might think like, wow, Carter, how do you do it? It's, you know, it's all in the game, man. It's just, you gotta think about it sometimes. Rice does fight back. That's a big kill right there. That counts for 2, honestly, given Rice's newness to the NAL. They've also cleared out the top floor now, so is it a 4v3? Yes. Is Rice on low HP? Yes, but Canadian has dropped down into the site, leveled the odds, and oh, well, never mind. Now the diffuser is dropped inside the bomb site, but it's still a 2v2. Gomez does have a line on one player, creeping down east though, active position 2. Oh no, the head just barely creeps away. DZ might do to M80 what they have done 4 rounds now and win a round that seemed lost and seemed already written. Gomez still has info on that player playing inside a courtyard. Can't find the shot just yet. There we go. What is this game? 5 rounds that seem to be going one way, and then at the last second, go the complete opposite.
That's the Rice effect, baby.
That is everyone just give it a round of applause for Rice. I mean, seriously, like, did he get all 5 kills? No, but he killed Spoit upstairs and retook top floor at a critical moment. That's the impact kill right there.
Yeah, he broke M80. He broke them with 1 kill. He didn't even, he knew he didn't need to kill anybody else, and that's why he didn't.
Spoit literally saw Rice kill him and threw down his mouse and walked away. He was just, I can't believe it.
Gomez has to be actually so angry that he hits like one of the cleanest 2Ks I've seen in some time. And it goes to a round L. Like that just sucks. Oh man. But very well done from DarkZero. And like we've been saying this whole time, it has not been the fact that they have been playing things incorrectly. It's just that M80 have either A, been more clutch, or B, have had like the one extra chess piece to move and be like, oh, well, I'm sorry guys, you can't do that. So DarkZero finally with 1 on the board. Finally with a round for Rice as well. How to be feeling for that guy as he was trying to get things figured out. 2 kills for him as well.
10 seconds
so
to insertion.
Let's see if they can continue on now, and hopefully, fingers crossed for our DZ fans at home, pick up round 6.
And after all that, the 4-2 half, not the worst. Because you talked about Bank earlier, that sometimes it could be a map that, depending on the day, could be defender side, it could be attacker side. And I think Border is a very similar way. A lot of the time, it really comes down to who's able to get that initial control and who's able to get that initial pick. And so far, M80 have proven quite excellent at that. And even when, to be fair, that DZ have as well, it's been a lot of, I'd call it kind of sometimes BO1 moments where just the luck happens to be on one side as opposed to the other on that day. But if DZ can, say, like, repeat some of Gomez's work on the defense, once we switch halves, this could easily be a 4-2 half, and DZ could make M80 look silly at the half spot. But no matter what happens, M80 are looking to get that 5-1 half inside of round 6 as they move down below to vents and also make sure they stop DZ from getting close to an execute, which they have so consistently.
Yeah. Coolest thing for M80 they got going for them right now is the fact that usually defense is the side where Kino is tearing things up, right? But it's been the rest of the team really firing on all cylinders, which means like for the remaining of the stage, if Kino gets back to his form, which I mean, more than likely is just him trying to trade things out for his teammates and stuff like that, or just making entries for them and that kind of thing. If he gets back to form on his defenses, man, this team is going to be so difficult to deal with this stage. So really excited that they're coming out the gate swinging. We'll see if DarkZero obviously have something to say here to cap off this half, but really looking to see what DarkZero will do once they get to the defensive side. A nice read there from Kino as Canadians exothermic charge is being used on some soft breach, but not any longer.
Unfortunately, no breach charges.
They actually don't have any soft breach links.
They literally have nothing. Like no sledgehammer, no boogie drone, nothing. It's all just all just hard breaching. So you lose an exothermic, but I mean, listen, you're attacking vent, you're clearing out the top floor. You need some hard breaching for this armory wall, but you can get by with only 1 hard breacher as long as you're maybe a little lucky. Sure, it makes for a funny highlight, but really not the biggest deal overall. What's going to be a bigger deal for M80 is I was about to say the amount of players converging on Spoit's position on the top floor. 3 different players, I believe, Pambazu, Gavini, maybe NJR, all looking to take control away from M80. But Spoit retreats, and Gomez instead fills the gap on East Stairs, where everyone from DarkZero was moving into Armory and Archives. Now it's M80, but 1 player this time, looking to try and shift his team's fortunes. Diaz also going for the 2-man rotate. There's a Thatcher around the corner. Oh, they both line up. Diaz only put down to 1 HP, gets a key shot onto Gavini. Makes it a 4v4, though effectively a 4v3 with how low Diaz is, but an official 4v3 because instead Spoit is hitting all the shots he needs to. Pambazu's wrestled control of the site away from the defense, though. So now DZ not only in a position to get the bomb down, but likely a much safer one than some of the rounds previously. Iconic going for a key retake, gets a key kill! Not again, man! You gotta be kidding me here. 5-1 for M80, another execute failed for DarkZero at the finish line.
5-1 for M80, and all smiles across the roster for them. As that's the way you want to start off your season, man. Stage 2 looking pretty hot for them, at least for this defensive side here on Border, as they're able to get 1 over, or rather 5 over, on DarkZero here for this half in pretty strong fashion across the board. I mean, whether it be through creative means or just sheer gunpowder, it seems like they have it in spades, man. So we'll see if they can continue their reign of terror on the offensive side. But as of now, this is M80's game to lose.
Once you get 5 rounds at that point, I mean, no matter what side you're going on, unless you're on one of those weird maps that, you know, just came out that has like 5-1, 6-0 halves, whenever you get those 5 rounds, no matter what, that's your game at that point. You could surely get 1 or 2 rounds over the finish line, but also makes for those big highlight games, those memorable games when the team who is down so far is able to mount such a convincing comeback. We'll see if DarkZero have that capability today, especially in round 7, as they'll need to win this one and the next feud to deny M80 match point. Could see overtime if DarkZero can also get a 5-1 half, but at this point, DZ is just playing round by round and trying to stay alive as long as they can.
Defender has been discovered.
Just mind-boggling how M80 was able to stay alive practically for the majority of those rounds into the later portion of those rounds on a map like Border, one where you practically have 2 square feet to move around the entire time, and if you breathe wrong, Lynx, somebody shoots you in the head. So, like, especially up against DarkZero with how diligent they are about their angles and clearing things and getting these force pushes onto players. Just, I mean, a very strong showcasing of how talented M80 are at Rainbow Six.
They're clear, of course. We still have yet to see, still need to see that talent translate.
Oh.
In NAL Stage 2, I was about to say, their attacking side, just because we haven't seen any evidence yet. Round 1 of potentially many more to come. No. Not too much damage exchanged either way. The Pambazu does lose some damage to the player sitting outside CC doorway. Evident of M80 on that top floor, not acquiring much control, but Gomez, a quick entry and a quick exit with a frag in between. Canadian might be shut down, but nice shot by Pamba to recover onto an equally key operator. Easy, love that Solus and might lose it, but taking down that Dokkaebi in turn, that'll make M80's clear not nearly as easy if those calls were still up.
That's about as even as you can get in these trades. The only issue is now is that M80 still have access to Lion and quite a bit of execution utility with Ying coming in too. Still some drones in tow for M80 as well, and we'll try to apply those to the situation. DS will be able to pick up Gavini, and this is just getting worse and worse for DZ. And EE1D out and a couple more Candelas too, as Iconic is going to hold on to the balcony. This is all just to try and exploit DarkZero, get them to stretch thin, get them to try and pay attention to what's going on over here so M80 can continue the play rolling over on the office side. And it's worked out so masterfully up to this point. It's down to Rice and Pamba. Pamba on lower HP. Rice, we need to see the clutch here out of our new star player.
Well, not anymore, unfortunately.
It's my fault. You can chalk that one up to me.
Pambazu, the veteran as well, also not tall enough for the task. 6-1 now for M80 as they get a key first attack, and we'll just need to win 1 more in the next 5 rounds. Close this out in regulation. I guess technically the 4 rounds if you want to close this out in regulation. Math is a little difficult when you're working in such an abstract environment. But I mean, Sam, M80 start out their attacks. We're expecting a decent showing. And while DZ fight back, M80 clearly have Border on lock. And the ability to consolidate around positions, coordinate, have crossfires, it was all there and what we hoped for in round 7.
Yeah, so, you know, in other news, how was your day? Because I don't know if we have anything else to talk about. I'm just kidding. No, DarkZero, again, it's giving the exact same thing it gave on the first half, man. They're setting up properly. We see them going through the motions of what you would assume to be a successful round, and then M80 nip it in the bud. I think the best thing there for DZ is that they were able to at least keep things on equal toe there for at least a little bit. But once M80 smelled blood in the water, they saw the portion of the map that they could take over and start taking the fight to DarkZero. Everything was just thrown out the window at that point. DarkZero really didn't have a chance. And it seemed like M80 was really just waiting for kind of a trade situation or something to go their way over on, that square portion of the map. And as soon as it did, they just started swinging everything. I especially like the fact that they had Iconic just sit outside on CCTV window and throw all of his utility, just chuck it, and not do anything with it at all. All of DarkZero had their vision honed in on the breach, on what could possibly have been going on with security. Just such a cool moment there for M80 to add a distracting factor like that so the rest of the unit can try and work the map and catch some DZ people off guard.
Certainly caught all of us off guard with how one-sided this game has been so far.
I thought this was going to be the burner today. I'll be so real.
That's the funny thing is, I mean, Lax talked about this with the wild card game, about how even though it was a 7-2, some of those rounds were a lot closer than the scoreline might reflect. I mean, this game is another example of that, just even more hyperbolic of one. 6-1, but DZ were, again, right at the edge there to push a line over, or push a round over the line. And make this, a 4-4, 5-4 game, something like that. See some closer scoreline than this. They were right there.
Something that's not 6-1.
Something that's not 6-1, essentially, is what I'm getting at. But it is like a 3-3 or a 5-4 or something like that. But M80 have just been so good in these late rounds. So good in the clutch. That's made the lead as stark as it is. NGR trying his best to start things off on a good note. And indeed he will. Kino, who has been so far the one weak link. Never mind. He's strong in this round because on the repeat, Kino's there for it.
Kino on 1 HP takes the angle links. What kind of a man is this? He's a beast. That's
I'm not
just
built like
ridiculous. Yeah, he's like that for sure, man. The confidence getting shown off right there. No more calls, and M80 working their way into sight. IQ will get a goo mine, but what the sprint out of Pamba! He'll go down. Doesn't expect the swing. Rice will at least be able to help out with that situation. Iconic will go down, and so will Gomez. Scavini will pick him up as a 3 versus 3. Rice will drop down low. Canadian with 1, and DarkZero. Yes, it's been a messy round, but they'll take whatever they can get if it comes like this.
Probably the messiest round we've had so far, or at least one that's taken place before the post plant. On 1 HP, he's got active intel on Gavini, so even on 1 HP, that's an easy enough double for him to make. There is indeed the pre-fire lands. That's case dropped inside of the site. Spoit the boy wonder. Now in a 1v2 to get their first win, a dominant one for M80 if he can land these next 2 gunfights. Knows one player's in this corner. There's the head, but no shot to follow up. Rice clean with it. Keeps DZ alive for another round.
He didn't even need the remaining shots, man. He could have dinked Spoit with the first bullet out of that MPX. Rice showing up when DarkZero needed it most, and what a position to be in as well, as he's practically sitting inside of default or inside of tellers. Catches everyone off guard from M80, and that's the kind of moment that we needed to see DZ build up to on their defensive side. So we'll see if they can try and get this ball rolling now, potentially get some momentum here.
Good moment to keep them in the game. Of course, at that point, for M80 as well, I mean, with losing Iconic and Gomez, and then when they were both downed, and then Diaz was the first one killed out of those engagements, DZ had a set of circumstances that were very favorable to them by having 2 players down on the floor, could be finished off, and Kino put to 1 HP earlier on. It was a situation that was probably one of the most favorable they've had in this map so far, able to close that out. Very good to have a chance at getting these next 4 in a row. Just 1 tellers, they'll go back to Armory, back up to that second floor, where we saw M80 not really clear out the CC position early on, but clear out everything around it and basically force Panbazoo in an unwinnable situation by the time it came to a 1v4.
A lot of big utility pieces here for M80 as well. So these early engagements going to mean quite a bit, especially from what we've seen out of Kino. He's been put in the hot water pretty early on inside of these rounds throughout the last couple. So we'll see if he can try and right his wrongs. Really holding the cross here once again. You can see he switched out the scope. He's on the 1.5 now. He had the 3 times before. He's like, I think that's a little too close. I'm seeing a little bit too much. So try things out with a 1.5. He'll take up Pamba just a little bit. It'll be a trade back and forth on damage, and obviously Pamba's Doc, so he will remedy himself very quickly. M80 is going to continue to try and work things from the south side of the map and just try and dot their I's and cross their T's before working their way in.
Finding some intel created by the defense too. So at least making an entry into CC or into break a lot easier later on. East is the main point of pressure that M80 want to apply so far. With Gomez and Kino making their way inside. Lion also sitting outside the radio window. Oh, the Frost breaking it open. Doesn't know Diaz is there, but Diaz certainly knows MJR is there thanks to that Dokkaebi call. We're all waiting for the call, maybe in the vault into the window. Push this quickly, but no, Gomez and Kino have both backed off as damage is exchanged on the opposite part of the map. There goes the hop out, and there's Diaz, the most patient man in North America, who finally finds his man.
And NJR definitely not happy about that one, as you can see in the webcam. Like you said, M80, the patience right now up against DarkZero, something that DZ is usually the king of. It's not the history of Siege. This time around, though, they're getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine as M80 is practically delivering death by 1,000 cuts to DarkZero right now. Little drones, little piece of utility goes awry. NJR dies, a little damage to Canadian, and slowly coiling around this map, getting control of some of the more outward locations that we saw DZ holding on to prior. All in an effort to make things as difficult for the remaining 4 of DZ to try and hold on to this. M80 trying to build up here. Voight might be accessing back end as it looks like they want to try and get things planted over on the archive side. He'll swing right in through Mini, swings all the way around, still has one around the end. He's actually going to find the opposite player. It's going to be Rice. The plant's still getting stuck. Voight has the cross, and it's all up to Pambazoo and Canadian, but Canadian can't find anything. He's dead. He's gone. It's up to Pambazoo to try and shut this down now, and he can't hold a candle to M80's light as they'll shut out DZ.
I mean, double 7-2s, man. It's been a quick day on NA so far. We'll have the desk likely to take a little bit longer to break this one down than it felt like the game even lasted.
Truly incredible stuff from M80. And I just want to highlight DarkZero quickly because obviously we talked about M80 a lot this game. DZ, no slouch here, just really couldn't get that last 5% to push themselves across the finish line and make it to where they had some more rounds that could have went the way of M80. So with that being said, folks, that's going to do it here for us for Game 2. We're going to send you a quick break. We'll be back at the desk.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking. I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean, me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as Opera came out, you picked it. I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure. And
that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too. There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit. Okay. What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
Oh. What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged.
I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time. So.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You expect me to wake up
You're
that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm like I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they ain't me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through, and the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is.
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We got to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better, just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
So far, it is a hellaciously short day. First, it was Wildcard trouncing Soniqs. Now it's M80 trouncing DZ. Same scoreline for both maps. clearly there's something in the water in North America to start out with. Like, I don't really know why we're going so short right now.
Yeah, it's not even like they're bad teams that are getting kind of put in the dirt here. I mean, this one we expected to be close. We said it was going to be the best game of the day. And, I mean, it was if you're an M80 fan, I suppose. But that was a really questionable match coming through from DarkZero.
I mean, I just want to say, we ran out of time, but I was saying that I did pick DZ, but I was going to say if M80 plays the way that they were in terms of stopping DZ from getting into the map, it was probably going to go in M80's favor. So just throwing that out there.
Definitely the thing that you were hoping to say prior to segment actually going live. Sure. We'll just go with that. We do have Bodega to talk to you for an interview real quick. So, brother, hey, congratulations first off. There genuinely isn't a better way to start the stage. DarkZero on Border, did that seem kind of like a match made in heaven for you guys, or was that a curveball and you guys just kind of ran with it?
Yeah, so we're very used to the map of Border. Like, we know how to play the map, but like we based on recent events, like we're not playing the map that well. We had a good game against NIP, but we choked on the finals against BDS, and we kind of knew how DZ was gonna prep for the game. Like I thought like they're gonna exploit what they saw on the game against BDS, where they played so passive and they punished us every single game, like every single round. So, and that worked for us, like for the gameplay, you know?
I saw Kino there right at the very end. I saw it.
Well, listen, Border clearly was the right choice for you guys, Bodega, but I mean, it must have been somewhat of a difficult choice because with the maps changes that have happened for this stage, you guys lost two pretty strong maps for yourselves, right? Theme Park and Villa both leaving the pool. Those are both maps that you guys like to play. How much did things have to change at M80? How much did the game plan have to shift given that the map pool changes happened coming into the stage? And how much have you been practicing the new maps, if you're willing to share that?
Honestly, like when it comes to map pool changes, like whatever I say is gonna be biased, I feel like. So I just whenever a new map comes in, I just focus on the new maps. I'll grind it. We're gonna play the new maps. I'm sorry that I banned Concert today. I didn't ban Night Haven though. So, but I'm gonna leave both open pretty soon. So watch out. You guys watch out.
Ooh, okay.
All right. Well, Bodega, obviously I haven't seen you in a while. I miss your face. I'm glad I'm able to talk to you. Obviously from a different point of view now, but my big question to you is, obviously, the team dynamic that you guys have, how important, like I want you to tell everyone how important it is to have the chemistry that all you players and coaches have together, that is like a big reason for your guys' success.
Yeah, so like it's just years of work coming together, you know, like it was years of grind, I think, for everyone. And we just set up a team that everyone knows what to do, and we just focus as a unit, and I mean, it's clearly working, so we just focus on the process and just trust the process, you know?
That's all you got to do is trust the process, baby.
I'm saying it's working out for now. You don't have any other game you have to worry about for today, so you just have your doubleheader to worry about for tomorrow and plenty of other play days on from this point. Congrats on the dub. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night off.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Genuinely job well done as far as M80 is concerned. DarkZero, though, we can like praise M80 all day for all those clutch rounds, but talk about DZ being in so many situations where it looked like they were about to win, and again, the execute problem comes back to be the bane of their existence almost every single time.
Listen, the plant stat was off the charts. They were getting the kit down time after time, but it was just never able to be converted into a round win. The early round, it wasn't even that things were really going DarkZero's way, right? They would get into a good spot to plant the kit, but it was often like sneaking with a man disadvantage or with even man counts. They were very objective focused, but winning in that post plant seemed impossible for DarkZero today.
Yeah, I mean, to just even touch on that, I mean, those clutch rounds really could have went either way, but when you, I don't care, listen, I don't care what team you are, what player you are, if you are losing clutch rounds back to back to back, that is mentally exhausting, mentally draining, and again, coming from a player perspective of my own, when you are in those situations, you are drained. Your mental is not necessarily chalked. I mean, you'd expect everyone at the professional level to be able to handle something. But again, when it is happening back to back, it's exhausting. It's taxing on you. You have to figure out, okay, well, that could have been it. Let's focus on the next one. That could have been it. Let's focus on the next one. That could have been it. Let's focus on the next round. So, I mean, it's just exhausting. So I feel bad for DZ because that game could have went a little more back and forth. But, I mean, again, props to M80 for closing it out.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw even there in a quick clip, Canadian trying to talk to the team. It's clear that he was trying to be very vocal that game because as the leader, as the captain, the veteran of the roster, you're the guy who's got to try to shift the tides, get the momentum back on your side. But it's tough when you've got a guy like Rice coming in. Not that he in particular played poorly this game, but getting into that mental space when you're in a match like this, it's your very first debut game. Yeah, you played Breaking Point, but this is what really matters.
This is when it matters. It's true. Yeah,
that's
I mean,
gonna get to you.
You're gonna harp on it as long as you want. The idea that whatever you did prior to the North American League is not going to matter. It's not the great way for Rice to debut. He had a good offseason tournament, but that won't matter in the big leagues.
I mean, I'll say that. Just to touch up on that. Listen, to all the Challenger League players out there, T3 players, I don't care what you've done. I don't care what your accolades are in T2, T3. None of that matters here. The fact is, you're in Pro League. This is where you're going to create a name for yourself, where you're going to make a legacy. Any of it, like, this is now. So forget the past. Focus on what you can do now to be consistent, to be better, improve, and just make a name for yourself.
Speaking of being better, if DarkZero actually want to be Atlanta, they will need to be better than they were in this game. They'll have plenty of more chances, and maybe at this point, they're off until tomorrow. And just because Atlanta's right around the corner, let's just remind you real quick, tickets are on sale.
Before we get into Beast Coast Oxygen, I want to take you guys through one quick round and give you a quick breakdown of round number 3 between M80 versus DarkZero, because this was really a round where I think encapsulated what was going wrong for DarkZero throughout this game. To start off, the very beginning of prep phase, we see M80 getting ready for a plant inside of the B bomb site, particularly with Kino. He's already placed one of these Valkyrie cameras as soon as the round has started to make sure they have vision inside of the B site. Let's play along to a little bit later, and we'll see what the response is to come through from DarkZero. How are they going to handle this? Well, as we can see, they've brought a ton of operators that deal with Valkyrie. They've got the Dokkaebi, they got the Twitch, they got the IQ. Whatever they could possibly need, they're going to make sure they deal with that camera. Awesome, great. Beyond that, the main way you're going to deny that plant on most defenses is you're going to play above. And at 107, all 4 players of M80 had already dropped down. Now, there was one player up above. That was Spoit. We didn't quite get to see him, but he was upstairs in Fountain. Keep him in the back of your mind. The other way that you're going to deny this plant is horizontally. And of course, Iconic is set up to do just that. And when we see Iconic coming through and trying to stop this smoke plant, what Canadian's done is he's chosen a bit of a strange spot to plant in. We'll clear the screen and we'll watch this. Take a look at even Iconic. He's firing into the smoke. He knows plant's going down, but he doesn't know the angle. He even tried the impacts. They're a little bit late. So things have gone off the rail. At this point, M80 know they need to retake top and fast. Here goes Gomez, trying to take the top floor. But DarkZero, they're prepped for it. Sure, maybe Kit's being hit, but double kill from Gaveni comes in massively for the squad. This is the worst possible moment. Gaveni kills Kino and Gomez back to back. But the guy up in Fountain, you may have forgotten about him, but he's coming back at the last possible moment. Spoit is jumping on in, and this is how a Wonder Kid can just turn around against the enemy team. You don't see the kills on screen, but keep watching that kill feed, and keep in mind all this going down on the top floor. He's running around that top. We also see Diaz hit a sick shot right there through the window to be able to get the one denial from the main floor. These 2 players, the last one's alive on DarkZero, and JR coming through at the very end there, just too far back, not there in time to support the teammates, and unfortunately they weren't able to close that out for the top floor. So those little mistakes, they can catch you, and unfortunately for DarkZero, that's a game loss against M80 to start their season. But we got 4 more matches here to play on the NAL Playday number 1, so let's jump back to the desk and break down game number 3 for the day.
You know, I finally understand what the J in Jesse J Chick stands for.
What's that?
It stands for J-Breakdown.
Ooh. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
So good, so good. The fact that we have somebody who's so good at telestration, man, that's just a skill. For some reason, I never got. I'm happy we have someone who does.
I'm gonna be honest, you were like a pop-out book for me. I could envision everything that you were laying out right there just by seeing the back.
You're basically just speaking his love language for the most part. Yeah.
I'm illiterate. I can't read, so it worked out.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, good grief. I was going to try to find a segue off of the you can't read thing, but I can't, so we'll just do the old-fashioned way. It's time to move on to Game 3. Beast Coast and Oxygen Esports is up on deck again. Debut for both of them. One of them's got a doubleheader today because Beast Coast is going to have to go face Wildcard later, which now looks considerably different after they beat the Soniqs, which means they have to have a really strong performance against Oxygen, but Oxygen, to their own credit, they're looking like they want to have a nice, good, fresh restart after they played in Gamers 8 earlier in the year.
Certainly, and I think for Gamers 8 for OXG, it's a difficult tournament to break down because on one hand, they wanted to make it to playoffs. They didn't get into the top half of that tournament. I think it is a disappointment. On the other hand, they had to play against the best 2 teams in the world to make it out of that group, W7M and BDS. And that's a tall task for any team. Eventually, a little team like M80 did at least beat W7M, but still, I think for Oxygen Esports, that's a tournament where, although it may feel bad losing out in groups, I still think they can look at that and think objectively, we didn't play too bad, and we still have a shot coming in for stage 1.
I mean, my biggest question, obviously, with them losing to BDS was, did they need me? I mean, I'm just saying.
Many have said that they did.
Just saying. But no, anyways, no, Oxygen is a very strong team. I mean, I think they definitely want to prove, they were the number 3 best team in the world. And they still currently are, if we're, still tracking that. So I think they still want to show the world why they're the top 3, why they were so close. And they have all the potential on that roster with the version of Yaga and then also adding Fish.
Yeah, and I think that for OXG, you can take a look at some of the players maybe not having the pop-off performances at Gamers 8. I think you go back to some of those tough matches, right? And I think the pure aggression that came through from W7M was something that they really struggled against. I wonder if in this match against Beast Coast, that's something that we're going to see again. Because when we saw that match happen in Gamers 8, Dream was on the Nomad, trying to stop that from happening, but really wasn't finding much success, constantly getting jumped out, dying early as that hard support. I think if you're Beast Coast, what you need to be doing against Oxygen is looking at those games where OXG did fall to the best teams in the world, but seeing what happened in those games and trying to emulate that. And for me, looking at W7M, that means pure aggression.
So specifically, you want to look at their Riyadh performance and try to dissect that, but that's still the first time that we've seen them play with Fish. And we already highlighted Fish at the beginning of the day. We think there's a lot that he's able to offer to this team. But like you said, they faced some of the hardest competition that there is to face in the offseason. And if that's the first time you're going to be playing with a new player, hopefully you get a little bit more time to actually get everybody in the groove. If we can, though, we should probably talk about Dream because he was also a really good support player back in Stage 1. There were a lot of really good things that he was doing. And Lex, you actually talked to him and a couple of other guys earlier, right?
So I reached out and asked a couple questions about Dream. And specifically what Dream told me is something that he really wanted to work on is just his communication overall. And when I think about it, when I was on Oxygen and playing, Fox would be the one leading the charge and kind of breaking down what was going on. And then once it got to the late round, Dream was the one that was then taking control of the round. And we've seen Dream's stats. Like, he gets the bomb down, and that is solely because Dream is taking control of that late round, of that execute, and getting the bomb down. So the fact that he is acknowledging, maybe I'm not communicating as much to get everyone in line, to get everyone into position in order to, get that bomb down, I think that's such an important thing for Dream to realize and then bring that going forward.
I think when it comes to Dream, he's been a player who can be very objective focused, getting those kits down. He can play the hard kind of operators that you need to play on defense, right? Doing the less than flashy jobs. But again, what I would like to see from him doing a little bit more is being able to stay alive and handle himself a bit better when you're facing pure unrivaled aggression, because that was the big thing that I thought he was not really able to handle. And that's a team thing too. I don't want to pile it all on him, but the team needs to be able to come together, protect your important pieces when you're facing a style of play like that, because it really can be a glaring weakness for Oxygen if it gets exploited.
And I think that goes into the communication part that I was saying, that Dream wants to talk more. Maybe that wasn't noticed in terms of he wasn't able to get people covering him or setting him up for the success that he can set everyone else up for the success.
If we're just considering Dream on the face of it, phenomenal player. We know that he's capable of performing because the amount of times we see him just suddenly become an MVP out of the blue. It happens more frequently than sometimes we care to admit because the focus is always on the guys who are above him. And we did highlight Fish. We'll keep on talking about Fox because we know he's good at his job. Same thing with the other dudes on that. I mean, I know begrudgingly you don't want to admit that Fox is a good player, but
no, Fox is a phenomenal. He might have dropped me, but he's a phenomenal player. Listen, I love Fox. At the end of the day, we're still good friends. I mean, maybe not as close of friends, but we're still good friends, and I got tons of respect for him. Fox is a phenomenal player. He's always been. I mean, from the time that I played with him and even to now, he's matured as a player. So I'm just glad to still see, they're still having really good success.
Specifically for their opponents now. I mean, well, sorry, I'm totally cutting you off because Mr. B is on the opposite side. Mr. B, of all the players, I love the fact that we're getting a matchup that's him directly against another team that is still doing what they can to try to figure things out, because it doesn't really seem like there's that much of a clear favorite at the minute. If you're trying to put both teams up on a pedestal, both have the ability to qualify, but I feel like everyone, at least according to Mr. B, has kind of forgotten what his ability is.
Listen, I put Mr. B bottom tier in my tier list, okay? Mr. B and Beast Coast. And that wasn't because of Mr. B, you know? I think that Mr. B has been a great player through stage 1. I think he's very talented. However, if we want to read his own words here, say some of y'all seem to have forgotten who I am and what I do. I'll see you on the 6th. That's today. Sure, great. Let's remember who you are and what you've done throughout the offseason. Since making this roster move, Beast Coast lost to Cruelty 7-4, beat some team called Monkey Business 7-5, lost to Alpha Atheris 8-7. They beat Outlast 2-1 in a BO3. Then they beat Last Resort, went to Breaking Point, and lost to SSG Academy 7-4, 7-2. There's a sub in that, but still, if we remember what Mr. B and Beast Coast have done through the offseason, it's been tough.
Jesse is
It's been not good. And so for Mr. B to want to prove people wrong, that's great. But I gotta see that. I'm a numbers guy. I'm not seeing the results right now to come through from Beast Coast. And at the moment, they don't look like a team that are realistically gonna qualify. Prove me wrong here. I'd love to see it. But so far, the results don't look good for BC.
Let's figure out what battleground that's actually going to happen on, whether Jesse's mouth is going to get shut by Mr. B actually managing to get Beast Coast up to the right standards, or if Oxygen are going to be the ones to claim new ground. We're going to Chalet, but Jesse, exactly how did we get there?
Okay, so we end up on Chalet. I was kind of expecting something a little bit different, maybe like an Oregon coming through, and that was the final map that Oxygen had to decide between. So it's going to be OXG choosing to send us to Chalet. That's a little bit questionable because we have had a couple of tough losses from OXG on Chalet as of very recently. A 7-2 game against BDS at Gamers 8, a 7-3 game against SSG Academy at Game Rogue in the offseason as well. So, I mean, there have been some weaknesses shown from Oxygen here. I'm sure Beast Coast have studied those. The question is, how much has Oxygen changed their playstyle and changed that map since showing it last?
I mean, I want to say I'm not surprised that it goes to Chalet, to completely honest with you. I mean, their coaching staff of Hopes and Redeem, they put in a lot of work. So if they're going to pick Chalet, and that even if they've had those, you know, hurdles going through that, I can only assume that they are extremely confident that they have the prep, that they have the work done in dry runs, whatever that is, to close out this map.
There's tons of things that we can still talk about with Beast Coast. We should talk about how the fact that Reverse is a brand new rookie for this stage, how Spiff is coming on this team after he played with you and was also on Astralis, how Hat was one of the best performing players in stage 1, and how pivotal it's going to be that he continues to play up to the same standard. There's tons of things that we should be talking about with Beast Coast and that we can get into, but we're actually going to let the casters do that because it's their last game of the day. It's Carter and Sam on for Game 3.
And not only, you know, did we talk about what Lax said, you know, hyping up, shouting out the support staff on OXG. But if you want to take a look and, you know, satisfy Jesse a little bit, you know, Mr. Numerologist in the background. I mean, Beast Coast in the NAL, 1-3 record on Chalet inside of the NAL. Now, of course, there's been the offseason. Sure, maybe not as successful for BC, Sam, but if you look at it, Chalet, this is not exactly the best map that they have a record on.
Lynx, I gotta be honest with you here. I don't exactly think that Beast Coast is going to do the most amazing up against Oxygen here today, but I will tell you this. There's one man on the Beast Coast roster that I am going to just carry the banner of this entire game, and it's going to be Reverse, because I love Reverse. That dude is amazing. I've always respected him as a player, played ranked with him for a very, very long time. Happy to see him finally make his debut in professional play. But again, like, if we're being real, I don't think Beast Coast is going to get it over on Oxygen, although Mr. B does have a lot to bring to the table when it comes to any roster that he is a part of. So just very excited that Reverse is under a IGL like Mr. B, and excited to see what Beast Coast's new iteration can do here today on Chalet.
And to Beast Coast credit, I mean, sure, they might not have had a great record in the offseason, but with players like Reverse, or in the past, players going all the way back to CL like Gavini, or back to present times, Hat, Mr. B knows how to position a lot of young players very well, and to make them look like a much more older and seasoned team than they might outwardly appear. So if Beast Coast have kind of fixed some of those issues they saw against teams like Alpha Atheris in the offseason, OXG might have a tough fight on their hands, but then again, kind of like to mirror the start of the day, Sam, we're going against a known quantity in terms of we know what Newers can do. We know even a little bit of what Fish can do after the couple tournaments and stages we've seen him in at a tier 1 level. OXG seems to be on paper such a tough opponent, but today has certainly been a game of one-sided matches, and in the case of match 1, a game for the underdogs.
Yeah, we keep going to the next chapter, but it's the same script every single time.
There you go. Wherever you go, there you are.
Yeah, the eyes in the hills, they are watching. We'll see if they're looking over the snow-capped mountains around Chalet here as we jump on in now. Beast Coast will be on the defensive end here. They're going to be starting things out in Kitchen, so exciting to see what they can potentially get done here, especially on a site that we don't usually see as the starting site, although it is quite easily defendable.
And sometimes we'll see teams maybe favor masturbating in office a bit more, maybe the bar and games, but kitchen and dining definitely seems to be, I would say, probably kind of the bulwark for the defensive side.
The ugly duckling, I would say, of the four.
But listen, it gets the job done, because sure, you might not be able to hold entirely on the site all that much. You can back up a little bit to kitchen and trophy, but dining itself, once that breach gets open, you're not going to be doing a lot of direct play in that area. It's the top floor that is usually where we see the most defenders stationed over the first half of the round, and that's what the defense needs to make sure is holding solid for that first half, making sure that players like Newers don't just tear the master bedroom and office positions open and take that control away from the defense too early.
Now, that's seriously what you have to be concerned with when you're playing up against Oxygen, is at any moment in time, Yogg and Newers can put your entire team to the sword in what feels like a moment's notice. So Oxygen will begin their warpath over on the library side. Do have a couple of positions outside still, just trying to get a couple of windows open and other things in between. Well, controller on K9 balcony couldn't harm them either. Yaga's going to start connecting a couple of these different areas, especially outside on the balcony for himself. And that'll be the first minute here for OXG. So it's all going to be the heavy lifting, boring parts of Siege as we will quickly be getting on to the firepower.
Oh, once that engagement, he's more than happy to take it. Unfortunately for Hat, might have to rein in some of his aggressive instincts. You want to deny time, not necessarily take gunfights, or at least ill-thought-out ones, but getting a quick 2-shot onto Fish and getting away scot-free. No one can admonish him for that one. Now Beast Coast are even in a safer position than they were before. The shield on Piano still alive and an easy fallback position on Blackwall too. OXG now on the back foot, despite seemingly making good use of their time.
Yeah, they were at least able to get the breach open off of that, so some stronger positioning around Piano and potentially Master Window getting adopted in. It could end up forcing a plant here, but I don't really know what they can really get done. They need to clear this out, need to get some of this verticality added, and still need to try and add that kitchen breach as well. All this going to be a little difficult for them, but finally Hat's going to give up the goods, and that's going to be the kill that Oxygen has been searching so long for. That pick will come right at the 1 minute mark, and with a lot to do, they don't have very much time.
Now, having Newers be the guy in this position to hold down the top floor control, I do not really have a lot of faith in Beast Coast, unfortunately. Not because of anything they did, but trying to retake top against one of the best fraggers, not only in North America, but in the world. I mean, nobody wants to peek Newers in this position, especially when he's still racking up kills through the floor. Spiff the second to fall to his G36. Now Mr. B the third to hit the floor. Doc will go for that retake. He finds Dream instead. Newers going for that full clear. Oh, what a flick! But it's still a 2v1. OXG have maintained that lead after dropping the first pick. And your boy, Sam, reverse. He's got to be the one to win the first round. Knows someone's outside a trophy. Just spots him. Lands the spray. Yaga's got the case, but not a lot of time. Switch to the shotgun. Oh! It doesn't favor him. Just a bit of damage done. The 2-shot to finish it! BC win round 1 off the back of Sam's ranked buddy.
Stop the count. Stop the count right now.
It's over.
It's over. It's done.
Game over.
2-0, 2.0 KD, reverse infinite rating. That's all we needed. Beast Coast wins.
I also can I didn't mean to do reverse. He's more than Sam's ranked buddy, but you know, we got an emotional connection. I want to flex, okay?
Oh man, no, dude, it's so weird for me, especially with just like being a part of Siege for so long. I played this game for like 8 years, right? So I've just hit that point in like how long I've been interacting with the scene where everybody that comes in, I'm like, oh my God, I remember when you were like 12. You know, it's so weird, man. It's so weird. Like the one that I always think about, especially just because like they were such a known quantity for so long, is Ambi. Ambi was just that young player that everybody was like, this kid is 12 years old and he's slapping the brakes off me. But I digress. It's just really cool to always see people that have a dream like that finally be able to do that, because I am luckily one of those kind of people that had a dream in esports and I was able to do that. So it's always cool to see people win that you know.
Plus, it's also good when you actually have to give credit to that player for the play. I mean, you see him able to win that one on the guy in trophy. Of course, it was two isolated 1v1s, but win both of them. Excellent job to reverse. But also to give credit where credit's due, good job from OXG, despite losing that first pick to Hat. That didn't really stop them on their clear all that much. Their pace was still there. They didn't fall back at all. They pushed Newers in even further, and he got both of those kills and got them that 4v3. So Reverse might have won the round, but OXG is still putting a very solid foot forward in round 1.
Absolutely. It took him 2 minutes to warm up to the idea, but you kind of expect that, right? At Siege, people are going to try and work through what you would normally do, drones, info, try and clear out your initial roamers if there are any. So once Oxygen finally got up to bat, they really knocked it out of the park. It was really just down to that clutch situation, like you said, where Reverse was able to get the ISO'd one-on-ones that ended up being the downfall of Oxygen. But loved what we saw from the clearance upstairs, especially out of Newers and especially out of Fox. I love the patience out of him, just not really overplaying his hand ever, just always being that, you know, solid block that Oxygen can rely on to stay alive throughout the round and make sure that whether it be a fallback angle or something else that BCO throw at them, he's there and ready to try and assist.
Some serious drywall work.
Dream too often that rock for OXG. He'll consistently open up the wall in this case, but there's Reverse trying to get aggressive. Oh, that's a bummer right there. Looks the wrong way.
Don't bring it up. I don't want to talk about it.
It's all good. We'll just move past it for Sam's sake. There are still two defenders on that top floor. Hat being the first line of defense against OXG after Reverse falls. But he might have to fall back very soon. Oh, but he spots Dream. Now's the time to pull back. Never mind. This is Hat. Who am I talking about? He'll play for a little bit more, gamble his life a little further. He's got to be wary of that mirror window, though, as the attack might be able to look through it thanks to the breach. That could give an angle on the Hat's position inside a piano.
We standing 10 toes on it. Pianos his hats, and the only way you're getting is if you rip it from his cold dead hands. Newers can't land the shot. These two flirting back and forth, and it's Newers landing a couple kisses, but the kiss of death finally coming from Foxe as he'll take down 2. Beast Coast will get reduced to atoms as it's down to Mr. B, the captain on Beast Coast. He'll try and don the top of the solarium stairs and more than likely meet his maker at a moment's notice. We'll see who is willing to try and swing into this. It's actually going to be Newers first, and he'll go down to the P90. Try and switch the angles up, but it'll be Yaga on a pre-fire. Auction will get their very first round here on Chalet as we'll tie things all up at 1-1.
Just fight for minimal control as well. They know that, all right, nobody is really roaming on the library side. We can take this control very early on. And you're already halfway there for a master bedroom and office execute if you're coming from library side. So they open the breach, Reverse dies, and they know Hat is inside a piano. But with 2 minutes to focus on that position, that's more than enough time for OXG, even if Foxe doesn't line up a double, to land a nade or even just kill one player in piano. And at that point, in a 5v3, you can move in and start putting the bomb down. And OXG got more than that. So they knew what kind of take they wanted, knew what control they needed to get, and knew when to hit the go button. And it was just textbook from OXG in round 2.
Absolutely the case, and something they really needed to get under their belt here inside of the opener, especially on the offensive side of Chalet, right? This is not a map that you want your offenses to go awry very often, as it's the defense where things usually tend to be pretty difficult. A lot of offensive angles working their way in pretty easily, just a lot of, you know, crossfires and things along those lines that as a defenseman, you are usually very, very aware of just because of how detrimental they can be to your, you know, overall setup or your rotations throughout the map. And something that we'll see Oxygen exploit time and time again throughout this game, and more than likely here in round 3, as they're already getting themselves into Big Garage or the longer angles down low if they do want to open up the soft wall. But looks like they know they have a roamer. Looks like they have Fox working his way around too, but I don't think he's going to try and provide that, you know, anvil here for the hammer. Instead, it's going to be Newers that actually takes down Reverse. He was on the full roam, the pre-fire not working out for him either. So 2 kills in the first round, but completely silent through the next 2.
Coordination is looking very good for OXG throughout these 3 rounds. 3 different players just actively trying to find reverse down below with their guns up. That doesn't include the players on drones giving intel to OXG and to Newers and Fish. All positions covered. Fish taking the left side, Newers taking the right. Mr. B goes for the retake and finds a very key trade. Newers getting 3 kills, but also falling very consistently to the weapons on Beast Coast. But OXG have done a great job at getting momentum early and then maintaining it throughout the round, even if they end up dropping bodies in this case.
Solid game plan from both of these teams so far. Really loved Mr. B's play over here inside of the kitchen area as of right now. Able to get a big pickup onto Oxygen, get rid of a few of those drones and force them to try and look for greener pasture. Stream's going to try and rotate his way over to Library. Do have a couple other creases working their way into this fold, as I do believe Foxy is going to try and adopt Ego as well. Yaga is going to be here to try and get rid of these observation blockers, which the Twitch drones work extremely well for. And Foxy, an absolute burner. Shohei Ohtani's detonate in there. It's going to be Doc to fall.
Fox, you talk about Shohei Ohtani, he's pitching and batting, he's doing everything in this game. Getting kills with nades, with guns, everything so far.
Two-way player.
Two-way player indeed. OXG, 3-way split now, 3v2. Taken up top, taken down on the middle floor. Yaga has moved into the bomb site itself. No case in hand, unfortunately. But still control firmly in his grasp. Hat and Mr. B both have to retake now. Mr. B inside a dining, Hat above inside a library. Got to win their respective 1v1s. Nobody outside biting Mr. B. Hat nobody finding his angle either. OXG playing as disciplined as possible, but still giving time for Beast Coast to maybe make a play.
Oh, Library.
Oh, indeed. Foxy rotates up, but it's Yaga. The first kill in this 3v2. They know Hat's position now as well. The MPX starts firing. No, he's inside a library. Fish with a very quick cleanup duty. Gets OXG their second.
And that round looked a heck of a lot more like Oxygen.
Oh, yeah.
Did a very, very good job of controlling the pacing, putting the players through their motions, and also reassessing things at the midway point. You could see Foxy's gears rolling there and seeing, well, you know, we could try and shift this up and try and exploit things through other means over on Library, and I think they did that to the fullest extent of the law, you know, really what would be allowed from Beast Coast. And that's really what I wanted to point out. They didn't push things over the limit, right? They didn't try and force a plant. They didn't try and do all of these other extra things that they could have done. They simply handled the situation with a nice pair of gloves on and moved on with their day. So very well done from Oxygen there, especially with the tail end of that round where they just, you know, chose to handle things inside of Library instead of trying to force things down some awkward path.
And it's kind of like Wildcard earlier, where you could see the calls and the comms transpiring in game. You know, sometimes when it's in a 3v3, it's kind of hard to track the picture. But there, we saw Hat inside a library, Yaga down below, cutting off his rotation back to the site, and the other two players working around those facts to get that final kill inside a library. You could see the gears turning, as you said, in Foxy's head, but also in the comms for OXG to win that round. And now going back, in round 4 to Kitchen and Dining, this is the one round OXG have dropped so far, and it was to a 2v4, and also technically a 1v2, because Doc got 2 kills, but then it was up to Reverse to get the final 2, once Doc ended up falling. So a clutch within a clutch, but still a round that OXG looked very solid on for almost the entirety.
This is we're going to see Oxygen start to pick up the pace a tad bit. An early EE1D, the big brother will be called in, but Big Brother won't find too much, as there is nobody home over in the library area for Beast Coast at all. August got some angles to work downstairs here too. He's more than likely very aware of what had traversed here the last time, or rather had gone down. So definitely going to be wary that there could be some extra bodies in the area that he has to try and worry about. But the top floor is really what's going to be on Oxygen's plate first, as they have to try and get some of this verticality under their own control.
Yaga looking to help that, facilitate it by playing off that piano window. Dream as well by opening up that breach. Still some work to be done to make it happen, but once that explosive lands, no more mute jam on the opposite side of that wall. Another angle opened up for Newers to play with. OXG setting up their pieces for a pinch to attack this office position. Beast Coast have sometimes started things off in their favor, but Hat now backing up, not playing as aggressively as he has before. That's how he started off in round 1, was getting that kill onto Fish, playing on Library. Now as Hat goes for the peek, tags up Newers a little bit, but still nothing to write home about for Beast Coast.
That might have been the moment right there. Might have been the shot that Hat needed to hit. Nade out from Newers. Well, my disc and a kill from Yogg on a slice right past the deployable shield. I don't think you see that one too often, but the reaction time out of Yogg on full display there as he'll take down Mr. B. A minute remaining for Oxygen, and we saw just how much they accomplished in this situation the last time, Lynx.
Oh, Yogg, my boy, 7-1. He threads the needle on kill number 1 and just reads 5 seconds into the future on kill number 2. As he alone is a step ahead of Beast Coast. 2 players line up for the player outside West Main window. Reverse only taking a little bit of damage, but everyone from Beast Coast back down to the bottom floor. OXG have full vertical control. All they need to do is watch this retake, and even though Newers is down, if they can keep 2 to 3 players on the coverage as Dream goes in for the plant, this is still a very winnable round. Newers finally confirmed, no more nades. Spiff looking back and forth, trying to figure out where these players are coming from. His support and trophy picked off one by one. Breach now finally going the way of OXG. Doc trapped inside a trophy. 1 kill or 2. He's likely still done for. That round was destined for OXG.
The cadence out of Oxygen is fantastic right now, man. Every single step that they are taking inside of this game is with purpose. Everybody knows what's going on. There isn't a misdirection. There isn't, some slip of the page. It's looking really, really solid for them. And honestly, you go back to that first round and you can kind of just chalk it up to, all right, Oxygen might have just been warming up a little bit. They did a lot of good early on in round 1 when BC ended up getting their first round. But it was really just reverse with the isolated ones that was able to secure that. Past that, Oxygen have been well within their right to take every single one of these rounds, whether it be through map control or just their entry game in general. It has been so very solid so far for them from round 2 up till now here at round 5.
And of course, you got, Fox and Yaga putting up impressive numbers, but even Newers, who of course is 3 kills, but 3 and 4, that's just because he has such high standards. This might seem like kind of a weird scoreline to see him at. You never feel like, those are, impactless kills or anything like that. He's always doing something, and even when he gets traded, it still feels like ground is gained for OXG, even if you end up losing one of these star players inside of North America. Everything just seems to be going right for OXG so far, even in the round they ended up losing in round 1, and since then, it's been lights out. Now we move down. Again, another floor. It's time to the first, instead of the second. No garage just yet. There are still plenty of players from BC who want to try to survive on this round. The Solus is one of them, but has Reverse been droned? Oh, they know about him now. And this player playing in basement before Sam, he was not long for this world once OXG spotted him.
Yeah, I think Reverse got a wide awakening as to how clears go in professional play, and it's 2 drones and 3 people all trying to kill 1 person. And it's never a lot of fun, is it, Lynx? Anybody that's felt the wrath of that kind of a clear never wants to feel it ever again. It's potentially the worst thing to happen to you in Siege, because it actually just feels like you're fighting an unwinnable battle. There's so many angles flying at you all from different directions. So Oxygen will at least be able to back Beast Coast off a tad bit. No bloodshed just yet, but Yogg will be able to find some foot tracks of one of the defenders. Not only that, I do believe it's going to be Reverse downstairs too. So be able to at least keep an eye on some of this roam game as they hit just about the halfway mark here.
OXG not going for a library take either. Starting down in basement, but now moving up through master bedroom and office. Library needs to be a focal point, whether it's early or late, and OXG know that. And this is where they'll start seeing pressure, or we will start seeing pressure as well. Inside a pillar, inside a library, on top of the library stairs. The nades from Fox and Newers will come into play at some point. New angles will be opened up. Just have to wait for OXG to make that move as they set their pieces all in a row. First nade flying in. Will it land on the player in Mez? Oh, just a little too far to the left. No deployable shield for Hat to play behind. He even gets into position. He might find himself falling if this is a repeat of the nade. Reverse instead. He'll open things up on the Yaga. BC might just be able to hang on, but not if Fish has anything to say about it.
Foxy with a nice pickup, and he has been so solid when it comes to these ulterior angles. 7-1 now. The patience working out swimmingly for him. Newers will take down Reverse with the frag grenade, but Spiff will fall Dream. It's a 2 versus 3 now with 30 seconds remaining. One all the way in the back of bar stock. This is going to be Spiff after Doc takes down Foxy. 2 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 1 as Fish will nip it in the bud. It's going to be OXG here to take this 3-1.
I mean, so far, we've had some very one-sided games, 2-7-2 so far. And if this game goes the same way, I mean, Sam, this seems it'll be a lot quieter of a dominant performance. And I think the other two, we had a lot of crazy moments in the M80DZ game. We had the upset from Wildcard. This is the first game that seems to just be going according to plan, to the team winning and to the team we thought would perform as well or perform well going into today's game. I certainly had some hopes for Beast Coast, but the Chalet attacks are just proving too lethal against their defenses. Actually getting pretty much everything they want, no matter which take they go for. And listen, Chalet defense, it's not easy, Sam. I don't think any of us are expecting BC to win this half against any team, especially one that has played Chalet as extensively as some of these players on OXG. But the method in which these attacks are happening, it's just a testament to how well OXG as a team are synergizing in this match.
Yeah, it just shows how much time they've put in now, especially, you know, with Fish being the newest player for this roster. He's been here for, what, a little over 90 days, something along those lines.
Something like
a little
that.
bit before Gamers 8. So, I mean, it's just so cool that they're able to get everything under wraps so quickly and start looking like a team that can contest for the best inside of North America. And that's exactly what we expect out of Oxygen. Let's be real here. I mean, this roster has been tried and tested time and time again through multiple iterations, Lynx, and the majority of the time they bubble to the surface as some of the best cream that you can get in North America.
That's always been the weird part, you know, starting as a fan of Rainbow Six is always like, how is OXG getting top 3 at Invite? Like, you know, like they'll miss like half the majors, lose half the stages.
And then show up like Applejacks and Steven AM, and then they're like, they go like deep as heck. It's crazy, man. I know.
It's always been weird. It's always been weird, but they certainly have the talent deep within this team. And Fish as well. I mean, also a player that's been talked about for quite a long time inside of Rainbow Six, also proving he can do it in Tier 1. 3-1 so far. Has he had a flashy game? No, but he's not normally on the operators that at least I'm used to seeing Fish on, you know, the Ashe and Diana. But so many talented fraggers on OXG. Fish is playing the Lion, playing the Grim in this case, but still doing
Quite happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd be happy to play Grim.
He's especially with the recent buff to him, where the B bloom is a lot bigger. He is a heck of a lot more of a nuisance to try and deal with on the defensive end. You know, before it was pretty easily avoidable. Now I feel like he's pretty suffocating, especially when he's used properly. And I mean, on top of that, you got the 5.52 Commando, which is just a heck of a gun to use. Still one of my favorite to this day. Got the 1.5 on the thing. I mean, just look at the bloom here. Look at all those bees, Lynx. The bees.
Just completely clogging up the trophy hallway, preventing anybody from walking in without their intel being sent all the way over to the attack's line of sight. Second nade flying, and unfortunately neither landing on Doc. So while the bees might land, the nades will miss. That'll allow Doc to hold this position. Oh, a quick 180 flip by Yaga. Upside down repel, takes down Doc. Mr. B now has to hold this position, but he can't stop the player from repelling into Solar, nor can he deal with the player on the bathroom balcony. A lot of different angles are converging upon Mr. B. His one line of defense hat might just be able to hold off. Foxy also, Dream, excuse me, on Solar Stairs. Hat still holding out as long as he can! Just a few well-placed shots with the UMP have brought Beast Coast back into the game. Fish does fight back at the cost of a lot of his HP, but with top control acquired, OXG don't have much more, but never mind. We were right to hype up Fish, right to talk about what he can do, because as Hat gets a huge 3K to start off round 6, Fish brings it back to a 2v2 by the end of it.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
So strong from him. Round 6, he's only died a single time in the entirety of this series so far, and he's looking to add another round under Oxygen's belt. Very minimal time. He'll go down. That's going to be the case. It's up to Reverse again in the clutch. 2 seconds. He's just going to hightail it out of there, and that's going to be the dub 2 times on the same site. Reverse gets it done for Beast Coast in the clutch, whether it be with time or with execution of his opponent. That's going to be the 2 rounds that BC so desperately need on the defensive side of Chalet before switching sides, Lynx. And fortunately enough, they just get it across the line at round 6.
Gotta hand it to Reverse getting Beast Coast both of their wins. Though, I will say, a lot of credit goes to Doc in round 1 and Hat in round 6 for also
let's actually talk about who really did it.
Yeah, like, listen, Reverse might have been the guy to end the round, but I mean, we got to talk about Hat here. Just look at that. In the right position at the right time, the right man to do the job. Set up Reverse for that clutch at the end. And also to talk about something you mentioned, Beast Coast getting those 2 rounds, that's key. Especially if we have an attacker-sided Chalet on our hands, if Beast Coast have workshop things in the off-season. This is where they can level the score against OXG and not only fight for just 4-4, but fight for a win if they have the same level of coordination as we saw from OXG on the first half.
Man, what did Reverse do in the last like 2 years to where now they have him on Yana, man? I'm just talking trash. I'm just playing. Don't worry. Like, that's actually a really, really big move here. Is they're going to be adding in a fresher fragger here. You know, we've had quite a few on BC, even the likes of Surf. You know, we saw him earlier today on Beast Coast as well as one of their mainstay fraggers throughout their history. So looks like Reverse will be the freshest face to try and don that mantle. We'll see if that title fits him here as we get into round 7. As for the remaining members, though, making quite a bit of sense. Mr. B back to what we would expect out of him, more hard breacher / a kind of things, and then Spiff is going to be the one on the sledge here, so some frag grenades being brought in there as well for BC.
Putting Hat on this big window position, especially when Newers might be the player he's fighting. Good allocation of resources and talent.
That actually might be the worst terrifying thing ever. I'm really worried about.
He got it. My goat, my CL goat Hat. That's it. Listen, that's the Carnage B method right there. That's all from Karn. Actually, wait, I can't remember if Hat played with Karn or not. Either way, that's the Gasher method.
Hat that played with Karn. I think you're correct. I think it was on Karn Go.
Well, there we go. Wait, hold on. Was that another C4?
Yep.
Dude, I thought that was a replay. I'm not even kidding. He shot another C4. What the hell?
That was the second one. That was the second one. And not only that, that was both Foxes and Fishes. Nitros, that's the only Nitros they have.
Sam, I was in it like, oh, we're doing instant replays mid-game. Sounds good. No, that was a second C4. That's insane.
Hat is him, man. Aware of many hats, it seems, as he'll take out the Nitros and continue to hold on to the cross here. Oxygen able to get rid of a couple of the hard breaches that have been set up on this panel for Newers. He's actually... Oh, no, Newers! He never misses those! He never misses those! But that time around, it seems like Hat is going to be the luckiest man in the room as he'll take him down. The trade will come through from Yogg, so at least Newers still has his duo, his brother, in the background to be able to assist him with that, but not something you see every day, right, Lynx?
No, indeed. But then again, I mean, talk about what we're seeing. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot aside from what Hat was doing because Repels in gets the kill, but what's been acquired by Beast Coast? Hat repelled in of seemingly his own volition, and now when they move into Solar, Spiff is able to get a key kill onto Yaga. They have a point of entry into the map, but it's coming at 35 seconds left. Foxy's got an angle directly on the player looking to hop into Trophy. Dream the same, a long angle onto the Trophy hallway. None of Oxygen's core setup has been countered throughout the duration of this round. Reverse falls to it because of a frost mat, exactly. And Spiff, who's been gunning in round 7, him and Hat have been the only signs of life from Beast Coast in their first bout on the attack. And with a nice clean trade, OXG make it 5-2.
And they are trying to just give us the quickest 3 maps they can to start us off here for stage 2, aren't they, Lynx? This is pretty crazy. Oxygen,
they did not mess with us like that.
No, apparently not, man. They just want us out here, I guess. Oxygen, though, so far so good when it comes to this map, and I really do mean that. They are looking so very good across the entire board here. And honestly, like, I don't even think that Beast Coast is playing all that poor. I think that, you know, it's a fresher roster. They're trying to get people more comfortable. People are trying to understand what portion of the, you know, the time frame wise, what portion of the map they're supposed to be doing certain actions, these kind of things, right, that are very, very important to how these rounds play out It feels like Beast Coast still have a couple of these things to kind of work around with, but very, very difficult up against a team like Oxygen, who has already so many legacy players in place, and they're really only having to work with that one new key factor, right? And even with that, I mean, can you even call Spiff all that new at this point? They've played an event with him. He's been looking extremely comfortable, especially here on Chalet today. It looks like Oxygen is really making a case to try and make a run here in stage 2.
And of course, depending on Beast Coast results, we'll have to see how, of course, they perform against tougher opponents, how OXG perform against tougher opponents. But yeah, to your point, I mean, with just the sheer eye test, the quality of gameplay we're seeing, it's very, very on point from Oxygen. And with a poor performance at G8, that's what you want to start out with in NAL. You want to start off on the right foot. You want to start off with the wind in your sails. And with a win that you can't really just equivocate and say, but it was against Beast Coast, or it was against LG. We can still look at this game and say pretty confidently that, yeah, OXG seem to have all the pieces all in the right spot, and they seem to all be firing pretty much at the same beat.
Yeah, truthfully so. And I mean, like the thing I want to highlight here for Beast Coast especially is that, like, it's not like they're playing poorly. I think that they are definitely playing well, and there's flashes of what potential they have down the line. But it's a really tall ask for them to try and come in here and take the crown of Oxygen with all the different things that they have going on. And just to try and drive this home even further, just remember that Beast Coast and Wildcard are not the same quantity. That's the other thing. Wildcard have some of the craziest players that NA has had to offer in recent history, and honestly just throughout the history of Siege, on their roster. So a little bit different, especially with Merc at the helm of that one. With BC, I definitely see the flashes though of hope, and I'm excited to see what they can do with the remaining portion of the stage, or the remaining portion of Chalet. You know, let's not count them out yet.
I mean, I certainly won't. I'm a big Mr. B fan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said I certainly will, and I was like, oh my god,
no.
Lynx.
No, I'm usually Mr. Nice. Well, I don't know. Unless I'm working with Jonah, then I usually play the heel. But I try to play Mr. Nice Guy. That's also me, in a way, saying that I've got a little bit of bias towards Mr. B. I like him quite a bit. I like what he can do with teams. I like how he plays. I like what he does. I like the product he produces. So we might be down 5-2, but I still, even if it's Cope, I still like to think that he's got a shot at winning this first match. Plus, it also sucked to see Beast Coast repeat their debut from last stage. Because also, fun fact, this was the first game of the NAL last stage, was Beast Coast OXG, and Beast Coast lost 7-3. And in the green room, after I was hyping up Mr. B, Demo turned to me and said, "That's the team?" And I just kind of, I didn't know what to say at that point. That was a rough one.
That's a little bit of a burn. Demo's got a couple of those in the tank, man.
He does.
Never know when he's gonna whip those out.
He plays Yu-Gi-Oh for like 45 minutes, and then he just like roasts your entire life. And I'm like, what did I do?
In like 15 seconds too. It's just like he fires from the hip, it hits accurately, and then he's done. He just doesn't say anything else.
I almost flew home after that one. I was like, I don't know if I want to. I can't handle it.
Well, hopefully we don't have to say the same about Beast Coast, as they're looking to try and right this ship here. See if they can potentially pilot this plane to somewhere safe. Again, breaking things up over on the Solarium side. Get some of the drones spool up too, as we still have a lot of round 8 here ahead of us.
Yet another solar push from Beast Coast, which we didn't see very, very successfully work in the previous round, but hopefully we see more momentum on this one, more control acquired. Of course, it being master bedroom, theoretically need less control. Sights on the second floor, and that's where you're starting your attack. Hat retaking his position on the master bedroom balcony, one of the brighter spots for Beast Coast on that previous attack, able to shoot not one, but 2 C4s from down below. His goal here is still to stop players from, like Newers, from retaking inside a bedroom, and instead here, Reverse just sprints on in immediately. Fish might cut down Doc first. They've got a 4v4. They've seen bedroom is clear completely, but on the retake, Newers is aiming true. 2 heads hit the floor inside of Solar as a seemingly good read from Beast Coast turns into their worst nightmare, but Hat has at least picked up his 3rd C4 shot of the game.
Insane. If we had that stat, he would definitely be going down as the Nitro VP. That's just pretty crazy. But dream to go down. That's going to be a big piece here out the window for Oxygen. But let's be real, Beast Coast is kind of out there with the kitchen sink too, as it's down to just Spiff and Hat. Nitro Cell lined up for Yogg. He's waiting for the window swing. This will be delivered at any moment in time. Fish is actually just gonna run outside and shoot Hat in the side of the head, because why wouldn't you? You know, I mean, they reduced the run out timers to 1 second, but it's still not gonna stop anybody.
Just throwing the C4 down at that point, just to let Spiff know, hey, we know you're there. Don't worry. We've got intel on your position.
I've got you on satellite.
We've got the orbital VSAT online. You've been spotted for about 5 minutes now. Finds Fox at least. I mean, there it is. Well, 6-2 now for OXG. If BC win one more round, we might actually be in hopes of exactly matching the scoreline from last stage, but certainly seem to be careening towards a similar result.
Yeah, it's quickly looking that way, isn't it? Hoping that, I mean, we can potentially get some more signs of life out of Beast Coast, but it seems like this is more than likely going to be one of those games where you get past it, you review it, and you try and reassess things on down the line. And I mean, why wouldn't you want it to be that kind of a moment either for Beast Coast? I mean, if you're going to lose, you might as well, you know, lose to one of the better teams inside of North America and make it a teaching moment more than just a, oh, we screwed things up and it's all our fault.
I mean, good to Spiff for landing some of these shots, but the attacks from Beast Coast have looked very lifeless so far. Though, to give them some credit, they read that bedroom was clear, but then immediately shut down by Newers. The individual play has been on point for OXG, and there's not been nearly as much cohesion on the side of Beast Coast that we saw from OXG on their attacking halves. Now, Master Bedroom and Dining both cleared out. That part of the map basically won flawlessly by OXG through these 2 rounds. Head over to Bar and Games now for potentially OXG's final defense. We will still need to see some coordination from Beast Coast. You might not have to say full clear like you have to do on Bank, or even as you might see on Nighthaven later on, depending on what's played inside of the NAL. But on Chalet, you still got to have your rotations and your positioning on point, and Beast Coast have still been lacking a little there.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
oh my god!
Like, what the hell do you even do there? Like, I mean, that was Hat. Like, that wasn't some schmuck. Like, that was Hat.
I can't even comprehend how he knew he was there. I don't even think Hat fired a bullet. Did he?
Fox is 11-4.
So stupid. It's like we got old Consulate back. Fox used to pop off on old Consulate, man. I cannot wait for Oxygen Consulate games because he just makes that place such a freaking clown fiesta. It's amazing. But I mean, yeah, I don't have words for that moment. That's definitely going to be in the highlight reel as Fox adds Hat to the laundry list of names slain here inside of Chalet. That'll go down in a lot of the drone game as well as utility game for Beast Coast starting to go to the wayside too, as Oxygen kind of flirting back and forth here, trying to get them to use up a bit of this.
Another nade goes in. Oh my god, how does Yogg dodge that? How the hell does Yogg dodge that? Reverse has got to go in and clean up with his gun now, but Yogg is still alive. So many nades utilize smokes in that position too, and yet Yogg persists. Hasn't fallen off. They've still got the Mez player alive too. That's Dream on the top floor. Not falling back just yet, looking on the vertical angle. These Coast have shown some initiative, but it's all been swiftly defeated. There's Dream. He falls. They know Yogg is inside of this connector, and with how low HP he is he going to win this fight? No, that's a pickup for Reverse. The trade stays alive, though. Fish retakes Dream's position. OXG maintain their lead.
Fish, Yaga, and Fox currently with 30 kills between them. Beast Coast trying to elongate Chalet here. Doc with a pickup, but a lot of damage in tow back onto him. He will stave off elimination though, and that was so desperately needed. They do still have a drone up for Doc though. Have to worry about where potentially they can place this. Doc has 30 seconds to try and figure out some extra info for them, some extra insight, and it looks like they're going to find one downstairs. I think that this is going to be Fox, yes indeed. And actually the drone is going to roll right past him. He's not really too concerned about it. He's just going to sit at the bottom of blue. Pre-fires come down to Mr. B. How do you do? He gets it done with only 10 seconds remaining. Beast Coast have a chance, a snowball's chance in hell, but a chance to win this round. Newers lays one to the sword, and the second two. Oxygen win it out up against Beast Coast, and Lynx and I cannot get away from the 7-2 scoreline to save our asses. That's going to be it for the very first day for you and me, Lynx. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. I mean, 3-7-2 is a very quick one, at least for us, but hey, we've seen some solid Siege so far, seen some upsets, seen a lot of good results, and we'll throw it to the desk to break down OSG's very quick victory over Beast Coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you back to the North American League Playday Any Percent Speed Run. We've had so many maps ended so quickly before we really have the chance to dive into the minutia on what one team is doing to counter the other, because everything is just over so fast. And now Oxygen, add to the tally, suddenly Beast Coast is down. That Chalet map was over before I got started. So I want to ask Newers, what on earth is going on, and why are you guys so good to start the stage? What happened in that game against Beast Coast?
Yo, it was Hat shooting back.
I think it was just a warm-up scrim. So hopefully the stage starts good tomorrow. Stage 1 tomorrow.
Good Lord, man.
All right, Newers, you're clearly confident. You're clearly feeling good, but you were also confident and feeling good when I saw you guys back at Gamers 8. Now, that tournament didn't go exactly how you wanted. What do you think you learned from that tournament, and how do you think you've improved since that, so that type of performance doesn't happen again?
We got really embarrassed. So after that day, we were at the dinner table, and we were all like, talking. We were all talking and stuff, and like arguing started to happen, and then it just got to this big conclusion of like what our real problem was, and then we fixed it that day, and then we started changing roles and stuff, and then just made Fish fit like well with us better.
Nice.
All right. Well, I haven't talked to you in a while, New. How you doing? Obviously, congratulations on the win. I got a couple questions for you. If you can get Dream and Fox, into the frame as well. Why did I have to go? Why did I have to go? Why did I have to go? Nah, I'm just messing.
Why did he have to go?
I'm just messing with you. No, honestly, so obviously I broke down your guys' map in terms of like why you guys picked Chalet. I'm assuming with the coaching staff and you guys, I'm assuming you guys put a lot of prep into that of knowing what Beast Coast was going to do, whether you were countering it or you were just very confident in whatever you fixed of your guys' previous maybe maps on it. Just kind of like you guys were just overall confident going into that map.
Yeah, we were definitely confident in Chalet. I think, honestly, recently we've definitely put a lot of prep into the next multiple teams we played, and we knew we already knew the last 3 maps, and we knew Chalet would definitely be the easiest for us out of Sky and Oregon. So
for sure.
What's it like playing at the Breach facility, by the way? Obviously, everybody was in Vegas for a bit, and now everyone's all back in Boston. You're all one tight-knit family playing together. Does it kind of feel like the old days in Vegas for you guys?
Yeah, it does. I'm living luxurious out here, to say the least.
Wait, I got one more question for you. Is Redeem still balding?
Redeem, are you still balding? Not yet. Toupee's still on.
The toupee, that's classic.
Oh, dude, I'm surprised he has any hair left if he's got the stress of dealing with you guys still on this play. Dude, congrats on the win. We will see you for the start of your NAL stage tomorrow.
I love you, Redeem.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. All right, take care, boys. What the heck? Fox has a problem with my Vans, dude? I just bought these.
Tough out here.
Man, dude, I can't catch strays, but you apparently will get praised for wearing the belt all day long, dude. I don't get it.
Hey, that just is what it is. Take off the van. Take off the Vans.
C'est la vie. I'm not taking the Vans off. The Vans are cool. Screw you, Fox. Anyway, we should talk about the game a little bit more in depth. It's a little bit more complex than just the scoreline, but the one major concern I saw was the only 2 rounds the Beast Coast win in that first half come from reverse clutches. Yeah. Everything else looked like it was going OXG's way.
Yeah, it's not only Reverse having a big moment himself, and he did play well. I'm not trying to downplay it. Earlier on in those rounds as well, what is happening? It's big individual moments. First from Doc, then from Hat. In these rounds where Beast Coast were finding wins, it was from big pop-off plays, and that's great. But when you weren't having a pop-off player go crazy, things were not lining up for Beast Coast. There was almost no team play. Trades on the roam really not coming together. And I get it, Chalet's a tough map. You're gonna shot through a window. It's difficult to find a trade on a fight like that, but you've got to find some way to equalize those numbers if you keep going down early on defense. Beast Coast did not feel like they were playing as a unit, didn't feel like they were playing together. We saw some great individual moments, Hat, Reverse, whoever it might be, but I think we're still waiting to see a Beast Coast that can come together and play as a power powerful unit.
Yeah, and you know, go off what you were saying, like Oxygen is also a tough team as well as, you know, going into that map. But I do want to talk about Reverse specifically. Sure, this obviously isn't the outcome that Beast Coast would have wanted, but seeing a player like Reverse be in those clutch situations, like that pressure when you're in those 1v1 situations, there's a lot that's going through your head, and those split-second decision-making plays can either decide around whether you lose it or you win it. And I love seeing those plays from Reverse to just play it safe, or he did take that one fight the first time, but then he played it safe the second time. And like I said, those split-second decision-making skills, you can't teach that. So I like seeing that out of Reverse.
Definitely a hard thing to walk into if Oxygen are fighting on all cylinders like that, for Beast Coast to come in and for the only person on Oxygen to be doing poorly is the support player who's, you know, doesn't need to be topping the charts at that point. Phenomenally played for Oxygen. Beast Coast now have to go back into the lab. They got a couple of hours before they play their next game because they landed a double header and Oxygen's season doesn't start till tomorrow.
Well, it's funny you say that because when you say Mr. B, and based off the performance, it looks like it's Mr. Back to the drawing board.
God, man.
Sorry.
All right.
They can't catch a break.
All right. I mean, hey, at least Jesse harping on him for a little bit. That whole shtick, the whole tier list thing lives to see another day for right now.
Hey, listen, we're still waiting, Mr. B. We're still waiting to remember what it is that you bring to the table. So we'll find out hopefully in your next game.
It's certainly not breaking point. We're just going to kind of forget that one happened. Well, before we jump into game 4, we do have a little bit of a tactical breakdown for you real fast. So why don't we all collectively get a little bit smarter for a second?
I think Nighthaven is one of the most fun maps we've had in the comp pool for a while.
The single word comes to mind, and it's just massive.
It's just so big.
I really like the way Nighthaven plays. It honestly reminds me of how Clubhouse used to play out a lot, kind of strangling the defense by just like slowly opening walls.
If you leave a gap on defense, it will get taken advantage of, and it's up to you how to retake that gap.
Teamwork on the defensive side is going to be big, just because you're pretty spread.
You want to be trying to play that rafter area. Gets us a good spot where you can waste time. It's very hard to clear a defender out of there.
As an attacker, I think a very important part of the map that you want to take control of quickly is the upstairs second floor, because that cuts off a big section of the map where people can flank from.
When you are let free on the lurk, will it help you win rounds on the map?
Nighthaven's probably like one of my favorite maps now.
And honestly, I really wish that we had the ability to see Nighthaven. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for Consulate. I don't know when that day is going to be. We've seen Consulate played a couple of times in the Asian leagues. But please tell me at some point someone in North America picks Labs so I know how to play that map. I still do not know how Nighthaven's meant to work. I certainly hope someone does it. We'll see if that happens in Game 4. And Game 4 is going to be interesting because it's the first time anybody has had to play their second game. Soniqs are back on the cards, but now they have the other brand new team, and so far they're 0-1 against brand new teams in the league. It's Luminosity's re-debut in the North American League. The last time they played was, God, in Tier 1 competition, like 2021 or no, 2020. That's been a long time since we've seen their faces.
Yeah, I mean, Soniqs looking for a bit of redemption now. They really didn't start the day off as they expected. I don't think anybody here or even at home was considering the fact that Wildcard might beat Soniqs, let alone kind of put them in the dirt as they did on Bank. So for SQ, I mean, I'm hoping that they had some relaxing massages or something throughout the last couple of hours because they need to be focused now.
No, you're absolutely right. And, you know, that game, I mean, again, Soniqs is a great team. They know what a loss is like. They know how to deal with it. And I'm confident that they're going to shake it off. You know, it is what it is. They're just going to focus on what they need to do and beat LG. And, you know, however that comes out to be, they're just going to focus on what they need to focus on.
I certainly hope so, because if for their own sake they were to go 0-2 on the first day, you don't have that many games to go through. If you play a doubleheader, that's a quarter of your stage done, because you only have 8 best of 1s to play through this portion of it before you get to best of 3s, if you even get to best of 3s. So it's a really big thing to make a good first impression. And the guy who we need to make a better first impression, or I guess technically a second chance, a second impression, is Rexon, because I think we noted that the first time he even managed to find the scoreboard came considerably later than he needed to when they played Wildcard on Beck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to call the first impression, right? Oxygen haven't played today, Rexon hasn't played today, whatever you want to call it. It was a tough start for Rexon. Often what you saw in game number 1 was it'd be Rexon out on the roam, and he'd be right alongside Gunnar, and Gunnar would get his picks. He'd find that opening pick, but Rexon was just absent, a ghost alongside Gunnar who wasn't able to contribute, wasn't landing those shots. And this is not the Rexon that we know. We need to see Rexon showing up once again. He wasn't the only problem, obviously, on that team, but he was the most obvious one. He was the biggest kind of early problem that would fall and start the domino effect for Soniqs, put them in a hole that they always had to dig themselves out of. Rexon is an incredibly talented guy, but we just didn't see him in the first match of the day, so I'm looking for some improvement in Game 2.
Yeah, and, I don't want to harp on Rexon anymore. I mean, you have a bad game. It happens. It's going to happen. Like, again, I said in the beginning of the, the cast that, you're only as good as your last game. So, this is a redemption period for him. And I know Rexon knows what he needs to do in order to fix it, and along with the entire team of Soniqs, because it wasn't just Rexon's fault. When you're losing a 7-2, that doesn't just fall on one person. That falls on the entire team. And like I said, I'm more than confident that they're going to figure out where their hiccups were, where the issues were, where they could be better at, and they're going to apply that going into this match.
Honestly, you say you don't want to harp on Rexon. I don't want to harp on Soniqs too much, mostly because we know they're better than this, and sometimes you literally just have an off day. An off game. You don't want it to become an off day when you're playing a doubleheader. That's probably the biggest thing that they'll have to correct. And can they do it against one of the brand new teams? They couldn't do it against Wildcard, but can they do it against Luminosity? Again, first time they've been here since 2020. They had a CL team at one point at, I think, last year? And then now they're back in the league, picking up a couple of faces who we are at least somewhat familiar with by proxy.
Yes, and I think there is a key difference between Luminosity and Wildcard. Wildcard has been thrown together before the season. There's really no history there. LG, they had 3/5 of this roster, as well as the full coaching staff, back on SSG Academy, right? They've been playing together as kind of a core for a very long time. Eddie and Snake in particular have been together for so long. So, this is a squad who has been together and working as a unit for a while now. And I think that in some ways that gives them an extra leg up over Wildcard even, because they've got that history, they've got that experience.
Yeah, and this is similar to a Wildcard situation with the LG situation. Here is, you are playing against a team, once again, that you don't know the little idiosyncrasies that each player has. So that again, given the map, given the certain play style, you aren't going to be able to predict what's happening, where LG is going to have a little more knowledge on that. But two people that do stick out to me most is obviously Snake and Asian. Snake obviously being on TSM, he's a really great player overall. My thing with Asian here is obviously he had a very short-lived early career being on, I believe it was Parabellum.
It was, yeah.
I took over after, so. But like he came in and he had a really good impression in T2. And this is where I'm saying, you can be great and phenomenal. It doesn't really matter because he had a good game when he came into Pro League, but then it immediately trickled and he immediately fell off. So I don't want to harp on that necessarily because I believe Asian is a player that is capable of fixing his mistakes and doing what he needs to do in order to improve. I just want to see the consistency going forward in terms of improvement from him. I don't want him to just have one pop-off game and then that just be it for the rest of the stage. I want to see a pop-off game, then maybe going into a mediocre game, but then back to a good game, and then maybe a bad game, but then back to a good game.
And it's nice for Asian as well because he's actually played with this core before. He wasn't with them on SSG Academy, but he was with Snake and Eddie, I do believe, back when they were originally on LG. So LG has sponsored some of these players before. You can kind of track the roster. He's got some experience, though. And I've talked a little bit with Wafer, their coach, and he said that does play a part into why they wanted to bring him back because they've got that experience with him. It's very natural to bring him back in. So I'm hoping kind of with this familiar environment, we can see Asian maybe get a little bit more support and not crumble after that opening couple of
and
games.
It goes into what we've talked about before. It's like sometimes players just don't work on said roster. So maybe even like just specifically talking about Asian, maybe Parabellum wasn't the roster for him, but now that he's back with players that he's familiar with, has that chemistry with, maybe this will be the team where we really see everyone pop off and be a dominant team. Maybe.
Eddie, Silent, and Snake were all on ATK or Space Station Academy and Element 1 and Breaking Point, and they also have the same support staff from there as they add Asian and Twist onto the team, which means when we talk map vetoes, a precedent does exist for this team to some extent. For Wildcard, we had no idea what they were going to do, but we kind of have an idea what this team was going to do, but did they do it, Jesse?
They did, Jacob, and I'm glad you bring that up because I think we've ended up on Luminosity's best map, Oregon, coming through here. This is the map that they beat Beast Coast on in Breaking Point. That was a 7-2 game, very dominant. Of course, different org, all the same players though. And then on SSG Academy with 3/5 and the same coaching staff, they played this map a ton, including bringing Oxygen to overtime in the semifinals of Game Rogue. So this is a very comfortable map for them, and I'm looking at the maps that Soniqs chose to ban. It feels like instead of taking away LG's strong maps, they chose to take away these question marks. You see SQ banning both Nighthaven Labs and Consulate, second and third.
So seeing this end up being Oregon specifically, I think this is actually a really good choice with the map bans being obviously Luminosity picking it, but I mean SQ has to, you know, obviously force it into a direction. And I think a map like Oregon, even if this is Luminosity's best map, I think Soniqs want to keep a map where you can't be surprised by a flank. You can't be surprised by what a player is doing. Everything is pretty much straight in your face. So Oregon is a very default map, I'd say, for every team and getting a general idea or consensus of what's going to happen. Nothing really should take you by surprise on Oregon.
It's also probably for the best that Soniqs got defense first, just because if it's defensive favor, we all know how Oregon plays out, that it's the exact same formula for the most part now. But for LG to have attack first against Soniqs, knowing that they weren't that great on defense on bank, now it does kind of even the playing field a little bit. Again, law first impressions matter so much, and if Soniqs struggled so much early on, I think if you're LG, you actually have a little bit of a pretty decent confidence boost seeing what map you're going to.
Yeah, well, it's tough, right? Because I think on one hand, Soniqs are historically a great defensive team. It's what they really shined on in Copenhagen. And on the other hand, their bank defenses earlier today were kind of garbage. So I'm taking my hands off the steering wheel here. I'm hoping that with SQ, that first game, write it off, it's a fluke. We can go back to their Copenhagen major defenses where they will pop off, and that would make this a very hard start for Luminosity. But, you know, you're going to face challenges, and for LG, their first game of the stage, why not get it over with quick?
No, I can't agree anymore with that. It's going to be a challenge for LG regardless, you know, no matter what. Going into Oregon, like I said, it's a very default map. So again, they can't really pull out anything crazy. They're going to have to rely on a lot of teamwork here, a lot of maybe trade potential, maybe trying to squeak someone in, sneak someone in. But overall, I think the team chemistry here and the team play is going to have to be on point if they want to best Soniqs.
We've had 3 7-2 games back to back so far to start off stage 2 of the NAL. Is game 4 going to follow suit, or are we actually going to have a faster or a shorter game? I got no idea. I'm going to let the casters do it. It's Parker Mackay and Nicholas Morrison with the call for game 4.
Well. I got to say, first throw that I think I've ever received from Jacob, and he nails the landing on my last name. How did he do with yours, Nick?
I'm very impressed as well. It also caught me off guard going with the full name, but I mean, the meme with the 20 seconds is still there, so I guess it applies pretty well.
Our clean Twitter handles. Sorry.
It is very clean.
Formerly Twitter handles. You know how clean they are. You see that?
No, it's
can't
not
pay for that.
No, we were out there early back in the day. We got those off the market immediately.
Snatched right up. Let's turn our focus to this game, though. Soniqs will be playing their second matchup of the day, going up against Luminosity, who as a logo and as a name you have heard before. And if you've watched in previous seasons, you know who Snake and Asian are. They played previously. But there are 3 new players who have never competed at this level. And Eddie, Twist, and Silent will make their debut today. And dear God, we have the dreaded Yaga face back with Silent. Oh my God.
No, that would do it.
No way, man. Free me from the shackles of this prison.
That meme will just never die. It'll keep living on. And the thing is, I mean, while Eddie, Silent, and Twist, they might be new to the professional Tier 1 League of Siege, they are not amateurs when it comes to Siege as a game. They've been grinding Tier 2 and Tier 3 for so long, and that just kind of touched upon this. As a core, this team of LG, they have so much experience together, and Laxing said as well, you know, Asian might not work in one team, but he works in this one, and that goes for every single player. The boys are basically back in town when it comes to LG. These guys, they already have synergy, they know each other's playstyles, and they got a lot of experience together, so I think they're on a great pace here, starting in Oregon. It's a solid map, simple map as Desk said too. Open events going the way. You can break down, Parker.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of Soniqs' historically best maps here on Oregon, so for them it should be a better performance.
Yeah.
I should hope, than what we saw previously. In terms of these win conditions, for me, when I look at these two teams, Soniqs had obviously a very rough start. Match number 1 did not go their way. LG are looking to come in and do basically the same thing that Wildcard did. You take a brand new roster in Wildcard that don't have a lot of scrim days together. They don't have a lot of matches under their belt, if any at all. Luminosity at least have matches under their belt from when they played in none other than Caliber Jacobs' Breaking Point series that happened last month. I can say that because it's September now and the whole year has flown by. It feels like June was 3 days ago.
No, you're so right about that. I still can't believe how fast time is going by. And in general, I mean, it's funny because we had this big summer break, right, with no pro league, and then I was like, oh, you know, such a long break, but at the same time, it also flew by. And here we are, stage 2, baby, already back in business.
ATK finished third in Breaking Point, which was the name of the squad that all 5 of these players played on. Jacob mentioned it during the desk segment that lion's share of players on Luminosity came from that Space Station Gaming Academy roster. What was it? Twist came from Carnival, and Asian was on Aerial Arise, if I remember correctly, back in Element 1, which is no longer called Challenger League anymore, but old habits do tend to die hard. Win conditions, like we said earlier on. Number 1, Rexon cannot go 1-9.
True.
That is the big thing for SQ. They did not seem to play like a team. The Luminosity, I honestly don't know if there is a direct win condition here. I think if you're a new team with the experience that they have at the level that they do, you're just kind of hoping to hang with one of the top teams in North America and pull out as many rounds as you can. Wildcard, obviously, I think overperform that. Will Luminosity? That's the question.
Yeah, I think the big showcase here is simply just like how good are your fundamentals, and look at this. You do the blue shield here with the Flourish Drone, you get the roam clear on Gunner, despite playing the Mozzie hiding in that games room upstairs. They're working on so many angles. They're also entering the small tower portion of the map, so LG, I think they gotta show us how good they actually are. In the first minute of the very first round, I would say that already right now, looking very strong. And let's talk about Snake real quick. He's playing Grim as well, so very unique operator.
Since we've had such a large offseason here, if you haven't been keeping up to speed, number 1, Grim has received a couple buffs. And on top of that, we have both Fenrir as well as Ram now in this game as new operators that we haven't seen played at a top level consistently. This will be the first stage that we see them active. You saw some Fenrir earlier on today. Ram was played, what, in EU, I believe, yesterday? If I remember correctly.
Also played a single round by Soniqs, but that bank game we can just forget about it. So.
It's a laundry defense, by the way. Halfway through round number 1, obviously losing Gunner early on is not something Soniqs want, but, and I don't mean this the wrong way, it's a position that Soniqs do tend to find themselves in more often than they probably like. These pests will continue to play around various door frames, walls, etc., creating that information denial that was so prevalent with Mute and Mozzie combined. There were also a whole host of shotgun changes, and something that we will keep an eye on as time goes by. Final minute now. Salt from upstairs catching those magnets as well. The Kiba barriers will stop them as all of a sudden the Candelas go down and one Selma goes off, but it seems that there's a bit more of an impediment for LG to get in, Nick.
Yeah, I think the big question mark here is where is Snake going to use those B canisters at, because that's going to signify the big push here. Candelas, sure, that's going to be a blind utility, but Snake, he's going to compartmentalize that basement and clear out the angles.
Cut off the one hallway with those bees giving information. Eddie in a heads-up gunfight, but he thinks otherwise of it. No elbow control at the moment whatsoever for LG. They're going to sneak their way in with the Candelas rolling out, finding a second kill, this time on the Grixer. Soniqs falling. Rexon the only one on the board. He gets his first and potentially only kill very quickly on, but look who's there for the retake. Geo drops right into the arms of Snake, and LG's entrance to the top level of competitive play is done quite successfully. They put a W in round number 1's column.
Very successfully. The Ying, the Floors, the Grim, utilizing utility very well, executing together, roam clearing off Gunner. And this is the thing, I think Soniqs actually had a great start themselves, because typically on their basement defense of Oregon, they're a very passive team. They don't really peek the staircases, they don't contest those drones, they don't really roam a whole lot, unless it's like a full-on roam strat, which of course attackers will find out in that prep phase. But in that first round, they did have that lurker. Gunner was roaming, but it was shot down immediately. And then we see Geo actually going for a successful flank into meeting, but he didn't swing the hatch. And he could have seen the Planetary from LG, so a clear lack of information from Soniqs clearly punishes them. But more than anything, it's LG taking full control of that round.
What an impressive start. One thing that you touched upon with the way that SQ played Bank, when you and I went back over these matches that of course we didn't cast, but we did watch, you said that, what did you say about SQ? What was their strategy that you felt that they weren't able to do on Bank that you were hopeful that they could do on Oregon?
Well, I wanted them to get more active out on the map and have more freedom and operators, right? And get into those gunfights and not be limited by the map itself. And I was like, Border Oregon are great for those things, and we kind of got there. The last 2 maps were indeed between Border and Oregon.
The game is up, Grixer. Ooh. Takes a little bit of damage on that spawn peak. An early first pick for Soniqs would set them up quite well. Don't want to surrender that first pick ever. Talk about that Old habits die hard in the fact that the first pick almost always gives you the round win. At one point, it was as high as 80%. I'd be curious to see what it is now as we are in indisputably a frag-heavy meta.
Yeah, we certainly are. Aggression is very important, but still, of course, playing together, not just mindlessly running around. Opening kill now is very important, as you mentioned, because having that meta bench gives you so much more. But look at this. One man's going in, one man's also on the flank.
Well, Citizen on that flank doing what he does best. Down goes Grixer. They trade out. Both teams at this point keeping pace with one another. The Citizen's been found. He's taken out Snake. All that experience with TSM way back in the day will prove to be quite invaluable on this LG roster. It's already paying off very early on. Down goes Geo to Twist, and it's Asian, another player with experience at this level, to give LG their second round in a row.
I mean, that entire round is just so off pace, and what's even more off pace in this match so far is the bomb site rotation. Oregon, you're always going to go basement first. Soniqs did that. And then when you lose basement, you're almost always going to go straight back down there unless it's, you just don't believe it'll work out. It is one of the strongest defender bomb sites in the game, and it's been that way for a long time. But Soniqs immediately changed to the secondary bomb site of that kid Storms upstairs. And look at this, it's less than a minute into the round. One member of LG's on the bomb side, Citizens on the flank, but the collapse is just there, and it's so much more clean from LG. If you blurt out the names and teams and, you had to guess which team is which one right now, you would guess incorrectly. It is Soniqs who are running on the bomb site, not knowing where LG are striking from, and it's LG just mowing down Soniqs. I mean, attack repicks on the fact, this could change, but we're seeing a blitz from Eddie right now. And this is just kind of setting the pace from LG. They're kind of toying with Soniqs. They go slow the first round, clean execute. Second round, all of a sudden, they're on the bomb side. Third round, now they're starting to get very comfortable. They're showing some spice. They're showing some not uniqueness, but they're showing some character from their team. And we haven't seen them play in Tier 1 before, so this is very interesting to watch.
I always love getting to see new teams play and adapt. I've never played at this level, you have, so you can obviously speak from experience on this one, but I would imagine that it's very challenging at this level to play against teams with minimal experience because they don't always know what they're doing, and if you don't know what you're doing, your opponents certainly don't. This is a rush from LG, by the way. They already got nearsighted trying to breach into blue and have now lost Azen, but Eddie will spearhead the next push. The Blitz shield in hand, taking down Geo. Twist in the graves. Grixer follows, and more nearsightedness for Eddie. Oh. Those dread mines are doing some serious work. Reducing Luminosity just to 2 players, 3 remaining for Soniqs, and we're not even at the first minute mark of action yet. Oh my. Eddie still toiling. SQ will need to retake the site. Snake and Eddie working in tandem. There's information gained from the shield there, and Eddie can begin the plant, but there's silence ringing out amongst the bomb site. There we go. In hand, Eddie starting it. Nitro Cell expended. Well read by Snake. 5-0. Again, most experienced player on this roster. You're going to need him to go big. He's doing it so far. Another attempt at a plant. It's read by Citizen. Falling off, and that shield makes an awful lot of noise, and now it's Citizen to die to Snake. Eddie softened up yet again, all on the shoulders of Gunner. But you know what staring down a blitz is like, Nick. It's not a lot of fun. Snake gets it done, a huge 4K. Nothing that Soniqs can do is working. LG up 3-0.
Nothing at all. I mean, it looked okay in the beginning because they traded 2 for 1 effectively going in the favor of Soniqs. But the thing is, even when LG, they kind of get shot down in the initial push, right? Sure, the Blitz survived, but the injury behind him, the Fuser carry, the blue push, that died really quickly. They didn't really succeed in that area. And especially for a new team, you might be thinking, okay, your plan doesn't work out. How do you adapt? And it is very difficult to adapt to situations because you have scrimmed, you have practiced, sure, but you have not faced every single scenario before. And now you got new operators, and we saw both Fenrir and Ram in play in that round. We saw the Grim Gadget, near-sighted members in both Blue and Pillar, making the life difficult of the player on Blitz, but they still figure it out. And sure, it's Snake, the most experienced player arguably of this roster, who was there to secure that round with that 4K. Tactical timeout being forced out by Soniqs, and they gotta start changing something around massively, very quickly, because otherwise this will be over very soon.
Wonder how much footage Luminosity had on Soniqs to make that call very early to get in and do so as fast as they did. First kill coming in at 30 seconds on the round, Nick, which is quite a quick pace for this map. Quite a quick pace for that bomb site too, especially since you had a Fenrir with those dread mines established outside of tarps. You have them down where the team is going to be approaching from. They're not even in the building yet, and already Soniqs have information that, hey, they're coming in quick. We've already got one of them activated. Maybe we should get back to the site quickly. Didn't really seem to happen. It took quite a while for Soniqs to get two of their offsite players back into position where they could strike back against Luminosity. And at that point, it was already a 3v3. Still got 2 minutes to go. You've still got a shield up. You can isolate the Blitz. You're gonna have a bad time. And the longer that Blitz sticks around for, the worse it's gonna get for the defenders.
Absolutely. I'm actually a very big fan of Soniqs bring out some more util here. We see both the Aruni together with the Mira, and of course continuing on with the Fenrir. This basically is a classic example of, okay, LG, they can shoot straight. They're confident in their gunfights. They got good intel. Let's just put utility in their way. Let's see how good the util clearing game is. But look at this. The roam clear, so efficient. 30 seconds of the round, silent. He's knocking the bomb site walls down that freezer staircase. They got full-on map control now in the hands of LG. And sure, they might be dry peeking some of these corners. They haven't droned everything out, but they are safely assuming that this will indeed be a bunker hold from Soniqs, and they are correct to believe so. Only one drone has been shot from the side of LG, so they have so much time, so much intel. The only thing they truly have to now capitalize on is simply the execute. But that is, of course, also the most difficult thing to do. Twist has a shotgun in Ibana. You said it, Parker.
I was just about to point that out.
The shotguns got buff. They are half snipers these days. They do a ton of damage up towards their 14 meters or so in-game, which usually covers the majority of the bomb site in distance. So Twist could become an entry once these hatches have all been reached.
The Type 89 is a pretty great weapon. The one main knock against it's small magazine size, but I mean, if you've got that Supernova with the suppressor on it, you're usually going to see it in the hands of Amaru, not either Echo or Hibana. It's just a small change. And again, as the seasons for all these stages go on, we're going to get to pick up on what are general trends with the shotguns, but additionally, these trends are more regional or not. So slower round is... First three just flew by, Luminosity exerting a great amount of force on Soniqs up to this point, but as it is a third defense on this laundry bomb site down below, it looks like Luminosity are taking their sweet time, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, an all too familiar drop in box, and it nets Snake, his first death, no! 8-1 is an impressive going, but more concerning for Luminosity is how few of them are remaining. Twist goes belly down with shotgun out, leaving Silent as the only player from LG, but suddenly he turns it around. Rexon and Citizen gone. Silent's gonna look the wrong direction. Gunner and Grix are remaining. Utility's still up, Gunner has the cross, and that's Soniqs' very first round victory.
And they needed that. They needed that so badly and so desperately. But when we look at Oregon, generally speaking, I mean, you're expecting like a 3-3-half, maybe a 4-2 in favor of defenders, depending on how good your tertiary bomb site defense is. Usually, you'll always win basement, and then like going upstairs is, you know, at best case a 50-50. And then tertiary, if you're good at it, can actually be a very stable position to be at. But you know, you go basement, you lose it. Upstairs, you lose it. Downstairs again, you lose it. Sonic still went there a third time, and it finally works out. It was that util cover, and we saw it when the executed occurred from LG. They are blinded by the Fenrir, or nearsighted rather. The mirror windows were a problem, and the crossfire from Sonic is a little bit better this time. They won their individual gunfights, and they even got a C4 kill on top. So once you really start pushing back against the LG, and you take away that like the pace, and you take it back into your control, I think that's when they're gonna start just to kind of questioning their place a little bit more. But if you give LG too much space, they will take it every single time. We see that with how quick they are on their entries.
5 seconds remaining.
A little observation block
setup, by the way, from Soniqs. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Bailiff for Fenrir, Bailiff for Alibi, Super Shorty for Legion, regular shotgun for Mute.
A lot of self-destruction, of course. Alibi got those observation blockers, which are also still relatively new to pro play, and what they do, well, basically they it makes like a wall that drones can't see through, players can. So you can kind of put them in positions where a drone would like to be far away to see, you know, a long angle of line of sight, and then that block will be put down. Now the drone has to go through the barricade. It's not a mute jammer, it's just a wall basically. So then see what's on the other side of the wall. So if you put them down in important areas, you'll just have to force people to actually go all the way through them, as you can see right here from Exxon. If you throw a drone in this window, which 3rd time's a charmation, you will not be able to see the eye. Oh, you actually threw it down the ground. He's gonna pull up, okay. So he's gonna throw it in, maybe we'll see it. But basically he cannot check the close left position because the wall is there, but he doesn't even go for it. He's on the roof. He's not gonna bother with his tier 3 hold.
Spoke the Amaru into existence in the previous round where I said, yeah, usually when you see the suppressed supernova, it's because of the Amaru, but wrong. Still one observation blocker, by the way. I like the diversity from these teams and what they're bringing, especially LG. They know that they like their Candela execute down below. That's pretty common. Ying is an extremely strong operator on this map, and with the Capitao and Dokkaebi bans in, it's going to allow her to be even better. She's got that secondary hard breach gadget, and she can completely paralyze you when she goes for a drop. In this instance, though, LG have a lot of tools at their disposal, and it doesn't matter what operators because the guns hit their marks. SQ lose 2. Luminosity in a 5v3 with over a minute to go. They have either drawn even or gotten the first blood in every single round. Another for LG on the mark. SQ just reduced to Citizen and Grixer. Neither player positive at the moment, but Citizen trying to get back to even footing. There he goes by eliminating Twist. That's your technical single hard breacher, but there's still of those can opener gadgets in the back pocket. Evasion.
Yeah, and you got so much map control and presence as well. You don't need hard breach at this point in time. You need some intel, act upon it, play the guns numbers, right? 4 versus 2. Those are great odds if you can collapse together with those 4 remaining members, and they do just that.
Juggle around that diffuser, get somebody in. Grixer's the only one remaining. Can't take out Silent. That 417 really packs a punch. First half, 4-1 for LG. One more round to go, but no matter what, LG will win their very first half that they've ever played in the North American League, and that is quite an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yep, and they're doing it on attack. And the big thing about that is that, you know, when you're defending, you just have all these tools and you'll build, you know, a maze, you know, you'll build basically a complicated puzzle for your opponent to solve. And that's pretty easy because you have the tools. When you're in the attack, you gotta analyze, okay, what's the enemy doing? Okay, what shall we do to counter that? What works well against this? And you kind of pointed out, LG are very flexible. They do the Blitz stuff, they do the armor stuff. Now they're playing Global Gadget of Lion, but while they're doing all these things, look at this. In this particular arm we just witnessed, they're playing both the Brava and the Twitch. They are gathering so much intel, but at the same time also denying that from Soniqs. They were hacking the mute jammers and the Fenrir mines with the Brava drones, denying information, taking meeting control, taking gunfights. While they're doing that, they're also holding the top floor cross. So when Sonic starts seeing, oh, there's movement in lobby, movement in meeting, etc., let's start rotating to help these people out. Well, there's also a guy big window, just simply holding the cross, jumping in, taking that risk, and they always pick up 1 or 2 members from Sonic that are just moving a little bit too much around the map. And I mean, Valkyrie is open and on the board, but it's not really being brought out by Soniqs, and I think they need intel. I don't think they have too much information as to what exactly is going on from LG's attacks. It's a problem for them.
I feel like this happens all the time with every league, though. As a new team gets in, and there's one of 2 ways that it goes. Either they're absolutely horse meat, or they win their first 2 or 3 matches, and then things kind of fall off as, you know, that beginner's luck or whatever you want to call it dries up and they get found out. I mean, I remember back the first season of Pro League that I ever casted from Poland, we had Noble come in, like that second season, and suddenly they win like their first 2 or 3 matches or whatever. People are saying, oh, these guys are the real deal. And it's like, well, no. They're good for a map or 2.
That's the thing, I mean, usually the thing with new teams is that you simply just don't have a lot of depth, right? You have the strat book and it's maybe 5 pages long. You look at more veteran teams, or with just new teams with more veteran players maybe, they have a strat book of 20, 25 plus pages. So you have to really put value into your current situation with your team, but also always be building for the future. It's not always easy, and there's so many maps. We got both Nighthaven and constantly being brought in, so even older teams now have to make new strat pages.
Nice pick by Citizen on the Silent. One thing I was going to make a note of is that SQ always have these lurk-heavy defensive holds, and they can bite them if teams cut through quickly and know how to isolate the off-site players. And with LG, if you look at their top 2 players, in terms of kills, Silent and Snake combining for 16 now, as down goes Citizen at Snake's hand. LG seems to be isolating them quite well and picking them off, which puts even more pressure on the shoulders of these anchor players for Soniqs. And honestly, the anchor play has not been for SQ where it usually is. That poses a significant problem as we get to the final moment of the very final round of Luminosity's attack and SQ's defense.
Yeah, but this might be the round. Anchors are in great positions, but again, Grix are running around a little bit too much there. Takes a little bit of damage. Being, of course, very important, stuck in that big window position, but Rex in the midst of it finds ACN, so numbers favor Soniqs.
You're worried about that flank, though. Grim is an excellent operator now to take care of that after the buffs have come in. And you can already see some of the bees are going off, so not all hope was lost. Rexon is proving his worth. 2 picks so far in this round as Eddie goes down as well. Snake will join Twist. The last player remaining, will he too meet his fate? At the hands of Rexon? No, Grixer decides to swing top white. And the Soniqs escape the first half with a bit of a scare. They pick up a second round. We'll hit the reset button as team swap sides.
Yep, and now we really gotta see what Soniqs can do, because now they brought it back to a winnable position, but still a little bit shaky. Players starting to come online, the team play is there, the crossfires, and the big thing to note for Soniqs in that final round on their first half is that they got the opening pick, and sure, he got traded back within 20 seconds, but they recognized that, okay, we've taken off one member. That's gonna already make it difficult to execute, because with only 4 attackers alive, you are much more limited where you can be on the map, because you need as many guns as possible in that same position. So now just consolidate, play close together on that bomb side, almost like nobody was really moving besides Grixer, and the 2 times he did move, he was taking a fair bit of damage from Ying on the big window position. So Soniqs is recognizing, we've already done our job, sit back, relax, wait for LG to come towards us, and we saw an Attic as well, that had a bulletproof camera. So they actually had intel in that round to make those decisions, and they took those gunfights with information, which they didn't have in those previous ones. No surprise to us, LG will also start on that basement bomb side, but they got a bit of a roam game going on, with Asia and the Warden up above, not playing 90 downstairs as you'd normally expect.
Did my eyes deceive me, or did I just not take these records correctly? But no successful diffuser plants for LG that I saw that entire round in terms of opening blood. LG got 3 uncontested opening first picks. Soniqs drew even or got the first pick, but then LG answered back twice. Only the final round would I counted as Soniqs getting that opening pick and then using it to their advantage. It was Citizen who got that kill on the Silent, and he was traded, but it took some time.
Yeah, I believe the very first round, I believe the plant did go down for LG, but the round basically ended a second later, so it didn't really impact anything. That was the Geo meeting flank, they planted, etc. But yeah, all in that, spot on.
Get into that tricky thing where it's like, well, does the plant actually matter if the round ends a second later? But we'll see.
Matter no, but stats are stats, Parker. They're very important.
That is true. You got to do it for the stats, and so many players will indeed do that. Those dread mines going off, which again is just information for the defenders. If you're able to get out of harm's way, they at least know that somebody was in the general vicinity. There's footprints grabbed by Rexon. As this round also just flying by. We're at the halfway point, no action yet. The ferocity that we saw from Luminosity in those first 3 rounds has not shown up for SQ just yet, but the different teams, they'll play it differently.
Yeah, it's flown by, but in complete, opposite, way, essentially. We have Soniqs playing Jackal and Nuke for roam clear, and they've taken 2 minutes out of 3 to roam clear the map. They haven't breached a single hatch yet. And here we go. I guess Scrim has breached a lobby hatch technically, but that's like a super low value one. We don't even count that one. Okay, freeze is over. I take it back. They've breached all the hatches now, but there's still only a minute to go, right? The LG had twice the time to do it, and you don't have a Ying. Sure, you got the B-Boy, you got Grim on the table, and you got Florist drones, but who's going to really initiate an entry on this round? Grixer and Hibana with flashbangs, maybe Citizen get a nade kill? Soniqs are gonna have a hard time to actually open up this initial start. I'll see how they do it.
Asian taking some damage as now Soniqs are inching ever closer to the bomb site, and Rexon thinks that he has his prey. He does indeed, he's correct. A much better game from Rexon. Soniqs get the first pick, but traded back swiftly. Citizen in on the action. Advantage goes back to Soniqs. Silent swinging, picking up both of the kills so far for LG in this round. He's surrounded by bees. They know where he is, but he's still killing either way. Twist reduces Soniqs to just one, and then Silent gets the 4K. Huge individual efforts from LG have defined some of these rounds. Snake at the 4K earlier. Now Silent gets one as well. And the very first defense for LG is a success. 2 rounds away from a victory.
Very big success indeed, and this is the thing, when you don't have these execution-oriented operators and attack, you really only have bullets to work with. And while Rexon finds the opening kill, which then gets traded back rather quickly, where's the follow-up? Well, it's just hard for there to be any. You don't have that Blitz, you don't have a Muncie, there is no Ying, so you're just walking in guns blazing, and Silent just a little bit better at that. We'll see the replay throughout all those kills right here on our screen. And I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna walk in through this hallway, walk in through the laundry hallway, and you're just gonna be met by this, a pre-fire from the Roni, high fire rate, and attackers can only really be coming from 3 areas there. The meeting hatch drop, freezer hallway / hatch drop, and the laundry hatch / laundry drop as well. So you don't have a lot of options. It's very easy for defenders to know where you're gonna be coming from. There is no surprise factor. Citizen not successful on that back tower stairs either, and that really was maybe the one way Soniqs could open things up, but it got shut down.
They're the operator lineup right now for the defending team. I don't see anything outside of the ordinary. Some small changes versus what Soniqs are bringing on this bomb site, but Amira upstairs I feel like isn't a common sight that we see, more often down in laundry. You might play her upstairs if this was a main floor defense. Am I losing my mind, or do we just not see teams do this all that often?
No, you're completely right. We don't see this very commonly done. I mean, Mirror as an operator in general across, let's say, every map doesn't see a whole lot of play. There is, of course, a mute in play because of it as well, to deny the hard breaches destruction on the walls that has that mirror window. Asian on Lesion. Lesion is an operator we have not seen that much of in the last, year and a half of pro play, but he too got a nice cheeky buff in the most recent patch. The Gumans now do, instantaneous damage when you step into them, so chip damage is now a thing again. Maybe we'll see some Think on attack, who knows, because of that. And they tick down quicker, he gets more of them, he has a secondary shotgun. The TLDR is, Lesion is incredibly strong. I think in the EWL first 2 play days had like a 60% plus pick rate, so he is back in town as well.
Silent trying to make some noise from over towards tower.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Gunner sees this. Perfect place for an Amaru. Sail on up to T3. Why not do it? Snake goes down to Grixer. I don't know where exactly that transpired from. That's prompting LG to scatter. Maybe get back in closer to the bomb site now that you're down in numbers. It's a nice first pick by Soniqs, and it's something they desperately need.
And they're holding on. They're not taking any risks. They're setting up their network, holding angles, waiting for, looks like Gunner to get into position. And look at that, a great shot from Geo. And that right there is going to seal the deal. I mean, now Soniqs can just, again, keep that numbers advantage.
Asian, no, not ideal. Swings into Grixer, down he goes. Soniqs are just pulverizing Luminosity at the moment. Eddie's the only person still standing. He sees one, but that Vector is going to run out of munition very quickly. Pull out the secondary shotty. Eddie is now within a rock and a hard place. Got a pick, but doesn't make it past the door frame. Soniqs pick up round number 3. They've still got work to do. That's a favorable bomb site for a lot of defenders, so a win on attack on dorms up top. That's not bad at all, SQ.
Well, I think if SQ, you just want any round win you can take, no matter where it is. But one of the things that happens when teams tend to play mirror sometimes, and I think one of the big reasons why it kind of fell out of the meta game for pro play at least, is that players tend to play a lot more passive, right? You got this nice cozy spot on the map with a mirror window. You have a very big advantage. They can't really clear that easily. But what it also takes away from you as a team and as a player is that you're not moving a whole lot. You know, LG, yeah, they contested big tower, but nothing came out of it. No kills, no real map pressure, etc. The only thing they accomplished was that they stopped any sort of attic/big tower push. They gave up Master Bedroom for free. They gave them trophy. They gave them armory. And Soniqs, their game plan appears to be very simple right now. Take it very, very slow. Just don't die early in the round. Keep your guns up at all times. Double check everything with drones. And Luminosity, they have two ways to answer this. Either they will play this passive kind of utility game, where they will try and make Soniqs work, you know, for problem solving. Or you run into their face, right? LG, start playing on the offense, start peeking some windows, some doors, hold Master Bedroom, hold trophy, maybe try and, for example, here as you see, shut down the small tower injury from Citizen. Because right now they're just sacrificing so much map space to the side of Soniqs. And it's the same reason why LG were successful themselves. They took map control very quickly because Soniqs didn't fight them on either. It's never easy to roam, it's very difficult, but you got the Valkyrie, you got Fenrir, you got the Lesion, and let's say you're afraid of a bomb site rush, you have the Mirror. You also have the Fenrir and the Asami. So I feel like Luminosity, they can work both sides for 2 rounds in a row now, trying the passive one. The first time didn't work out, this one might. But Soniqs, same style, very slow, holding drones, not making a lot of moves.
Is that Gunnar droning himself in as well?
Yeah. Limited budget these days, you know? Drones are going elsewhere.
You know, it's the drone economy, stupid.
Yeah,
I wish he was listening to it because I know for a fact that Lynx would love that quip.
I mean, they got 10 alive still, so you say the economy is in shambles, but from the side of Soniqs right now, it's looking mighty fine, but it's because they're taking their time. It's because LG are playing passive, and they're looking for their catch. We see it, Gunner's in the basement holding that freezer drop because they think there's a roamer down there. Twist is nearby, but not quite in the right position for that catch, but if he moves down towards that hatch, he will die and meet his demise very shortly after, or perhaps the door will be the enemy.
Ah, there goes Twist. Gunnar getting the very first pick. Snake also dropped. LG's fortunes on this bomb site, not much better than what we saw previously. They surrendered the first couple picks to SQ, and it goes from bad to worse, as now while Snake bleeds out, Asian will do the same next to him. Who do you pick up first? That's the question. And, well, better yet, are they even recoverable? Eddie, frying Grixer, trying to keep those numbers close. Silent will swing. He has an opportunity to get one of his teammates up, but Geo is just tempting him, daring him, as he can taste a two-piece right in front of him. Snake bleeding out, leaving Asian to bleed out now as well. Silent down, Eddie goes too. Boy, oh boy, that was clinical. That is not the bomb site for Luminosity. SQ showing how indomitable they can be when they are on their game, taking dorms back to back, and have now put LG's lead down to just a single round.
Yeah, I think if you're LG, you gotta figure out what the issues are right now. And from my point of view right now, it's the bomb site. You don't want to sit really still on a bomb site that doesn't favor sitting still. I mean, Kid Storms isn't a terrible side, but it's one of those 50-50 coin flip ones. If you make some plays, get some kills, you are going to be in a decent position as a defending team. But strategically, if you're just sitting in these corners, how are you expecting yourself to be winning these rounds? Sure, if Soniqs make a major mistake, or if they don't know how to problem solve, it'll be fine. But this is tier 1 Siege. Teams know how to attack the basic maps and the basic bomb sites. Frankly, they know how to attack pretty much all of them, besides the new maps perhaps, because they're new. So LG gotta get either more out on the map, more active, or just simply recognize that this isn't working. I think they should go basement right now, as they are, evidently so, and then go tertiary next time. Drop that second bomb site, get active on the tertiary, try and make something happen there. They go for utility for the 3rd round in a row, and look at their response from Soniqs. They bring Ying, they bring Monty, they bring the Grim. They're worried about a flank or map control, they bring the Nomad too. So Soniqs, they recognize that slow equals good. And LG, they're trying to match it, but I don't think it's the right answer.
Question that the desk had raised was, are we going to see yet another quick one? The answer is no.
No.
I do appreciate that all the other teams are trying to get us back on track, as we had some server issues plaguing the game earlier on. But Luminosity and Soniqs seem to want to go into the dying moments of every round, exception of a couple of those LG attacks, as we talked about. You know what? Again, I understand that a victory for Luminosity is just a victory and that they're not going to care if they ultimately lose. It's not still a win. They're not going to turn around and be like, you know, but I was really happy with how we played. But I gotta say, just from an impartial standpoint, it's impressive the way that all of these teams have debuted today, and Luminosity, even if they do end up losing the next 3 rounds and lose 7-5, going up against a team of this caliber, Luminosity taking 5 rounds off of Soniqs, is a win in some ways. They will disagree with me, I'm certain of it. Halfway point of this round, Nick, and very different from what we saw when Luminosity was on attack. Now they are being very patient on their defense, allowing Soniqs to take up space in blue. That's being spearheaded by Geo's Monty.
Yeah, again, I don't like this look from LG. They've done so well playing that aggressive, you know, we control the pace, we control the decisions, and then they give it up. And now Geo on the very famous Monty of his, and he's such a good Monty player because he plays it passive. It's perfect for this round. He's just standing there giving intel, stressing out the players of LG. He's waiting for all the other pieces to be set into the right places for this go execute to go. This might be it.
There's the flashes, and Asian retreats from his position, still on the stairs, smoke preventing Geo from getting in much farther. Grenade in hand from Rexon. Still plenty of time. The Soniqs can wait this out. The gas will continue to linger. And now, Asian has no choice but to get aggressive. Eddie, the first one in the win column in terms of those kills. Rexon trades out Asian. It's a 4v4 with LG just inching ahead. Snake looking to redeem himself. He had a very strong start, but he's fallen off now, leaving these teammates to do more of the work. But good lord, SQ gets 3 kills in 4 seconds, and they've tied the game.
Oh. Geo's hipfire killed both the players there from the side of LG. He was aiming for the smoke, but he hit the mirror, who was either prone on the floor or injured. I couldn't quite tell. What an out of nowhere, essentially, explosion in that round. I mean, yeah, the Ying is a pretty big, you know, telltale sign that something's about to go down. The first Candela, nothing really happened. But then with the second, you know, the third and the fourth, everything just became into chaos. And that pillar position, the entirety of blue, that's where all the action occurred. And this, of course, will put us into that. Okay, what now? Well, tactical timeout from LG. Let's figure it out. It's 5-5. You've kind of lost the lead back to a tied game. It's just a matter of 2 rounds now. This would have gone to OT. And yeah, Parker, you said it. LG losing 7-5 if Soniqs were to win in the following 2 rounds wouldn't be a major loss, right? They had a great showing, etc., but only on their attacks. And this is a game where you have both attack and you have defense, and good teams aren't just good on one side. You gotta do good on both. And so far, the defensive half from LG not looking great. Not adapting, not adjusting, not recognizing the problem, or at the very least, if they are making all these changes, the outcome is the exact same every single time so far. And Soniqs, they are actually showing the exact opposite. They're happy to try new things. They did a lot of slow stuff, but with different operators in different ways. And now, with a Tiger Peak still open, of course, they're changing things around again. They're gonna say, okay, what bumps are we facing? Okay, let's say it's downstairs. What operators do we want? Geo, you can flex stuff, Citizen can flex stuff, Gerster can flex stuff. Even Gunner these days, in the last, you know, basically 2 seasons, he's been playing Ying and other flex operators as well. So even Gunner, who was known as this notorious Ashe Ana entry main who just shoots people, you know, really good aim, he's actually providing so much value for Soniqs nowadays with the ability to play pretty much anything. Having a player go from a one-trick pony to a semi-flex play kind of player is just a big showcase into how much you're investing into that player, but also how much he's giving back to the team, saying, you know what, I'm gonna try this operator, I'm happy to do it, I know that I'm not, you know, super flexible, I'll work on it. And Gunner, after, you know, X amount of time, he's not that person. He is greatly improved as a player in those areas, and it's a big strength for Soniqs because now they can just flex other players around even more. Whoever wants a good gun, they get a good gun, they go pew pew.
It's a good thing that there's some depth in terms of these kills from Luminosity, as Silent has picked up from where Snake left off. Snake started 8-1. Since then, he's gone 3-5 and is not having anywhere near the same level of impact in those fateful 2 executes for LG on attack and now on defense. And speaking to your point about this map, 3 of the 10 rounds have broken in favor of the attackers. So it's not even just that these teams might be better defensive teams. The map itself is heavily tilting in that favor. In order for LG to go to overtime, they have to match Soniqs' attack record, which is just 1 more round win. Might prove to be a little bit difficult here, as down goes Asian. One of the more experienced players in this matchup, and he and Snake are the only 2 players on LG that have this tier 1 level of experience, isn't really showing, and Asian's not exactly playing these roles that require you to die early and die often.
Oh, he's not. Also, that roaming warden, you know, every now and again, it is something where you really want warden alive right now on the bomb side, because you got the smokes coming out, the flashbangs coming out later in the round, and this Monty, there's just no answers. There's no lesion. Smokes canisters are gone already with a minute to go. Geo has still more than half his health bar left, so Soniqs will just wait down for the next 20 or so seconds. And then they can again just freely choose where they want to go, how they want to go there. LG ideally, they want to lash out right now. Don't let them get the 5 before execute. Don't let them, you know, enable all these Bs to give intel. Try and get a pick and try and claw your way back in this round.
Here go the Candelas, but without a warden, all hope is effectively lost. Soniqs getting a lot of kills, but Eddie suddenly turns it around. Silent is trapped inside of the closet. Nitro Cell in hand to bail himself out, but Citizen gets into that spot, and there goes Geo to the Nitro Cell. Suddenly this is more winnable. Citizen versus Eddie in a 1v1. Citizen almost full HP. No utility though. Diffuser in hand 15 seconds to go. Eddie will need to drop, guided by his teammates. He has information. Citizen sticks it. Now Eddie has to pick which corner to go through. Drone's still up at this point. Citizen gets the job done, giving SQ a win to put them ahead. They're on match point. 6-5 over LG.
And that's Ben, as we know and love, always clutch in those moments. And I mean, it looked really good. Eddie made a big play on that tower staircase, retaking control, getting that 180-degree flake behind him to shut down that double kill. But then what happens in the 2 versus 1 for LG? There's no crossfire. Captain inside the closet, the bomb side of Silent, he swings Citizen effectively. The Citizen actually also got a team kill in that round. But the lack of a crossfire for LG, that split-second decision-making actually became their biggest enemy, because Eddie could have helped his teammate, but he ran up the freezer stairs instead, playing that top floor position when he could have been downstairs and just established some sort of way to help his teammate. You know, Capkin sticks the corner, Eddie holds the cross to try and get that 2v1 crossfire enabled, but no. And there's, you know, still that 15 seconds left. Citizen, he wins the 1 gunfight on site, picks up Diffuser, and they have drones on site for Soniqs. They know the hallway is clear, they know laundry is clear, so he can just reload his gun, take his time, breathe it out, plant for 7 seconds, and then Eddie gets to the bomb site. Small mistakes with a major indication of the outcome. And Soniqs looking better as time is going on. Rexon on 12 kills now. No one's really falling behind for Soniqs. I mean, yeah, Gunner is 5 and 7. He's also the execute enabler on that tower staircase with the Ying, so he's pretty much first to die with no support. Everyone's showing up for Soniqs right now, and it's massive for them.
Well, Soniqs are definitely playing more of their style of game, which is good. And again, I don't like harping on the underdogs, but coming into this game, I think you can look at a team like Luminosity with very limited experience at this level. And no, Jacob, I'm sorry, I don't consider Breaking Point to be tier 1 experience. Even though it is good experience to get your game reps in against good opponents. And this LG squad did finish 3rd in that. But it's still, it's no substitute for actually playing match days at this level. Soniqs have floated at the top of NA for, what, a year and a half now, 2 years at this point. And while, yeah, they've had some stumbles and they've made some roster changes, they've had some role swaps, they're never a team that you can ever count out. They're always able to show up when you have a roster like that. Yeah, they'll have bad days. Somebody like Rexon will go 1-9 in match number 1. That can be the difference. I'm reloading! For a team like Luminosity, which is 3 players making their tier 1 debut, and even then, Snake and Asian, as experienced as they may be, are still not terribly experienced when you look at a lot of the other players in this league. I think even taking 5 rounds off of Soniqs on what is historically one of SQ's best maps is an accomplishment and a win. In maybe not the way they want, but a win nonetheless.
Can't believe Silent survived that position instead of small tower.
Yeah, you and me both.
That's, yeah. But somehow he made it out. Eddie was there for support and assistance. But Soniqs have now kind of changed the pace, right? Relatively quick entry, gonna lurking with the nuke as well. And you see LG here, they're scattered across the map. They have no idea what is going on. So this slow and safe pace from both teams all of a sudden has turned into chaos. The Guma gives it away. It's a trade 1-for-1.
Well, they lose Silent. But then SQ loses 2 more, so Luminosity actually coming out ahead in that engagement. What a time for Soniqs to take their foot off the proverbial accelerator. Twist gunning down Grixer, a relatively easy kill for Twist in his debut. Sacrifice Silent, all right, but the rest of the team seems to be hitting their mark. Down goes Citizen. Overtime, unless Rexit can clutch out. A phenomenally better performance this time. He sees Twist's head. It will be the undoing of Luminosity, but he's given his position away. They know he's in kitchen. He's got diffuser in hand, but he has to pick his targets correctly. He's making an awful lot of noise, and Eddie hears this, or so we assume, right? Eddie hits the barbed wire, and that information now goes in favor of Rexen. Still 2 other players from Luminosity who I presume are being fed this information. Rexen gets near sighted and he has no choice but to stick to diffuser. He is a dead man walking at this point. And Snake, after a slow midway point of this matchup, gets on the board in the final round with an impactful kill. It sends LG and SQ to overtime, our first OT here in the North America League. I'd say, and I know people are going to disagree with me, but I'd say this is also a win for LG, who seem to be racking up the W's in not exactly the most orthodox of ways.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to that chaotic playstyle, I just think LG comes out ahead. I mean, it looked like they had no idea what was happening. And truth be told, I don't think they fully knew the positions of Soniqs. But they come out ahead in those brutal 1-to-1 gunfights. You know, it's a 1-for-2 trade to start things off. And then when you first have that advantage, it's just easy to hold on to it. But it's hard to gain it. Soniqs tried, they fought throughout the entire bomb set, but then you got all that utility. The goo mines, for example, upstairs that Gunnar walked into. It changes everything. Gunnar was playing Nuke and he had used his gadget through lobby, up the armory stairs, he was hiding from the mirror window, and he actually flanked at the perfect time in the round while there was chaos elsewhere. But he stepped into one of the many goo mines in his path, and Mirror heard it and turned around and basically killed him. And that right there can just be the difference maker in the round, because now there's no upstairs pressure from Soniqs, right? So bird control's in their favor. They have to worry about the kitchen hatch now and the meeting hatch, so it becomes much more difficult. Overtime's on the menu. It's 6-6. LG will stay on defense and Soniqs will stay on attack. I honestly think that it pretty much favors the attackers in this case. Just look at how both teams have done on their defense versus their attack inside. Soniqs, of course, also having just attacked for 6 rounds in a row. They don't gotta change a thing. They can keep things going the same. Luminosity, who has been not the best at adapting to what's been going on so far in their defense, well, that pretty much points to me as Soniqs come out ahead here.
3 final rounds to determine which one of these teams goes home with a victory. Do Soniqs go home empty-handed today? The Luminosity get their very first victory? We'll see. But the way it's turning out, LG obviously favorable since they're going to be able to defend twice. Laying out their tools all around and going to an odd bomb site, you'd think, for their very first defense.
I think you gotta just, I mean, you defended, you know, the same 2 so many times, which means Soniqs have attacked it and done so mostly successfully. I think Tertiary is actually a great starting point here. I think you go Tertiary, and then you see what happens from there on out. You know, you lose, you go attack. If you win, then you go attack, but you're happier about it. And usually when you go into OT, things always tend to slow down. This is no exception. An even slower round for Soniqs. And this Citizen gunfight right here on the tower stairs is going to be the first attempt to get that advantage, but it's Twist who comes out ahead again. LG in the 1v1, so it's just a little bit better.
Don't let those outlines fool you. That was not a teammate of Citizens on the stairs.
No.
There's a big pick by Twist, and he's not far off of where Geo was either. Geo could very easily, or somebody on SQ, could drone out Twist's position down below. Citizen is a player where you can send him off to do whatever he wants against whomever he wants, and he's almost always going to win those engagements. But when he's walking in dry and without any information whatsoever to those back tower stairs, well, you're not exactly setting him up well for success. And now he's the one that's going to be on cam duty.
Yeah. Well, you know, you got this ace up your sleeve, you got the Osa shields, but oh no!
Oh, an explosive result. Geo blown up on stage. Bees are going. Rexon walking. 14 and 15 kills in close quarters. Looking for more now for a 16th kill in his hand. It's just Rexon and Grixer. 3 players from LG remain, but time is running out very quickly. And LG is showing a well amount of patience right now. And he will go for the drop, and he gets the final kill with Twist. Match point now in the hands of Luminosity.
I mean, I guess you can say that Rexon was simply, you know, saving his kills in that first game and just going absolutely nuclear in the second. But sometimes kills, it's just not enough because you still gotta play the Abyss, you still gotta get that diffuser down. And usually Geo from the side of Soniqs will always be the man to get that done, right? When he plays the Monty, he plays the Osa, etc. And yeah, you lose the initial injury of Citizen, but you still got the Osa. You can get down a Talon shield, stop planting behind it, but what do you know? There's a C4 on the bottom side right here, and you are just, no, you hate to see that. But then Rexon almost makes the miracle play. Beautiful flick onto Snake, but again, no time, no cover, no map control. Too easy for LG. Gunner, not too happy about that. Of course, you shouldn't be. It's OT. You really want that round. Now things will change around as well. Soniqs will go on defense. It's been a while. And LG will go back to what arguably was the more comfortable side. We know they can play the flex, the fast, slow, the make around on their attacks, but they gotta make the right choice now, because this could be their final round.
5 seconds to go.
Very pivotal time for Soniqs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
You know, I'm glad that Richie's doing well. I don't usually care which players or which teams do what. I'm just here for the storyline. I'm along for the ride. But I can only imagine what going 1-9, your first match of the day, up against quite literal wildcard.
But, I mean, it's hard, right? We kind of touched upon it. Like, you don't have much prep work. You don't really know how they play. It's very unknown to you. You're playing Bank where you're locked into specific operators, long guns aside, people jump out windows. It's annoying. And now you're playing Oregon. It's your bread and butter of Siege. Everyone knows how to play it, you know, it's same way in rank, same way in Pro League, etc. at a high level. And it's all about just the small, tiny details right now, right? For example, the 50-50 gunfights, winning those, and then clearing the utility correctly, getting the right drone work, not missing those crucial steps. Like even what Snake's doing right now, making these rotates between, just saving time. But then again, while he's doing that, Silent sprints down and freezes stairs, somehow gets the opening kill onto Citizen on Warden, which thankfully for Soniqs isn't the biggest loss because there is no Ying this time around, but there is a single set of grenade, or of smoke grenades rather, and a single set of flashbangs on the side of LG.
It really is a critical blow, losing Citizen so early in both of these rounds. Time and time again, Soniqs have been bailed out by his inhuman performance. Gunner gets a single kill, but doesn't get away with his life in hand. Twist goes down, but Eddie at least has his teammates back. Advantage favoring LG continues on. We cleared out one of those roamers. Where do you go next? What's the next step for Luminosity here? Just over a minute to go. They've got 4 grenades in their pocket. They've got those 2 smokes still. Drones aplenty. Geo narrows those numbers down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the pressure's building up. You don't want to make that one crucial mistake. It's going to cost you the round in OT. So drone everything, check it, double, triple check it, and just make sure that everybody's ready to go. Because 2 members of the freezer stairs, 1 big tower, 1 laundry. It's going to be a collapse in multiple areas at once, but you got mirror windows, bulletproof cameras, util from defenders. It comes down to gunfights. LG allowed to strike first.
Oh, they trade again, but if they keep going in this direction, Luminosity's gonna win the whole damn thing. Soniqs need to get a little bit more active. There goes one of those dread mines. Grixer trying to take advantage of that. Rexon gets 1 and 2, leaving Snake to be the hero for Luminosity. He's cooled off, but you still know what he's capable of. Because the devil split in front of him, sees Grixer's head. Watched by that camera in a duel against Rexen, as slow as a sledge is. 12 seconds, 10 seconds, time working against him. He needs to pick right, and he doesn't do that. Rexen finds the opening. All 15 rounds needed between these teams. The Soniqs win their defense.
Someone's gotta stop Rexen in these rounds. I mean, he is just shooting. He's so fast. He's so precise. He is shutting down every single member of LG, and in such a crucial time in this game as well. Takes you to 7-7. You save it. The mental is no longer chalked. You're back in the driver's seat. You're hitting such nasty shots. All you gotta make sure you do now is get that final round. But the thing is, these hero plays, it's not a reliable way to win these games, not a reliable way to stay in games or win rounds. You can't always just rely on a single person to do the job. LG, they had Snake in the first half. Soniqs, they have Rexen all the way throughout this game. As you look at this, he's fighting two members almost at the same time. I will say, in the 2v1, Grixer and Rexen didn't really establish the greatest crossfire there, allowing Snake to isolate into the 1 versus 1. But thankfully for Soniqs, it was Grixer who died first, and not Rexen, who's now sitting on 18 kills. We'll see the same bumps that play out for this actual final round. Overtime, basically a best of 3 in round count. This is the final one, no matter what happens. We see the same kind of roam from LG we saw very early on in their first attempt of basement, where they have Asian on the Wardens at that kitchen area. They got the Gumans to assist as well as they keep regenerating throughout the round. The Soniqs will do what they have been doing so far. They are paying respects to the what-ifs. Droning top of small tower like we just saw from Grixer, that is a what if there's a guy hiding there, going for this cheesy strat, you know, in max OT. No, we're not going to be caught off guard. We're not going to be lazy right now. This is when it matters the most. We're going to take an extra 10 seconds to clear absolutely everything. Good discipline. In LG, they recognize that the drone game is too strong. They're going to fall back. They kill 2 drones in total. That's it. So tons of intel for Soniqs.
Do gonna say I've been enjoying how much Fenrir has shown up. A bit disappointed that we haven't seen Ram yet. I just want to see the drones, man.
I mean, I was gonna say, it's not the greatest maps or bomb site for map rather. Oh, you don't. That's fair. They should bring Ram for the fun factor.
That's correct.
Yeah, she has a 2.0 scope R4C. That's the closest to Ash Acre you'll have, you know, for 7 years.
Look, these teams are trying to win a match. I'm just trying to have a good time. All right? Think about the viewers.
Yeah, play the new operator, please, and thank you. Yeah. Although I will say, Fenrir, however, getting played all the time, so maybe that's just the balance right now. A lot of Fenrir, no Ram, instead of 50-50.
There goes that shield. Those Rotero drones are going to provide incredible value, as they always do on this bomb site. LG have had a bit of an Achilles heel with the 2 main bomb sites of this map. You pointed it out when they went to the meeting bomb site right off the rip in overtime, that while it might be a bit unconventional for teams to stick all of their hopes and dreams on a bomb site that isn't exactly the best for the defenders, well, it doesn't really matter because Luminosity haven't had the most success with the 2 bomb sites that are usually the best for defenders. So, take a gamble. Go where it's supposedly safest. You were a little bit critical of the lack of Ying before. Well, guess what? They've got one. Gunner in the driver's seat. 40 seconds remaining. Citizen involved in the first pick in all 3 rounds of overtime, this time in the favorable way by eliminating Eddie. Fenrir is gone. Rexen marching up towards Freezer, looking for kill 19, gets it. How about 20 to his name? Well, suddenly LG is taking everybody out around you. You're going to have to do more of that work, Rexen. So is Geo. Bit of a pause, 20 seconds remaining. Silent and Asian, the last 2 left for LG. No. Through the drone hole, Rexen gets number 20. Could a 21 be found? Him and Silent in a 1v1, and they trade it? What on earth is the end to that match? How do you trade on the final kill? What an unbelievable result. Exasperation on the faces of all of the players as Luminosity wins in one of the most puzzling final moments the NA League has ever seen.
But hey, if you're a defender, you're happy, right? You win the game.
He sums it up. Oh, what an unbelievable conclusion. Wow. That's it for this match. We got a break ready for you. Everybody in disbelief. I'm sure you are. We are. Let's kick it. Quick break.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the two people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, it'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as operator came out, you picked it. I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure. And
that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too. There it is.
All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and you killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake
You're
up that
so
early.
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm like oh, like I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing. I like Snake.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game.
Aww,
When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filling the energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through, and the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond
moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is!
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We got to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better, just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
It is not possible to have a game end as close as we just saw. There is no other possible way. It is round 15. It is a 1v1. It is a trade. And the only determining factor in who wins the thing is just who's playing on defense at that particular moment because the diffuser was not planted. LG walk away with a win. We thought it would be freebies for Soniqs to get at least 5, maybe 6 points. They're 25% done with their stage already, and they only walk away with 1.
Tough for the favorites.
It's, there's not... It's just not what you expected. Like, if you're looking on paper, like we were just talking, even going into the show today, like we were looking up, we said, wow, like, and then even just everything as a whole, we were saying they're going to be the bullies. They're kind of getting bullied in a sense. So, it's definitely shocking to say the least.
Somehow the schoolyard jock is the one getting wedgied back behind the lockers for some reason. Didn't see it coming. We should talk to one of the dudes who helped make it happen. It's Eddie from LG. First of all, congratulations on your first dub in the big leagues, dude. I don't know how you pulled it off. I'm sure you're getting the chance to go back and recollect on it. There'll be some things that you can look back from that game, but talk to me about that last round in particular. What's going through your head while you're watching how that round plays out when it comes down to the 1v1?
Well, in the 5v5, I kind of threw. I walked up and gave Citizen a free kill, so I was like, damn, like, it's whatever. And then it came out to 2v2. And then Agent gets drone hold, and I was like, it was like kind of surprising. Like, it was well played, I guess. But Silence got that clutch gene in him. He's got the ice in the veins. Once he killed Flores, and I saw him swinging the guy in freaking in the hallway. I knew he was gonna win that. And when they traded, I knew we won it like automatically because we got defense first, and we were all just like yelling, like super happy. Just felt great.
Eddie, I was talking to your coach, Wafer, over the weekend, and I was asking him about your roles, your IGL structure. He said that you guys didn't really have a traditional IGL, but that you were low-key the captain of the team. How true do you think that is, and in what ways do you fill a leadership role on this squad, and how do you bring that to the team?
Well, yeah, like you said, we don't really have an IGL. It's kind of like all of us just giving in ideas and calling plays and whatever. But most of the time, it's like my voice, like for the execute, like I'm the one like saying, hey, like let's 3-2-1 this. George, you go here. Connor, you go here. Like all that stuff. So like most of the attacks, like we like executed perfectly because everyone listened and everyone knew what to do. On defense, still, like I guess I kind of messed up. We went basement 3 times because I was thinking it's like the easy side to defend. I should have like called for like the meeting defense a little earlier. I think if we like went meeting a little earlier, we probably would have won out with like 3 points or something.
But
yeah, no, that's definitely understandable. And I got a question for you too. Obviously, you guys were running away in the early round. You know, like you guys were definitely up. It was looking like kind of a landslide. When they started to make that comeback, what was kind of going through your guys' minds? Like, what were the comms like?
Well, we were like really hyped at first, like going up 4-2 on the attack half. Like we were like all super stoked, like, oh yeah, we're gonna win this. And then they started getting some rounds on us. So I'm like, oh, like the vibe kind of like got a little low. But then we won that 5-6 defense, and we're like, oh yeah, we're still in this. Like we still got this. And then they kind of went down, but we brought it back.
No, it's important to keep that composure, and I'm glad that you guys all, maintained that and didn't inflate your heads. But I mean, this is a learning curve too. Like, this is the big stage. Like everything matters, and it's important to reflect on that and be like, okay, you know what? We maybe got a little overzealous. Let's focus now going into the future. We can get hyped, but let's focus round by round and just take it from there.
Dang, I didn't know Laxing was actually LG's coach right here. just
little
for
side
a split
one.
second, yeah.
little side.
Last
That's
question
my
for you, man. Obviously, we've been at least for those of us who've been following the North American Tier 2 scene for quite some time, your name keeps on popping up in some circles as when's this dude finally going to shot at Tier 1? When he finally gets to play on a big stage, when's that finally going to be? What's it mean to finally be on a stage like the North American League after playing the game for so long on a lower level?
It feels great. I mean, in my opinion, I think we deserve this more than a lot of other people do. We've been grinding for a long time. And the only reason why most of us aren't on T1 is because of what they think about us from the outside, and not really get a chance to talk to us and actually know us. And now that we're in T1, we're just here to dominate. All these SQ overrated team, all these overrated teams that we finally get the chance to play against and prove ourselves.
Well, you're already on the right path to being able to do that. Again, congratulations on the win. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Again, genuinely, no better way to start off your Tier 1 career than by beating the Soniqs in just an absolute landslide of a day for them. I mean, we'll bring the highlights up just as a reminder of how close we got, how close the Soniqs got too, because this was attacker-sided Oregon until overtime, and then we remembered, oh wait, we're actually supposed to be winning defensive rounds instead.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with a bit of cheese coming through from LG. We saw the Candelas flying, we saw the Blitz being played, we saw some really fast, aggressive, fun attacks from Luminosity, and it was working. They got a huge early lead against Soniqs in that first half, and they talked about how hyped they were. You see Twist getting hyped there. They had the gunplay to back it up, and what I really enjoyed about those really explosive attacks is it was everyone together. They weren't trickling into the bomb site, just the Blitzen by himself. No, it was an execute through and through where they were playing as a unit, and I loved those attacks. Unfortunately, the second half came in for LG, and they couldn't really land those defensives on the stronger sites like basement and dorms, but eventually they got there, and I'm sure it hurt for Soniqs.
Yeah, I mean, to go off with what you were saying, that they were super hyped, they were starting out strong, the teams were executing, and that's what I was talking about. Like Luminosity, if they wanted to get a win, they were really gonna have to be, keeping the synergy up, working together, and we saw that in those executes. But at the end, switching to defense, then we did see them kind of collapse, and Eddie said it himself. They were hyped, and then things started to happen. Then they weren't as hyped anymore, which that's pretty normal. But it's good that they did keep the composure. They kept it up, kept it close, and then obviously it came down to that literal trade and then being on defense that closed out the round for them.
25% of the Soniqs group stage is now done because you're playing a doubleheader on day one. And we said it was probably going to be a lot easier just because it's the two brand new teams. I want to chalk that up a little bit to it being surprise factor on two teams that they don't traditionally have to play at a Tier 1 level. But at the same time, when you're going back, Laxing, after a day like this, what specifically are you going to look for? Like, what would you tell them as a pick-me-up before they go into day 2?
I mean, the thing, in my experience, the games that you're supposed to win, you somehow end up losing. And the games you shouldn't win, you end up, the games you shouldn't lose, you win. I don't know. It's this back and forth, and the only thing you can really do is just accept that this was the result, and you got to keep going forward. That's literally all you can do. You can't focus on the past. You just got to keep rolling with it.
Anything else, Jesse?
I mean, 2 silver linings we can add to this day for Soniqs as well. Number one, they got a lot better. This game, I mean, it couldn't have gotten closer. They really did step it up. We saw Rexon in particular really have a much better game. He was the star of the show for
21
Soniqs.
kills?
Saved them all for the second map, I suppose.
Yeah.
21 indeed. He played really well, so that was a point of improvement we wanted to see and we saw.
Yep.
And it's also, you know, it's 25% of their season gone, but at the same time, you only need top 6 to make it to playoffs. And once you're in playoffs, it's a brand new reset, right? You can once again make it to that first place. So it's still wide open field. It's not over for Soniqs by any stretch of the imagination.
In case people forgot, the Soniqs were the top placing North American team at the Copenhagen Major. And if they want to go back to the other one, unless they pick things up, they're probably going to have to buy tickets to Atlanta like you can do right now.
Welcome back to the breakdown. We've got a quick little highlight for you guys to show from the last match that we just played here on stream. And what I really want to highlight is Asian playing down in tarps and how perfectly Soniqs cleared this guy. So to start off, right, minute 15 on the clock, Asian's playing tarps. This is the most powerful position, especially for a Warden to be playing in. He can deny the bunker players from coming into the site. He can deny the big tower stairs. And if he moves a little bit, he can even deny E-box from players dropping in, going for that push. He is crucial to clear out and clear out cleanly, and I want to showcase how Soniqs did that. Let's play the clip and show a little bit about how this goes down. First thing to notice, Asian's swinging. Asian is expecting a gunfight because he knows he's a threat. He knows that he's going to be the one that people are coming after, so he's looking for these players. Now, there is a Ying on these stairs, and you just saw him shoot a drone. That drone belonged to none other than Rexon. You can see he's lost one there. Rexon is a key part of clearing this, right alongside the gunner coming on with the Candelas on the Ying. These are the 2 players that are having a massive impact. We'll clear this. We'll keep on playing it. And again, Asian, seeing these one little Candela trickle in, seeing the drone get shot, that's him wanting to play a little bit more aggressive, but he's just not getting those swings. He can't find these fights that he's expecting to find. And what ends up happening is he goes for another swing. He doesn't find anybody, and he has to back off. Twice now, we are seeing Asian try to get aggressive, expect some aggression, and he's not finding it. Now where is he? 47 seconds. He's expecting pushes from 2 places. Number one, he's expecting somebody to come along from the staircase and swing him from his right. Number 2, he's expecting maybe somebody's coming from E-box. You see him looking at the angle right now. What he's not expecting is that Rexon has walked all the way in from bunker and is about to swing him. There's so many angles, and he's not ready for the one that's most important. Let's play and see how it goes. Not even looking at him. That is a clinical clear of the position from Soniqs. Really well executed. Now, we've got a game waiting, DarkZero versus Mirage, so I won't take up any more of your time here, but let's jump to the desk and go break down this next match.
There are moments where you just don't think it's that complicated to clear one dude out of one position, and then you watch Jesse break it down on the telestrator and you realize, yeah, it actually is that complex.
It's a lot that goes into it.
It actually does take that much manpower and firepower.
What did Lynx call you? What was the name?
Mr. Number File or something? Yeah.
I don't even remember.
I can't remember what it was, but it was too funny.
Brain gets foggy when you're past 2 in the morning in Central Europe, which is where we're at right now. But all things said, it's been a pretty good day so far. 7-2s up until that overtime game, and we still got 2 games left on the day. I have no idea which way they're going to go. It's either super short or down to as close as it literally can get in terms of who's going to end up winning things. Let's transition to Game 5. We have one last debut that we have to get through specifically for the stage for right now, because it's not Space Station. They don't play until next week, but we do have to talk about Mirage. But first, DarkZero played a game earlier. It went against M80. It was on border. They were attacking first. It didn't go great. So how do you change things up before you start playing Mirage for your second game of the day?
I I mean, I think for DZ, they were really trying to get objective focused on border. They were really trying to get the kit down in an either even or even disadvantaged situation and then play that post plants. Depending on what the map is, I'd like to see that change a bit from DarkZero. Maybe try to get a little bit more active in the early round, especially when you've got such great gunners and you are such a well-established team. Going against a squad like Mirage, I think they can try to work that into their advantage a little bit more than they did against M80.
Yeah, and then to even touch up with what you were saying, I mean, I think I'm going to view them just as similar to Soniqs. You know, they did lose straight outright, flat, simple. But I think, you know, obviously with the players that they are, having Canadian, you know, they're going to pick out the things that they need to fix, that they're going to hone in on and go into this match with all those things, you know, taken to mind. And then going forward on top of that, I mean, realistically, they've played against players on Mirage. This is an unfamiliar team, so they do know the idiosyncrasies and everything that, you know, certain players do. So I can find, you know, DZ finding a little more pickup here than obviously what we saw in the first match.
Nobody knows their own problems better than DZ at this rate. So even if we could find ways to point it out, it kind of goes back to what we said about Soniqs. It's down to having a bad map and not a bad day overall. And there still is the opportunity to correct some things for them, but we do need to introduce the 8th team to the North American League, and that's the Owl team. That's MRG, with a couple of new faces in tow, only one of which has yet to play with, two of them have yet to play with this team, but one of them has been a sub on the backline for a while, so technically this is his NAL debut. Rampy and Kansan were the only two carryovers from the previous team, and now everybody else is basically new to this roster.
Mirage had a whirlwind of an offseason. They were changing players and coaching staff left, right, and center. They were always moving things around. They played in, you know, minor tournament after minor tournament, found very mixed success. But from talking with the team and from watching how they play, I think towards the end, they started to stick the landing. Towards the end, once they got to have a little bit of success, I think it was Game Rogue where they started to make into the grand finals. I talked to them and they built some confidence off that. This is a team that obviously they're not looked at by many people as favorites or as major contenders, but from talking with them now, they seem very confident, and I'm willing to give them a shot to see at least how they play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you got to play a couple games of musical chairs to, you know, get the right fits. And, you know, when you look at the roster now, you're getting Vertical. He's not an old face by any means. A very scary player to go against. I was fortunate enough to eventually team with him, but going against him, he's a shooter. And then, you know, we're obviously then picking up Spiker, former teammate of mine. Yeah, Spiker does have a lot of talent, and I think he is now the IGL, I believe, of them. So I'm curious to see where now Spiker is going to be, you know, leading the charge, where obviously on Parabellum he wasn't. I think he has a lot in mind that he can bring to that team, so I'm curious to see what that does. And obviously Slothy coming up from the bench. I mean, I think when his first debut in, I think, what tournament was it? I can't remember, but regardless, I know that he popped off. That's all I know. I know that Slothy popped off, so I'm glad to see that he did come off the bench and that he is now on the starting roster.
Slothy has the ability to pop off, but we're putting Spiker in charge of a team that has a hammer lifter on it, and the only reason I'm confident that that maybe can work is, in case you guys didn't know, Mirage have a coach, and it's not who you're thinking it is. Maybe some people knew if you watched Breaking Point, but just so we spell it out in very plain English, Berlin major winning coach, Meepy, is now head coach of Mirage Esports. Lax, they better win if they've got Meepy on the team, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Meepy has success through his career, and he's a long time, he was a player, and now he's a coach. So he has a lot of history in Siege, so he can definitely help this team, you know, where they might have problems that, you know, maybe he can notice a lot quicker than maybe some of the players can. And that's, you know, some things that some people don't realize is that some people just can't be coaches and some people can, because some of those coaches really can see things that players just simply can't. And I believe Meepy is that kind of coach that can see those problems a lot faster than a lot of the players can.
And if anybody can help guide Mirage through a map ban phase to their first victory of the stage over a DZ that still has some problems to figure out, it's Meepy on MRG. Let's go ahead and take a look at the video and figure out if it favors DZ, like Laxing thought it would for the M80 game, or if Mirage actually have more of a realistic shot here.
Okay, honestly, pretty solid for Mirage. I think this is a great map for them. They beat Beast Coast way back in Stage 1 in the offseason. They had 2 big wins over both Cruelty and Aerial Arise. And considering how chaotic their offseason was, there's a lot of maps which they didn't have that good of a record on through the offseason. So comfortable for sure for Mirage coming in for this one. DarkZero on Chalet. Again, some off-season wins. They beat Karn & Co. through the off-season. Historically, it's not been great. 3-game losing streak in official competition. M80 Oxygen and M80 again. Ugh. But yeah, some off-season success for both these squads on this map.
I mean, looking at coming down to Chalet, my thing is there's two things here. DZ, I feel obviously it's a strong map for them, but at that same time, if they get met with the same aggression that M80 was giving them, that Mirage can possibly give them on entry into the map, DZ, I can see struggling. Unless, of course, they go back in and fix it. But then on that same note, Mirage does have that advantage where if they just saw a team play aggressive against DZ, stop them in the tracks, and if Mirage can play like that and try to counter that, I can see Mirage going away with it.
Final word before we actually jump in. Don't give any other context. Just say the team name. Who takes Chalet? Lax?
DZ.
Jesse?
DarkZero.
All right. Well, we'll see if DZ also goes 0 for 2 on the day. We certainly hope that it's not nearly that dire for them. But can MRG come away with a dub in their first game with Meepy as a head coach? It'll be up to Intero and Pedgu to guide us through it.
Damn the formalities, Nick. We are now just our gamer aliases. That's it. No human names allowed.
We downgraded so quickly from one game to another.
But it's a shame because Meepy has one of the best names in the game.
Yeah?
That's where you say it, but Matthew Sharples. Okay, I guess I'm going to be the one who has to say that. I set it up for you. I literally teed it up.
Dude, to me, it's Meepy. Like, that's his name. Like, I didn't know his name was Matthew. I had no idea.
Good Lord.
We're gamers.
I don't even need to Google that. I just have that knowledge.
How do you know his last name? How have you heard it before? No one has ever said that before. Anyway.
I needed to know his last name for a podcast we did.
Oh, see, that's the thing. I'm not a podcast guy. You are.
It's correct.
You're just better than me.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. However, DarkZero were not better earlier today. They lost. Are they going to be better now than Mirage? That's the question. Do you agree that DZ will win? Do you agree with the desk?
Well, there is one thing that Mirage and M80 have in common. They have a European on their roster, one way or another. So I think that might be their weakness because, DC and international ground, they don't do so hot usually. So I think Mirage have a good shot here, actually. We'll see.
He's a coach, okay, and he's also British. I'm not allowed to say the word. I'm not allowed to say the word out loud. I believe Britain had a referendum where they said we don't want to be European anymore, so you can't use that argument.
Okay, he's from across the sea. What do you want from me? It's still international.
He's across the pond.
Yeah, he really is. You need a big boat for that one.
DarkZero and Mirage operators are locked in, and look at that. We have full Skinergy. My God, we do.
We do.
Isn't it a beautiful thing?
Very nice. Don't always see that.
Those R6 share background skins are last second choice. Canadian goes on to the all too reliable Pulse, an operator that he knows. EG designed a skin for the UMP. Why? Because Troy plays Pulse so much. RIP
That's why
EG.
they did it. That's the single reason why they did it. Because Pulse was like, you know what? That's my operator. Boom.
Didn't they also put the woo or whatever on one of the skins, and then it came out after he left?
Yeah. Yeah, there was some stuff there. Yeah, they did indeed do that, I believe, as well. But this is a good old sight to see Canadian on, and they had a rough time earlier. We kind of we all touched upon it against M80. It was a bit of a brutal, very one-sided game. DC always known to be very structured, very consistent in how they approach the game from a strategical side. And the current metagame of professional Siege is just, it's very quick, it's very aggressive about the gunfights and making those quick, in the moment decisions on how to approach things. And I think it's pretty rational to be like, okay, how is DC going to do in this kind of meta? Well, it's a very young roster. Gavin, Rise, Panbasu, even NGR, these are not quote-unquote veteran players who are past 25. These are young gunners. Mirage, same kind of story. So I think it will be an explosive game, but there's also knowledge on both sides to bring that strategical depth to it. We see Gavin right now, ADSs, magnets, got that observation blocker and library, but guess what? Mirage, they are nowhere near that part of the map. They're on the roof, they're on the master bedroom side, trophy side, etc. Just kind of sniffing things out right now.
In goes Vert. Mirage obviously having some roster changes after they didn't really like what they saw all the way back in stage number 1. And I mean, could you really blame them? I think the team greatly underperformed their potential. But again, there have been entire squads whose potential has been significantly higher than they ever end up achieving. Sometimes a good player goes onto a team and, oh, is it the EG skin?
There it is.
Oh my god, it is.
You spoke it into existence.
Well, I mean, he's not playing on LAN, so all these players are going to be playing with their home setups, and I imagine he runs that quite often.
You never know. Sometime. Oh. I love seeing Troy active with the map, you know. Some players, he sit on site. Troy, he's running around the place. He's scanning, gathering until he got that C4. Let's see if he can do it. Old Troy's back. Oh, almost.
Oh, old Troy is actually back. Slothy gets the first pick in this matchup. Down goes Rice. Now, there's going to be a lot to talk about with these rosters, and we could spend some time over the next couple rounds to do it, but both of those players that we mentioned are going to be at the forefront of most people's minds. I would imagine that the casual observer of Rainbow Six Esports would not be super familiar with either Slothy or Rice. Gavin holding this position now as we look towards action, and there's Slothy walking in with all the confidence in the world, but tremendously misplaced. They just don't have utility, I guess. He's standing behind one of those drone screens, so you can't see if he's there or not. He's also sitting on ADSs as well, so any nades that they would have thrown his way, one in the hands of Vertical, not exactly as effective as they wanted.
Oh, intel was lackluster there, but still you got that ace up your sleeve. Canadian on the road. No C4 and Bubba can do some damage late in the round. Mirage, only 20 seconds left. They gotta go very soon.
Oh, I mean, you spend so much time trying to deal with Gavin, but hey, things are actually working out. Mirage in the driver's seat. Panbazoo chased off, taking damage. Here's the wild card. Canadian swatted away by Kansan. Panbazoo to clutch out, but Diffuser going down. Can he pick the appropriate angle from above? Is there even a line of sight there? He doesn't know. There's just no intel whatsoever, and he gets a kill. It looked like there was multiple bodies there just to maybe try to body block. Who knows? Mirage, get round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Mirage, they get the round, they collapse so well together, but Gavin, how long he could hold on to Library, get 2 kills and do damage onto the third is incredibly impressive. But Mirage, they show a lot of good things there. They're quick, you know, they go Library side, they drone it out, okay, that's difficult to attack directly, let's go for the room clear from Master on over. And they all go there, they drone that out, they take the map control quickly, they have IQ to share out for, you know, all the utility, the intel, etc. If Troy C4 had found that single or double kill inside of Office, of course it could have changed everything about that round, but it didn't, although it was close. But Mirage, effectively, they are pushing from one side and holding the other. That is a good old hammer and anvil strat that we say in professional play, where you will be pushing from one side, and you know that's going to be your hammer, and then you're going to be eventually meeting the anvil, and you're going to create that big gonk. And that's what happened in Library. And Gavin, unfortunately, was the person who felt it the hardest with all those team members of Mirage just hunting him down. But good work from Mirage, and you can tell that they got experienced leadership in the likes of Vert and Rampy, because they're playing a classic style of Chile in that first round.
Exactly, confidence inspiring from DarkZero, but it's only 1 round in. I'm fascinated by these new teams, Nick. I love seeing the way that a new squad gets together, and oh god, I sound like an old man.
We do at this point, yeah, but it's been a long time, to be fair.
No, I just mean as in like, man, I just like seeing these kids play, you know, like it's so, look at the skill level. It's incredible. Love to see new faces, people getting their opportunity. It's so good.
Oh, it is.
I sound like if ChatGPT was to write some kind of glowing endorsement of these squads. Either way, not really that important. Rice was brought on by DarkZero because he is vocal and he can play those support roles that sometimes certain talented players don't exactly enjoy playing. That Spiker was brought on to be vocal as well. Brought him on to be the IGL. And oh my goodness, Mirage has found an opening and Slothy is putting in good work. First kill on NJR answered back by DZ and Slothy on Ash. He's gonna get that diffuser down. Gavin drops, Vertical says no thank you. Slothy pulls it off. Panbazoo breaks out of the window, has to go back inside. Slothy dies on top of the diffuser. Rice! Oh, he's cooking inside of the kitchen. 2 kills. You'll have to vault in the window. There goes Rampy taking damage from above. Is Rice gonna pull this off? Where's the coverage to stop him? Nowhere.
bomb defusing attempt failed.
Nice debut at this level. Rice getting 2 kills, then hopping on the diffuser to do the rest of the work himself. Obviously, you can't overlook the fact that the rest of DZ were, hopefully, stopping those players from Mirage from getting in and punishing that diffuser. Either way, 1-1.
I mean, very impressive for both teams. I think the way that Mirage just chose to execute that is very like, sort of like new Siege, right? We don't see plays like that very often where you're going to be, throwing a Candela from like outside the building in towards the top floor, but actually executing on the first floor. And it's a very simple attack. Yeah, 2 guys hitting the west main, 1 distracting top floor, 1 guy repelling big window, 1 guy trophy window. Essentially, you're only really caring about 2 rooms of the map with your actual engagement, but the Candelas, they're going off elsewhere. And you could see the confusion from DarkZero of the side players. The Candelas is above them. They're completely fine. They're not under fire. The execute is elsewhere. But then what do you know? There are 2-3 members attacking it directly on the side, out of nowhere, basically. It's a big distraction play, and it paid off. Mirage, they got in. They got the diffuser down, but there's a very big gap in their attack. Effectively, they didn't have a strong post-plant position. Nowhere they could, see the diffuser and shut down any defenders trying to, counter-diffuse. And so, DarkZero, they regained bomb site control, they found 2 kills, and then they could just simply hold F on their keeper for 7 seconds and win the round right back. So a great turnaround for both teams. But DC, successful retake.
I'm not ready to go.
Bar being the very first bomb site for this map, all too common, and in fact, had the highest pick rate for quite a period of time. Stands to reason what we'll see in stage 2 is whether or not it will be played quite often. Kitchen next in line, back to Bar though, DZ will go. Not wanting to tussle with Garage, which at one point was a very, very highly picked bomb site, but has not seen its stock go much higher. I will give credit to Mirage here. They just expended a lot of utility, but they were at least able to get Gavin out of his spot upstairs in library. They have control. The problem is they might not have the information. Once again, those drone blockers are in place. You'll have to use grenades and explosives to take care of them. That's unideal for Mirage, but there's a reason why you try to bring as much of that utility as possible. Both grenades in the hands of Vertical have now been used, so no more explosives directly. But they still have 2 of the Ash charges and Breach charges as well. Slothy has been excellent at finding an opening, Nick, but that time around, he walks in, gets the kill, and ultimately dies. The opening that he found results in a trade. I don't know if that's beneficial to Mirage or not, but Slothy sure is making an impact through these first 3 rounds. Oh, no! Why do you challenge an upside-down repel? Is that a bit of hubris from the inexperienced player of Rice?
I think it's a bit of a whiff, if anything else. I think he had the intel, made the right play, but just couldn't land his shots. And now let's see if Gavin can make the difference instead. The pre-fire comes out, but no. It's Vert who gets 1 and a second, but it's traded right back.
That pre-fire was uglier than me, Nick. Did you see that?
Drop the diffuser.
It's grotesque. Canadian doing the work himself, last alive, firmly inside of the bomb site. I don't think Panbazoo is recoverable at this point. Canadian has the heartbeat of 1, looking for the other, and he gets them both. He knows they're upstairs. He's about to lose the protection of that hatch. We'll try to time this Nitro cell. Threads the needle, but only gets the deployable shield as Mirage have managed to get out of the way very safely. Logic bomb goes, and Canadian, oh my goodness, that's vintage Canadian right there. Former teammate of Rampy, he can't get the kill, softens him up quite a lot, looking for the re-engagement. It's easy in the hands all the while. Kansan in the bomb site. No diffuser though. Has to be retrieved.
10 seconds remaining.
This is going to be really troubling for Canadian to get back up these stairs as Rampy is safeguarding them. There's no chance in hell. Bar, won by Mirage both times that DZ has defended it, and Mirage regains the lead 2-1.
I love Rampy's face cam. It's just, there's so much emotion. You can almost hear what he's saying, right? You see the second they win, whoa, 1 round, boys, 1 round at a time. Keep going, keep pushing. It's always so passionate, but both back on SSG, now here as well on Mirage. And it is really about 1 round at a time. That's all that matters. How many drones are alive, where the reinforcements, where the play positions. And then, of course, you look back at the previous round of, how they played that same bomb site just for a bit of a, do we know what this looks like, or is it very different? But it really is just 3 minutes at a time. DC, they're playing very much far apart. I mean, I like that Gavin, how he plays inside the library, played that very perfect timing of, okay, he's gonna burn the Grim, the beacon delay is gonna burn out some flashbangs, some nades. He gets away with full HP, perfectly played. But then once they lose library control, what's the end goal there for DarkZero? In their game earlier today against the Medi, I kind of noted down how DC was playing very reactive instead of proactive. And it seems to be the same case so far here in Chalet. They are always reacting to what's happening. They're never really ahead of the play. And that's kind of why I think they find themselves behind in these kinds of rounds. And then the only Hail Mary they had up it, to try and pull out was 2 guys to swing the Iana inside the small room next to Bar Hallway. And it's like, that's how you're gonna win the round? 2 guys swinging 1 by 1 against an Iana? Yeah, it's not great.
We have our very first RAM sighting for you and I, by the way. The new Korean operator that was added. The start of Heavy Metal. METTL. True. 3 of those boogie gadgets in the hands of Kansan, and they will go down and tear through walls, barricades, floors, you name it. An incredibly potent gadget. And of course, yes, you old Ash mains, your eyes are not confusing you. That is indeed an R4C with an optic more than just a one-time scope. It would be a shame to see Kansan's operator find themselves in the wrong way of an early death. Vertical goes down, first opening pick for DZ. Humongous.
Humongous indeed. It's going to be Jackal. It's going to be your typical roam clearer. So obviously first to fight typically. Rambi has a very good read on this location, but it's Gavin awaiting the place. He focus up, but it's not going to go far enough. Rambi doesn't need eyes. He can just shoot through that smoke and get that free kill instead. So it ties up 4-4. Now once Mirage, they get this map control. Very important. They got that yellow pin in the second member. That's when Kansan will be activated on the Ram. You see right now that tosses it, activates, and shreds the floor to pieces.
We'll get a good view of that. It's tearing away before it gets shot out. There are counters to it, of course. It's still going. It's just hit one of the pillars.
Yeah.
There goes yet another. Can't chew through the metal though, but there goes all the wood before it hits the wall, and once again will stop. The canister on the back can be shot very similarly to a Miro window, or it can be blown up by impacts, etc.
Yeah, that's very correct. Doesn't destroy any hard walls, just a soft floor. But the thing is, it's so quick. A Sledgehammer bug would take twice the time to do this, and you're gonna be actively looking at the floor. With the gadget of Ram, you throw it out, you look somewhere else, and look at that, there is no more floor to be had looking down towards the bomb site. So it's free reign from above from Mirage. But the thing is, what's their way in? Where are they going to be striking from? Because sure, they can see down this floor, but the diffuser from Spiker has to reach the bomb site. They have no smoke grenades, but they have 6 flashbangs. Might just be a Mainsters push.
20 seconds left. This round has flown by. Slothy usually the first one in, now looking for a pick, trying to bait them in. Connector will be where the only location that a direct gunfight can come from this thermite. Spiker manages to pull it off, and Mirage now find themselves watching down a post plant. DZ on the retake though. Rampy dies inside of the lobby. Slothy looking for where Canadian might have gone. Remember, DZ put it in an unwinnable position with that floor totally destroyed. They trade either way. Advantage still favoring DZ. DZ need to hop on that diffuser. It's at the halfway point. Down goes Kansan. Slothy in a 1v3. Here's it go. But he's taken out by NJR inside a lobby. And these teams are going to go back and forth. The first 3 matches of the day were mighty quick and quite lopsided, but it seems like you and I are going to have the close ones. Nick, as it's 2-2.
I have to say, Mirage, they're so good at the initial stage of the round, right? Roam clearing, they always come out equal or ahead. And then in the mid-round, they're so good at setting up the bomb site and getting down the diffuser. But it doesn't matter how good you are at step number 1 and step number 2 if you simply always fail at step number 3, the post plant. Typically in Rainbow Six Siege, the second you plant down the diffuser, even in like a 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, you have a significant advantage and a very high chance of winning the round. Mirage are planting in 3 versus 3s and 4 versus 4s in equal or ahead positions, but look at this, it ends in a 3 versus 0 favoring DC. The post plants are not great. They plant in positions that are just so hard to fight for. The main breach wasn't opened up, they don't have a ton of pressure, so they can get in, but they can't get out and they can't maintain that position. So at this point, it's almost a an issue for Mirage to plan successfully, because so far that's been the 2 times they've lost. That has been a retake from DC on that kitchen round and on that previous basement round.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Oh, you won the bomb site in round number 2. Let's go back there. Why not? I'm sure that's the thinking for DarkZero. Rice played in the Breaking Point tournament with DarkZero. Is that correct?
Ooh, I want to say yes. I want to say yes. See, I'm a
yes then.
Yes, I said the thing is, I'm a European these days. I'm not awake during that tournament, I'm afraid. But I believe
that's right. DZ doesn't pay you anymore, so you don't watch their games.
Oh my. Okay. I don't have a good comeback for this. That is so sad. I have nothing. I can't even call you old because I feel like I'm old too these days.
I can't make biased caster jokes anymore. You think about what I've lost from this deal?
You know what? If any orcs out there want to hit me up, let's make Parker stay better.
Okay.
Let's do that.
There's plenty of jokes I can make there, but none that I want to lose my job over. Rampy walks right in. Down goes Rice. Rough going again for this player who should be playing more of these sheltered minutes. Rampy goes down, but not before Gavin dies to Kansan outside a trophy window. Has Mirage even really made it in the building at this point? Because they are finding a lot of opportunities, given that they're just seemingly playing windows.
I mean, this is classic Chalet, right? You're defending with a holoscope, fighting attackers with a zoom scope, and you're stalking corners or trying to run away from them. But as you mentioned, they're outside the building, holding those very angles. Mirage again, the early stage, so good. They found the advantage, they hold on to it. Then they take it a little bit slower. You see it here. Drone comes out, then Sloppy makes the move, forcing back Panbasu to the bomb side. So now they get full top 4 control. There is no ram, unfortunately, but they have a Sledge alive. Block died earlier, and of course, Sloth in the Ash got the soft destruction as well. And now, here's the thing. DarkZero, are they going to play reactive or proactive? Do they have an answer for this possible outcome of the round, or will it just be a desperate attempt to swing back in these gunfights? NJR's in the basement, in a very odd position. He's not still there, there's no way.
Canadian dies. NJR realizes that the time is up, Nick, with only 40 seconds left. One of those dread mines have gone off. Now it's Panbasu playing this angle. 4 bodies to find, 4 targets. Can't do any of it other than a single one. Finds vertical looking the wrong way. This is a yo-yo match. Mirage winning their 3rd round. No team has won more than a single round. Back to back.
So back and forth, back and forth. Typically, Chalet will always play out in favor of the attackers because you have so many ways to take control, especially when it comes to operators. There are so many... there really aren't many bad operators on Chalet, right? There's also one of the few maps where you can see Zero being played. Chalet and Bank are the 2 big ones, typically in North America as well, so we see Zero getting that play in. But you can also play, as we see here, the Glass, the Dokkaebi. We saw Jackal, we've seen Ram, we've seen double vertical and soft and Buck and Sledge. You can see double Harpies, you can see Grim. You really have no limitations. So when you're on the attacking side and you gotta attack a repick, you know, you drone during the drone phase, you figure out the bomb side, are they roaming, are they not? You create your perfect ideal scenario of lineup, go have fun with it. Defenders always have to deal with, okay, we're gonna pick our 5, we have a plan in mind, but attackers are always going to have an answer if you're actually competent around building your lineup. And Mirage so far, very happy to flex around. DC, a very structured team that we always say, and we see Gavin doing the same thing every single round. This is just a staple. You have to play in this corner, burn that utility, waste some time, and then just fall back. And that's like the step 1 to the round. And if Mirage get tired of doing it, or they find it difficult, well, that's massively beneficial for DarkZero. But so far, Mirage, they've always been good at really dealing with the number 1 thing. Like the library clear, like the roam clear, etc. There hasn't really been any big hurdles in their way so far. And this is the last round and a half.
It's gonna be a late night, man.
Yep. Give me overtime.
Or give me death.
Or give me death. I mean, that's a bit extreme, but I would like to see some OTs. I'm always
What if those were the only 2 options presented to themselves?
Then I would like, I guess I would think overtime, yeah.
Yeah, who's gonna say like, yeah, death is good. Looks like there was less utility used by Mirage that time to get Gavin out of the all too familiar spot he's playing inside of Library. Again, you have to take care of getting rid of those drone blockers so you can see, make sure that there's nobody actually in there. But honestly, like, kudos to Mirage. The growth from just that one angle has been so good. They struggled way too hard. Gavin got 2 kills the very first time they encountered it. Second time, Mirage using a lot of utility, but they still got it done. This time looked like they used a little bit less and did it just about as fast as last time.
Yeah, no, you're completely
It's nice
right.
to see them learning on the fly.
They've definitely improved time by time. There is the Valkyrie this time, so Canadian with more active information now across the entirety of the map, not just a scanner in one position. He's been very active this game so far, 5 and 4 to his name. No C4, mind you, though, so he kind of has to play on that primary floor and get into gunfights and map control because there is no C4 to act from below. Mirage have now rotated over towards the master bedroom side, and they're making very slow work of the soft and hard walls across the map. It's going to be a very quick attack up here top floor. Once they get going, it's going to get very bloody very quickly.
There's the first logic bomb with 45 seconds to go. They have a good idea of where Rice is positioned upstairs, but he vacates that spot to go right back into the bomb site. You cannot relinquish control of the stairs if you're DarkZero. They have to hold this position where Pambazoo is looking, but he's doing double duty. You'll hear the footsteps of Vertical above him. It'll sound like a herd of elephants. Now Vertical wants to challenge this position. First death comes with 20 seconds to go, and it's NJR. But Rice pops out and gives Vertical a nice welcoming present. There's a second for Rice now, who's surviving much longer than before, and he gets a third as well from that same spot. A fourth is just a little bit too much. Spiker is walking wounded. He's got the diffuser and only 5 seconds to get in. Last one still up, nearsighted by the bar. Canadian and Pambazoo scrambling into position, and it's the team captain himself to get the job done. 3-3 the first half. No team winning more than a single round in a row. We go to the second half, no closer to a finale than when we started.
Such a bloodbath of a round, though. I mean, that is first kill with 20 seconds left. You know, you still got the Dokkaebi calls coming through. You got all pieces of utility happening, and it's just over in that 1v1 as Pamba has found himself injured, I believe. I mean, people are very confident that DC were gonna take it. I'm curious how people feel right now. This is, of course, Mirage on arguably the stronger starting side of attack, but still, it is down to 3-3, and I will say, Mirage's attacks, they were great. They took control, but are their defenses equally good? Because it is hard to defend this map. There are so many small, minor details you have to worry about, like how we saw Gavin play inside a library. And if you fail in those small details, if you fall a little bit short, they just have a really negative outcome for your team. How quickly can DarkZero gain map control? One big thing they've changed over the course of, well, since Canadian joined essentially, is figuring out what kind of role should Canadian be in. He started where you would expect him, on Thermite, on hard support, droning the entire round, but the longer Canadian was on this roster for, the more aggressive he got in the roster, right? He started playing on the roam, he started playing the roam clear. Nowadays, he plays that flexible half support role. He will play Dokkaebi, he'll play the Twitch, the Jackal, the Flores. He kind of just says, alright guys, we need this, I'm gonna play it, I'm gonna support you guys unless you don't need me. Right now, it's Canadian and Pambazoo working together in the basement, just roam clearing quickly, and because Canadian is interjoining on the Twitch, he can both gain intel, but also deny it. All these default camps being shot is gonna make the entire map dark for Mirage when it comes to intel. They'll only know what's around them based off in-game audio or dry peeking angles.
Going dark was literally right there, and you just didn't use it.
Yeah, I didn't feel right using it for the other team, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
Well, that's free.
That's a nice nade from Pambazoo!
That's a nade nerf. Nade nerf 8 months ago really come into play. Yeah, I mean, if that was the old nade, that's a guaranteed kill. With the nade nerf, you need to land the nade literally between someone's feet for them to actually die vertically. And that's why we see less nades being used from below these days. It's a very, like, one of those, if you had gotten that kill there, massive payoff. Now it's just like, it's a great payoff, but DC don't know this. Like, for all they know, Sluffy could be full health.
Far from it, and all that utility that was assembled around him, completely gone. Chimney is also clear, which has allowed NJR to take up this spot. And there goes the wall. We will travel through it, my friends. great view of that mahogany desk as we continue onwards. Some nice shelving present. All too familiar spot from Vertical. Playing by the comforts of a deployable shield, staring into office. And it's a vault in, and Gavin shreds through him. Now, mind you, this isn't the bomb site, so they're just clearing out that top floor. But again, all this utility has been expended by Mirage upstairs, and ultimately all for naught. Whatever struggles DZ might have had on defense have all but washed away as they are in a 5v2 with 40 seconds left. Good amount of time, still some utility remaining. And they've only got 2 players to look after. Now, I mean, the MP7 and that Vector are mighty fine guns, but 5 players coming at you from multiple angles. This one's going to be a challenge. I don't know if Rampy got spotted by that Gemini as it went out. Down goes Spiker. Rice having another enormous round, and it's flawlessly done as Rice picks up a 4K. Today has seemingly been the day of debuts, and it's nice to see Rice keeping pace.
Again, like the discipline from DarkZero as well on top. I mean, they have such a big lead, and you know what they don't do? No one is just running to the bomb site saying, I'm gonna kill the last guy. Even in the 5 versus 1, it's a drone ping with a Candela blind with 2 guys peeking him. I mean, it is just DC at work. One of the most disciplined teams in the 1v2s, etc., and also even in the 1 versus, alright, so the 5 versus 1s rather, doing good work. And I think we just got a good showcasing of why Chalet is so hard to defend. Because those really small things, you move a little bit too much to the left, you're dead from a window. You stay in the corner, you're dead to a nade. There's a very fine line you have to play the entire way through, and you only have 5 operators. So, do you want intel? Well, yes, but then you lose something else. You're always having to sacrifice something to gain something else, and you have to, like, constantly problem solve. This shot right here, mid-vault from Gavin, just started things off in a great fashion. Before that, of course, you saw the nade from Pampasu from below, taking Slothy and Jaeger down to 1 HP, so whenever the first, combat started, it was already looking very good for DC.
Are we going to time out right now? Because it seems like there's quite a lengthy delay. Unless there's been some kind of in-game issue that...
It's a new feature where you have to guess what's happening in the round based off the player's face cam.
Okay, so we got confirmation from what sounded like our incredibly attractive observer, Easy, that it is a tech issue.
It's actually criminal that he works behind the camera, not in front of it. But he shows up on occasion.
Since we are not in, well, I guess you're in Copenhagen, I'm not. I actually had to print out a full 8.5 by 11 copy of his face, and I have affixed it to the wall over my computer so that I can look up that smiling mug whenever I want,
That's cute. I'm just gonna go say hi to them one of these upcoming days because I live 20 minutes down the street.
That's true.
It's better than a paper cutout, but I guess the paper cutout it'll do. It'll do. It's also his birthday recently, wasn't it?
Was it?
I believe it was.
Very recently.
Very recently, yes. I don't know what day it was. My days are
Happy belated birthday, Easy.
There it is, yep. Happy belated birthday. He is our... How many observers do we have? He said, well, he's the only one. I meant overall. I was gonna say, I don't know the exact number. Let's say we have 5. I was gonna say he's my 5th favorite observer in the world, but he's the GOAT.
He's adored by dozens and dozens of people globally.
He is. He has many fans across many countries.
Still waiting on an update as to what comes next. Any surprises so far through this matchup for you?
I was very surprised by how quickly Mirage seemingly just kind of jumped into this game. I mean, obviously they have experienced players like Kenson, like Vert, and like Rampy, but it still takes time to really mold it together. And I think I saw Rampy tweet a day or 2 ago saying, it was during the Meepy announcement, it's like, oh, Meepy's our coach, we've been working for the last, I think it's a month or so together across the board as a roster, but Meepy was new, I believe. And he was like, even in the short time that he's been on this team, he's really improved us. Like the pace at which Mirage were improving at, he said was like ridiculously fast in the last week and a half or so. And I will say like they came hot out the gates with innovative stuff, fun stuff, and also the basic stuff. And they kind of hit a lot of those marks. The areas where Mirage fell short was unfortunately the areas that we typically see as, you know, the easy situations. Like you plant the bomb in a 3v3, how do you lose those rounds? I don't know, but they also like 2 or 3 times. So they do really good in the things that are hard, but then they kind of fall short in the things that typically are seen as easy. Arguably easy things to solve in the future.
We're back in game, by the way. Telltale sound of the Para is not in the hands of Brava, instead in Capitao, I think.
Reload!
No, we saw Capitao earlier, right?
I don't remember a Capitao earlier, to be completely honest with you.
I think I'm going crazy. I think we might have seen it in the earlier... No, because he was banned in the earlier match. I could have sworn we saw Capitao. Oh no, it's been a long day. We've been watching all the matches. Even though we weren't testing them, you and I were sitting in the virtual green room. It's not a physical green room.
Yeah. We're hanging out.
The color of the Discord channel is green.
It's actually
you and I were just chilling. And we were watching all the other matches, so it's easy to get confused.
Someone who's not chilling right now is, actually, I guess everyone's kind of chilling, but no one's moving. I was gonna say someone's gotta be on the fire, but that's not the case. Everyone's picked a spot, and they're chilling there. NGR's in the move, Canadian's droning. It almost seems like DC are like, there's gotta be someone somewhere, but there's just nobody anywhere. Mirage don't want to get caught this time. Nobody wants to get naded or caught by a guy holding a silly angle. So DC are just kind of burning down the clock and throwing away their drones, trying to gather some intel, make sense of the situation. And so far, nothing's really come out of this. Mirage playing a patient game and so far being rewarded for it. Okay, it's over.
I guess patience works. NGR absolutely beheading Sloppy on those library stairs. Down goes Rice, who has been the superstar for DarkZero over the last 2 to 3 rounds, collecting multi-kills through both of them. Canadian flashing his way in, but he's going to have to go quickly with that diffuser in hand, as now they've lost Pambazoo. DZ suffering blows and blows. Canadian can't get it off because Rampy just runs up to him. Where is the coverage, Gavin? You were quite literally on rappel. He doesn't make it work, and now DZ will have to go back to the drawing board. Remember how we said that no team has won back-to-back? Well, technically, DarkZero did by winning their last defense and their first attack. Though with side swaps, you could make an argument that they didn't technically win the same side back-to-back. Mirage could win this one, and then we'd be in the same predicament as we were before. NJR just lording over Mirage on those stairs. Finds yet another kill. Mirage still with the advantage. However, the time does not work in the favor of DZ. The defenders can just sit and wait it out. Diffuser will need to be retrieved, or in fact, DZ will need to go for kills. Which one they choose is anybody's guess. There's one over towards the top of Chimney. That's Rampy. NGR with 2 seconds left has no hope whatsoever. That's the round based on the clock. Mirage keeping it even. DZ, as good as they might be on some of these rounds, and as they might be the more quote-unquote experienced team, it's really not counting at the moment. They cannot break even or break clear of Mirage so far here on Chalet.
And it's a bit of frustration there from Troy's face as well, because it's such a small thing that went wrong for them, right? They go for the execute, they have NGR in the basement stairs of lobby holding down the stock wall, you know, covering that entirely. Capital fires, he smokes, he jumps in, he dies immediately when he vaults in. And that leaves Canadian now, who's supposed to be throwing down the Candelas to blind the enemy, to now become the planter. And that's where things have really went, you know, in a poor fashion, because there's one guy that's to cover, Candela's not being thrown out properly, and then we saw Gavin not really hitting the shot on the crossover, and that's why Troy died. And then DC, they have no way back in that round because they can't plant, they have no map control, they have fully committed all their eggs into this one basket that is planned on the bar window area, and it got shut down. Like the Frost jump-ins, Force a very stable operator on this map, and hello Maestro, it's been a while. We don't see a lot of Maestro play these days on any of the maps really. Still works the same as before. The evil eyes, those Maestro cameras you can open up, they can sand players or drones to do 5 damage a tick. Great for plant deny, great for drone deny, great for general intel. You get 2 of them instead of just 1 bulletproof camera, for example. And pair that with a Valkyrie, and you have. You can almost say too much information, but that's not possible. Well, you have so much information.
I think it is with Maestro. You think it's just that there's better options, or do you think that the constant introduction of counters to those evil eyes have rendered them very ineffective in most situations?
It's a bit of both, right? You have a lot of self-destruction on attack, and then it's like you're on 1 speed, you don't have a zoom scope, and I mean, nowadays you want to be active on the map, right? You want to sit in the corner. The same reason why Echo is played. You want to be taking fights, helping your team, move on the map, not sit in the corner being like, oh guys, I got cameras for 2 minutes. Even though it is very strong on some bump sites, typically it's not the way to go in the current meta. Back in the YouTube meta, however, it was great. Did he?
No expression whatsoever as that Nitro still goes up below him.
Yeah, he's like, something's up. They have intel.
They got some kind of information in here. I wonder how they knew. Something changed.
You have an IQ next to you. That's unfortunate.
Well, you pointed it out. 2 evil eye cams, 3 black eye cams, default cams. It's almost like you have too much information.
Yeah, and you got no one really checking the cams either from the side of Mirage. I mean, and that's the issue. I mean, you have to be guns up from most areas of the map, but Pambasu from below just strikes true time and time again. This, however, there is one good thing about the first defender dying. Now you have a permanent person to just hold cameras the entirety of the round, and it's Rampy. Probably one of the most vocal players on this roster I can imagine. Great guy to do that. So now Mirage, they gain intel, but they lose a member.
Oh, Rice. No. Looks the wrong way through the window. Vertical taking some damage in the process. Rice repositioning and gaining 1 kill of his own, up to 10. First player in the lobby to break double digits, and it's the youngest player on any of these teams in terms of experience. I guess Slothy's also in that category. Slothy's dead, man. 30 seconds left, and again, talking about this tepid pace that DZ had in the previous round seems to be showing up yet again. Obviously, credit to Mirage for holding DZ at bay, but DZ does have that reputation of being sometimes a bit too careful.
Yeah.
And for their fans, heart attacks that ensue in the final moments of a round. There goes Canadian, Kansan down as well. Mirage trailing in numbers. Rice walking in, and with great lethality, down goes Spiker. Vertical has control from above, and there goes the Nitro cell. They've got all the marks in the world, and it's the Deeg through the floor. He misses out. Why would you do that? Of all the things you could have done, I'm gonna let you talk about that one.
Options, many, chose the wrong one. I mean, you can see the thing is, right, we always talk about what really separates the good from the great, or the great from the good. It is those split-second moments where you know where they're planting, you got the red ping, you have the yellow ping, you have a C4, you have a decoy, you have a primary, you got the angle, you have so many options, and you gotta make the right decision. And I will say the biggest mistake that occurred in that round, honestly, was actually from the guys in the camera, because they were red pinging the guy planting. They were basically giving the information to the attacking team that, hey, we know where you are, and we're probably going to floor bang you, because why else would we red ping you? And you saw immediately the cover from DC looking up towards that ceiling, and unless you get that clean floor bang with the red ping, odds are the cover is there, and it was. So really, you know, head scratching moment. It's one of those, this should never happen, but we're all human after all. They do, and there is so much pressure and intensity. There is 4 guys on cameras all screaming probably 3 different things, going, oh, he's over here, plant cover, you're C4, blah, 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 and you have to make the right choice. It is hard. What matters more is like how you recover from this. Don't let it affect your current round, your future round, etc. DZ will walk away with that one happily. And they got the lead. We're yo-yoing back and forth for squares so far. 1 round here, 1 round there. 5-4 favor of DC. Basement is bomb site, and unfortunately, no RAM in DC, which is a bit of a surprise to me because they're usually very flexible with new operators.
Activating drone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they have a plan and they think it might work, then why not?
Nope.
Why deviate from that, right?
Need RAM. Whatever Buck can do, RAM can do it faster, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. The Buck's pretty good too.
DarkZero heard you. Could Ram do that?
I mean,
no, Ram actually couldn't have done that.
Oh,
eat your heart out, Nicholas. Down goes Rampy. You mentioned how on Maestro, he was a good person to sit on cams. Well, guess what? Maestro's still up. Valkyrie and Maestro still on the board means that Rampy will once again get to be that communicative self.
It's a strat.
Talk things through. Slothy looking for the retake. Wandering in and again. Could Ram do that? Nope.
Come on, Ram could do it. He just shot his gun. Give me a break.
Mirage now scrambling as logic bombs go off. That upstairs and first floor hold that they have is largely fallen away at this point, as all three of the remaining members now find themselves in the basement, where that's where the bomb site is. Just a little bit over a minute to go. DarkZero, in large part because of Mirage wanting to take engagements, found themselves with an early advantage that really hasn't been present for any of these attack rounds for DZ over the last 3 rounds they've played.
Very surprised to see DC opting for a backside take, given the fact that they got 2 kills and they fully cleared the roam. Normally you would do what Mirage do and take, lobby, break the floor, and plant on main breach area because they got the thermite and such. Because they got 40 seconds left, they gotta take the backside now, breach the walls, Maestro camps are there, etc. They gotta hold on to kitchen, that's where Pambasu is. So, is time going to be the issue 2 rounds over for DC? Very possibly so. They got 30, walls open up, flash nades going out to follow.
Jumping in now as Gavin primes yet another grenade. Got a logic bomb going off as well. Spiker taking damage. MJR finding the kill. DZ looking for 2 in a row. And they get it flawlessly again. DZ move to match point against Mirage.
Flawless, slow, but effective. And Mirage not really fighting back a whole lot. I mean, they thought the bomb set was really secure, and to be honest, I don't blame them. The soft floor above them, the ceiling wasn't destroyed. The walls were intact until that very last moment, so it looked good. But the issue is, once those walls gets opened up, they don't really have any real ways to stop that engage besides the evil eyes. And the thing is, DC, they got those kills before even walking on in, so it didn't even matter. A technical time will be called for Mirage, and you can criticize and say that's a very late timeout, right? There's only 1 round left, possibly if DC wins it, and if not, then you got a couple of rounds ahead of you, maybe even OT. But at the same time, when it's going back and forth round by round between these 2 teams, you don't really want to call your timeout unless you as a coach watching have seen like a glaring, consistent issue that's coming across every single round. Because you call your timeout, well, guess what? The enemy team also gets to, talk to their coach and amongst each other as to what they want to fix. So both teams holding out, but now is the time because it's now or never for Mirage. 6-4 in favor of DC.
Yeah, we're often very critical of these timeouts that are taken on the very final round. And I mean, it's entirely possible that this isn't the final round. In fact, there's nothing stopping Mirage from winning the next 2 rounds and then ultimately winning in overtime. Perfectly possible. But the criticism that always comes up, as you touched on, is that you don't have any wiggle room here. If you call a timeout and it does settle the team down, but ultimately isn't successful on that site, you're done. That's it. It's over.
Yeah. It's kind of like trying to find a short-term solution for a long-term problem. It's getting a tough one. But again, if you don't have anything valid to really bring up earlier in the game, then, why would you? It's just one of those either you do or you don't moments. But lineup doesn't change a whole lot. Very stable for the power hold. Of course, you want your 2 deployable shields for the upstairs hold, top blue stairs, and on Mezzanine, like a Revert is playing on the Warden, and the the Wamai of Slot B. So this is as old as it gets for Chalet. The only big difference between how Mirage holds this and how DarkZero did it is, well, Mirage don't have Gavin playing in Library Corner. They have nobody playing inside Library. Instead, they're spread more thin across the map, just kind of holding down those entry points. Ramby here playing Dining Kitchen, Chicken Trench, and Big Garage, and just saying, guys, my side of the map, besides the window being opened, is relatively clear. I don't think they're coming on my side. Be careful of the Library take, perhaps. But DC, they haven't committed anywhere. They're not Library, but they also aren't Solar. They're still on the balconies, opening windows, and applying what we call phantom pressure. Just kind of, as you see with Rampy, there's ghosts in the walls. He doesn't know where they are, where they're coming from, or where they're going to be. He has to just be prepared for everything. And once DC they get a foothold, they'll choose this one spot and work with that one spot. Gavin being in office is probably going to signify that that's the spot to be in.
I don't know why they bring a Buck when Ram can do everything but better.
Don't. Okay, here Buck is phenomenal. Okay, I was exclusively speaking basement bomb side.
I'm not smart enough to understand. To me, it's just Ram's always better now.
Mr. Literal. Bug is great here. I mean, great overall, right? We're not seeing a lot of sledge. This is so disgusting. If you're Sloughy, you're swinging that door for oh, there's no one in office. Wait, why am I dead? Well, Gavin was there. He sends his regards. And you're in your grave now.
Loading new map. I mean, I will say, just from assessing the way that Slothy's played all of this match so far, it's like Icarus. Sometimes you fly too close to the sun. That's really it, right? And I mean, Slothy has obviously been brought on for mechanical skill, especially on attack. Getting into the bomb site was the specialty of Slothy's, but it's a bit too brazen against tough opponents. Now losing vertical, another experienced player and a great shot most of the time, not ideal. Giving 45 seconds for DarkZero to find 3 kills and walk away with a victory that doesn't require overtime.
I respect the confidence. The fact that he's still trying, still doing it, is the fact that it's not working out. But look at this. This does. Despite the near side, Tempest still secures the injury.
Numbers are now equalized. He gets the pick. Grenade goes down. Doesn't work. Hands it on the stairs. Finds 2. Gavin in a 1v2. 20 seconds left. This can work. This is still winnable. But outside of the first couple rounds, Gavin has been quite quiet. Kansan has only been getting better the longer that this game has gone on. A nice flick towards Spiker. Mirage, they end up getting down, but they still win either way. Timeout seemingly worked that round. One final opportunity for DZ to avoid overtime.
And that was the one round in that 4 versus 2 where DC didn't really have the, well-known discipline they always have. They were swinging. Pamba got an injury, swung with a grenade in his hand for that blue staircase. He died. Still smiles on their faces. Not too fussed about this, but it is the one time, they have a little bit too much fun. And guess what? It's basically a clutched out round for Mirage. With that said, final round up before OT. DC, unless DC win, of course. DC now want to call their tactical timeout to just really bring this one home. You want to get as clean a victory as possible, prepare for the bomb sites to come, your approach for it, and then see what Mirage will choose and act accordingly.
Dueling timeouts now being taken. We don't have access to the bomb sites in front of us as to see where they're going to go, but do you have any speculation? Oh, it was hip fire.
10 seconds.
That's unlucky. It's a nice shot by Gavin. Mirage don't look happy, even though the fortunes have seemingly with that round turned in their favor.
You guys, my bomb site. I didn't get to say it, but power is locked, and the only bomb site that really makes sense, giving it how it went, is actually kitchen. Because the only bombs you can play where you're moving around a lot. Basement, you're stuck in basement, you gotta do, the roam clear, the self-destruction, it's impossible to roam, with 5 men, so there's no bomb sets over. Top floor master bedroom, same story. You can try and extend library, but it plays the same as bar, and it plays the same as, if you try and do it with kitchen. It's hard to hold library, and Mirage don't seem to favor it. So kitchen really is the only bomb that makes sense given how Mirage have played so far, unless they've been hiding something, but why would you? And it's going to be the same exact, or very similar at least, kitchen setup with an upstairs hold as the last time around. Now last time, remind you, what happened was that Sloppy got naded from below down to 1 HP, Gavin hit a crazy shot mid-vault onto Vert inside the master bedroom, and that's pretty much how Mirage lost top floor control, and once you lose top floor control, well, the round is basically over as a defending team. You need to either get kills in the roam game or hold on to that roam for as long as possible. This round is going to be won or lost typically when you fight for the upstairs area of master bedroom, office, like in that previous round.
Kansan going for an early pick, or at least looked like he might be trying. I was impressed when teams try something early, maybe something a little bit cute. Down goes Rampy, and now Slothy falls as well. A Nitro Cell that hits Rice outside, but he's still very much in it. Finished off by Vert. Playing by this window over by library. Just patrolling that area.
I mean, Ramby's now died 2 rounds in a row on Maestro as the first member of his team, basically just on cam duty now. And we didn't see how he died that round, but I'm curious because Ramby really shouldn't be exposed to these kinds of gunfights or even grenades when you're playing the Maestro, because the second Maestro dies, see, like this UI right there in the piano, you can't sap the drone. You can't use your gadget anymore. It still gives you intel, but it's passive instead of active. So now Mirage have lost that area above, and now you see Sledge at work, breaking the floor. He's the only self-destructor though, so if Vert C4 gets a kill, that's gonna make DC's life a lot harder, but it's drone down, spotted, grenaded, and removed by Pambasu. Hopefully, at least. Just gotta double check it. But now Mirage, I mean, the flank could be good, but they know the gig's up.
2 separate players going after Gavin, and it's Kansan credited with that one. Again, the secret weapon of Mirage over the last couple of rounds, as Kansan's been willing his team through this. Down goes Spiker, so DZ wants that advantage back again. They worked hard for it. Sure looked like it at the start. Canadian halfway through the defuse plant. Now Kansan walks into the waiting arms of Pambasu above. Vertical to save his team's fortunes. Mirage looking for their first win today, and the first win in Stage 2 of the NA League for themselves. Chases one off, but now back over towards the diffuser. Pambasu on low HP, but NJR and Canadian are perfectly good HP. Vertical dropping. No information, no intel. All the while, that timer will continue to run as he walks right into NJR, holding one of the post-plant positions, and DZ surviving a scare, but they finish it in regulation. No OT required. Mirage coming as close as you can get to making it to OT, but ultimately falling short. 1-1 on the day for DarkZero. Canadian will go back to work with the team. Rice still learning the ropes, but an impressive day for him. All things considered, Nick.
Yeah, Mirage started strong, bit of a weak finish, but that is the life of defense on Chalet. And of course, DC with much more experience at their disposal, they were the better team today.
That's it for this matchup. One more to go. We'll see you in just a couple minutes as BC versus Wildcard Gaming will be the final matchup of the day.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so...
Probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo?
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon. Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
That wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by Alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there?
It's on a leatherback chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids.
Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is!
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We had to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better. Just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
A day saved for DarkZero. Earlier on, a little bit concerned about what was going to happen after that loss to M80. Very clearly, the ability to bounce back is exactly what you need if you're a Tier 1 team, so it's nice to see that it's not a bad day like the Soniqs. It's just one bad map. Came back. Phenomenal result against Mirage, who themselves still very clearly have some retailoring to do. Let's talk to Troy real fast before we jump into any additional post-game analysis for this one. Dude, always good to see you again. Congratulations on the dub. What do you do now that you've had a lot of these double-header days in the North American League so far? What do you do to keep yourself and the team fresh in between these best-of-ones?
I mean, just watching other games, staying warmed up, playing deathmatch, playing free throw, whatever it is, talking about what we want to play, what maps we want to play, how we want to play. I think it's a bit easier after a loss because, especially like a loss like that, it wasn't like a map specific or strategy specific loss. It was a a loss that was because of a lot of very poor and silly mistakes and maybe some nerves and communication errors and stuff like that. So, just discussing that and what we need to focus on going into the next game. And yeah.
Well, big first win under your belt now. Nice to get that out of the way. And a big first game coming in for Rice as well here today. He played very, very well. I want to know, back throughout the offseason, through the trial process, what was it about Rice that stuck out to you? What set him apart from the other players that you were maybe considering to bring onto this roster? Why'd you really want to go with Rice?
There's a few reasons. One of the main ones was he's very vocal, very, very communicative. Obviously, I think our team has a very high standard of communication, even more so than others. So, there's still things that we need to work on there, but I think that's just a matter of him being a new player. But I think he's a flexible player and he's comfortable playing a lot of different supportive operators, which is always helpful because that can be rare to find. And the other one I'd say is that I think he's very good at understanding how to fill a gap, kind of, and kind of piecing things together. Sometimes you have to make a quick call on a round, and you can't give every single minute detail of how someone needs to play a position. So he can kind of fill in the blanks and figure some things out for himself and that way. And I think there's a lot of players that struggle with that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to hear, obviously, your new pickup is performing where you want them to be performing. But a question for you, and you kind of briefly touched up on it as you were just explaining in between the rounds. So obviously, it wasn't a great showing against M80. And honestly, even the map count doesn't really show what the game could have been in those clutch rounds, because that easily, could have been summed up to an even closer game. But I'm just curious, did you just, as the IGL and as the team as a whole, did you guys just kind of wipe that map aside and just say, you know what, it happened, it is what it is, let's just focus on this next one? Or did you go into this next smack specifically focusing on where you guys were having those hiccups?
I think, just things that we need to focus on in order to not have those same kind of mistakes pop up. I think a big thing was, honestly, it was just kind of panic and chaos in the late round. Like you said, a lot of those rounds were super close. We got a lot of bombs down. It wasn't like we were playing the map wrong, we would get the map control we needed, we would get bombs down, all that, and we would make mistakes in the post plan and stuff like that. So,
for sure.
Focusing on how we need to communicate and making sure that we're all on the same page and having that objective focus so that, we don't get the bomb down and have no one to be able to play the post plan, even though we have 4 people alive.
No, 100%.
Stuff like that.
Well, that's all I got for you. Congrats again. I'm glad you guys were able to bounce back and show us again why we chose you guys in the first place to be taking home the W.
Appreciate it. Yeah. We just got to get some hiccups out of the way. I mean, first official game back in a while. So, kind of get the hiccups
Got to get them out early and then finish out strong.
Yep. There's still some hiccups there in that last game, but I mean, I felt very comfortable in both the games today, no problems strategically or, us just not winning gunfights. There's no problems like that. It's just a matter of communication and kind of staying calm.
Yeah, for sure.
Look, as much as I wish I could listen to 2 very distinct old heads talk about Siege all day, I do have to cut things short at least right now. Good God, Gabe. Troy, congrats again on the win. I'll give Lax back the walker. Very clearly, you don't need yours for right now because he opted to retire, and you still got something left in the tank for right now. So
he's got the tennis balls on that chair.
For now. Coming up on bedtime here.
Thanks for playing, dude. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care. Thanks for having me, guys.
Awesome. The best thing about DZ, especially when they said they're trying to avoid becoming a snail-paced DarkZero, I just appreciate the ability to bounce back is still very much a thing that they've got. I would have been worried if it was another 0-2. And then suddenly 2 very clear front runners to go to Atlanta would have been very much in the hole. Not the case. We can talk about DarkZero being good all we want, but Jesse, any big deficiencies in Mirage you wish they could have cleaned up for this game?
I mean, I think really they got a solid first half where they went that 50-50 split, and then they really struggled on defense. And Chalet's a tough map to defend, right? There's so many angles, there's so much stuff that you got to watch out for. I do think that sometimes in those early rounds on defense, we could have seen players in Mirage staying alive a little bit longer. This is something I think we saw from Slothy a lot. He'd be out on the roam, and I'm sure if he got into a fair gunfight, he'd be able to hit some great shots and win those fights and get those kills. But so often, he felt like he was wandering into an angle, wandering in front of a window, dying to maybe it was Rice, maybe it was NJR, whoever it might be, holding that. DZ played very patient on their attack. They knew that if they just took their time, they were going to get picked. Sometimes that was Rampy, sometimes that was Slothy, whoever it might be. They did a great job of getting that early advantage on attack, and I think that's what pushed DarkZero over the edge and made them the better team in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I don't want to knock Mirage or anything. Like it's still early. It's their first game, so I mean, I think they'll take from this, and they showed life. You know, it just wasn't a complete landslide. They were going back and forth, trading, doing all that. So I think, given a few more days, whatever, a little more ability to practice, I think we'll see a lot coming out of Mirage.
I like the fact that we see DarkZero just. In some cases, they truck on like they always do, in spite of having a hiccup or two. And it's like you said, or I mean, when you two were talking as if you've literally been friends who have been playing this game for 8+ years, however long it's been. Yes, they understand what their hiccups are, but again, nobody understands where those hiccups are more than the team that is currently experiencing them. They have a bounce back. Mirage are not going to be nearly as lucky because I don't think they have another game where they only have like one, or another day where they only have one game on the schedule. So again, it's going to be a lot harder for them to bounce back. For some reason, things just don't go their way in a case like this. So that's it for Game 5. Game 6 is up on deck. But before we get there, we have a new operator in the pool that we need to give a little bit more exposure to, and the pros had a couple things to say about it.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
It'd be really cool if we saw a little bit more Ram played, especially on a map like console. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it in NA. I'm just trying to remember exactly how much of it so far we've seen. We've not seen Ram very frequently so far.
I think it was one round from Rexon.
And I don't even think he used it.
Is that it?
I don't know if
is that one round for Rexon, like game one, the only time we've seen her played in this region so far?
I believe so. I know Parker was, hyping it up, trying to see why they weren't bringing it up.
There was one last game. Even they actually did use the gadget. It was basement bomb site on Chalet. They opened up all the floorboards, living room.
Actually, I think you're right. I think you're right. And that's actually a really good spot. Again, you don't take a risk of a C4. It just clears the whole map for you. That whole platform. So I don't know. Definitely good utility use there.
That was nice.
Unless it's extremely overpowered, like Fenrir appears to be for right now, North America just seems like it has an aversion to trying out new things, which is weird. We can get to new teams because we got to talk about wildcards next game coming back up, but we can't get to new maps because that's still a problem that North American teams have trying to incorporate those in their map pools. All good, not a huge deal. We need to talk about our last game of the day, Beast Coast against Wildcard. Different case here, with both teams having played a game earlier in the day, whereas every other game, some team has come in fresh and has not played any games prior, but now both of these guys, with vastly different results in their first matchups, are now going to have to come into this one and try to tailor things a little bit more to make sure they can walk away with a dub.
Yeah, wildcard played, but it was a while ago. That was game one of the day.
5 hours ago.
Yeah, and it was a big win for them, an upset over Soniqs. Not a lot of people expected that, but they looked really good in that map. They played very, very well. Had some great attacks to come through. And then Beast Coast, on the other hand, kind of a rough loss to start off their day. They already lost today to Oxygen, so looking to get their first win on the board, hopefully, for them.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking in comparison here, I mean, Wildcard, again, came out extremely strong, more than what we expected that to be. I mean, it was kind of a landslide, in my opinion. Like, they showed pure dominance on Bank. So I'm curious if now going into this matchup, obviously when you come off a win, you're feeling good, but sometimes that can be a reason why you start to slack because you had that success, because you're hyped and you get a little overzealous. So I'm hoping that, obviously, for Wildcard's sake, that they do continue that trend of, performing well like they did against Soniqs. And then on that back end with Beast Coast, just like what we saw with DZ. They had a bad game, whatever. They came last map, They dominated. So I'm only curious that, is Beast Coast going to realize that? Is Mr. B going to, realize what was happening, go in there and fix the mistakes, and then have an all-in-all better game?
We haven't really been able to touch on the guys on Beast Coast too much. We tried in that last pregame, but there's just a lot of things to talk about with this team. Again, Reverse, his debut in Tier 1. He's already got his first map out of the way. That's fantastic. Spiff played with you on Parabellum, played for Astralis back at the 6th Invitational, looking for the way to properly incorporate him. Doc is getting his role shifted around, according to Mr. B, about him trying to play more anchor positions, allowing Mr. B to get freed up to try some other things. Same thing with Hat not being a pure entry, and Reverse now having that on his shoulders. Jesse, so much about this new look Beast Coast is so much different than the team that had 2 veterans on it just last stage.
Yeah, and I think we saw some really impressive moments from Beast Coast in their first game. We saw 2 clutches coming through from Reverse, had some big moments where he was able to win 1v1, 1v2. We saw Hat popping off, as he does, very skilled player. Everybody already knew that, but he showcased that once again throughout the play. And I even think Doc had some really great moments as well earlier on, popping off on the roam, which was really nice to see from them. But yeah, I think all in all, Beast Coast playing together as a team. Hat is the guy, though. Hat is the one who, if you're going to focus on anybody, he's going to be popping off, and he's going to be the one who's pushing the team across the finish line.
Yeah, and obviously with Hat, these stats don't really do him justice compared to what he did during the first stage. And I actually did talk to Hat previously going into this stage. He said one of his biggest strengths was that he could find a gap in the armor of any team's setups, and that's the truth. Like, playing against him, we had an idea of what he could do, but he executed it perfectly timed, where like you thought you knew it, and next thing you know, he's shooting you in the back, he's getting you in the side, and Hat is a very strong player. And again, that's a rookie. He came in first stage and dominated it. So maybe that last game wasn't it, but that was a team game. Again, you can't just focus on one person and blame a loss. That was a team game. Now this game, like I said, I'm sure Mr. B, they went to the back to the drawing board. They're going to figure out what they need to fix, implement players where they need to put them, and it's going to be a better result.
Their opponents across the aisle, at least for today, drastically different result. Beast Coast got slammed. Wildcard were the ones doing the slamming against Soniqs in the upset win that started off the stage. Everyone generally played pretty darn good. Don't let Spirit's 96 EPS really knock you down, because with Merc, Adam, and Packer, and look at how high everyone's collective rating was, and specifically we'll get to Merc's performance later, but Lax, just break it down for me. How good of a debut
this is exactly what I'm talking about when you're looking at, we're talking about, a team loss. This is a team win. That is full contribution of each player there putting in the work, doing what needed to be done in order to close out that game against Soniqs, and those stats literally speak for it. I mean, you got 3 people with 2.0s. I mean, what can you ask for? That's a great stat. One guy's really close to it, and then maybe sure, Spirits wasn't having the best, but that is the whole point of a 5-man roster. Is you might not be having your strongest game, but that is literally the point of having the other 4, is they can pick up that slack and allow you to find your footing. Or just because you aren't having that great game, that doesn't mean you aren't helping in the comms. It doesn't mean you aren't helping giving the information to help those other players have just as much success.
And I think what we saw from Wildcard in that first game, what I really liked, is they had great moments throughout all portions of the round. In the early round, you saw Surf, you saw his entry stat there, 3 big opening picks for him to go in, start things off early and aggressive for Wildcard. Merc, I thought, was so good in the mid-round, following up on his teammates, finding that angle. Often he was the guy to give the team that man advantage. He was really doing a great job hunting down Citizen, hunting down Rex, and making Soniqs' lives just so miserable, because he would find these picks where people aren't able to fight back. They don't know where he is. And I think being able, for the whole team, for being able to find those entry points, being able to find a little way in to turn an even round that could go either way into this is your round, you're going to close it out right now, is massive, and they do that so well.
And we know Merc isn't scared of a gunfight.
Oh, no.
We know that.
Lax, I want to give you an opportunity to tell me whether or not I'm stupid. I'm going to present 2 scenarios or 2 problems Beast Coast might have, and you tell me whether you think they apply, okay? They have 2 rookies, or 2 relatively new players, replacing veterans on the team. The rookies might not know to check every single angle or do every little individual step that the veterans might have done, and Wildcard still have the element of surprise being a team that's only been together for a couple of weeks. Do you think both of those things apply to Beast Coast, and like things that they're going to have to fight back from in this game?
Not necessarily, because obviously getting reverse, like we did see really good moments from reverse in those clutch rounds. Like for me, like seeing a player like that have that split-second decision-making, that to me is what defines an okay player to a really good player, because that's not something you can teach. When you're in that moment, that pressure's applied, you have to critically think, what is the best play? Do I challenge it? Do I run away from it? Do I put myself here? And like we saw reverse in those clutches that he either took the fight or he ran away. And that is so important for a player to be able to have that. And then also with getting Spiff. I mean, Spiff is what? I mean, he went to Invitational.
Yeah.
He played with me. Obviously, I saw something in him. They saw something in him. And I think this is the team that, you know, given them once they find their footing, that this will be a team that will allow Spiff to flourish even more.
I like what I'm hearing and certainly hope that the guys on Wildcard also appreciate the takes. Here's the thing, though. Last map, Consulate, maybe. I'm praying. If it doesn't happen on day one, I'll be a little bit pissed, but that's just kind of the nature of things at the moment. Last map, Jesse, where do you think we're heading to?
I actually could see a Consulate in this one. You know, Beast Coast, when we got to see them a little bit quickly in Breaking Point, we didn't see them banning the new maps too often. Wildcard are still kind of a wildcard team. You don't know where they're going to go just because we haven't seen them a whole lot throughout the stage and the map ban phases. But I don't know, Jacob. We'll have to find out.
All right, we're going to find out right now. There we go.
That was impressive.
Actual magic.
Probably spot on.
Okay, well, we are not getting any new maps.
I hate you.
I think Wildcard probably banned Nighthaven Labs. I don't think Beast Coast got
I was going to say, something happened with the bans right there. Someone got a little lucky.
No, I think, yeah, something's going on there. Listen, but we're going over to Border instead, and this is a map that Beast Coast played quite a bit throughout the offseason, 4 times to be exact. They lost it to Cruelty, beat Monkey Business, lost to Outlast, and then beat Last Resort for Beast Coast there. So interesting for them to be pulling out a map that they maybe have so much recent footage on. And then Wildcard, this is a map they didn't ban throughout their first game, so not a surprise that they seem to like this one. Nice that we're getting to know Wildcard's map ban phase a little bit better here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, looking at the map and seeing it, I mean, looking at the players and looking at the map, I can kind of see this being a slugfest. And then also, I can see this map where Hat could really take advantage of some gaps and maybe, you know, coming in from the back or coming in from the side. You know, just being a nuisance, I can definitely see that. But then on that same note, I can see Merc and Surf just spearheading fights, taking the map control that they need. So I think this is honestly going to be a slugfest of a map.
Oh, yeah. Well, can Wildcard do it 2 times in the same day? We're going to find out. Border is up on deck. That's our last map of the night before we sign off and do this entire thing again tomorrow. So it's Parker and Tara Mackay and Nicholas Pengu Moritzen with the call.
All right, so map 1 of S-casting, we get our full human names, no alias. Map number 2, we get our alias, and then we get a big old name sandwich, courtesy of Jalabur Kakub. Thank you. Thank you, Kakub. I appreciate you.
It's keeping things fresh. I mean, it's been 3 games, but we're different, yet the same every single time. I'm for it.
We're actually constantly changing.
Yeah. You know, every 30 days, basically, like, you gain, like, a whole new set of skin, basically. Like a snake, except that we don't shed it. We just kind of grow it. It's kind of cool.
You know, there was a great proverb that I read one time.
Okay.
It said that... It says that when no man steps into a river twice. Because if you haven't changed, the river has.
Wow. Okay. That's very deep.
I read another proverb that was like, teach a man to fish. He'll eat for a day, but I mean, a man should learn how to fish himself. Fishing's easy, you know?
Wait, did you mess it up? Or
fishing ain't hard.
I think a saying is give a man a fish and he can eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he can eat for a lifetime.
No, it's a botched quote from Parks and Rec.
Oh, it's actually okay. Yeah, I thought you just messed it up there. I mean, easy. I don't know. I mean, it is easy. Let's be honest. The fish does all the work anyway, right? It goes chonk, and then that's it. You reel it in.
No, fish plays for OXG.
Oh, nice one.
Thanks. Beast Coast versus Wildcard. Wildcard with a very intriguing result earlier today when they toppled the Soniqs. It's been a long day for Wildcard. They play the first match, they play the last match, so plenty of downtime between their games.
Yeah.
Maybe do some VOD review, I don't know.
I was gonna say, I mean, you can argue both sides, right? You get a big break, they can rest, but I mean, every player is different. For my personal sake, I find it's always hard to, you know, put yourself to like 110% efficiency, right? That's your pro league level. And then like you gotta wait for like 4 hours and then you gotta peak again. Usually if you only have like, you know, a game or, you know, maybe a game spread, you like, you know, you kind of like maintain it a bit, you know, warm up, T-hunt, deathmatch, etc. Hop into the second game and you're gonna be super tired by the end. So we'll see how they do. Beast Coast played earlier as well, so both teams obviously warmed up. Border, bit of a... It's gonna be one of those maps where you're gonna see people go for engagements, and this kind of spoke about it. Merc is like the #1 guy who just wants as many gunfights as possible, so it's a classic one from the start off in this spawn peak position.
If there's anybody who's gonna pull this off, it's gonna be Merc, making sure there's no drones around. Ooh, a drone that you can't see with Solus, but he still gets up from his position, doesn't want to do too much, and overcommit to Doc in that spot. I already like the tempo that these teams are setting, Nick.
Yeah, you gotta do it on border. I mean, it's all about this, right? Defenders want to keep the attackers out for as long as possible because border is a pretty small map after all. The main areas here can be east stairs and security. Every single attacking round, you're always gonna want to control over that. But attackers, they start things off on the right side of things as Reverse has found Adam on the east part of the map.
Nice good pick for a wild card to start off. Or rather, a good pick for Beast Coast to start off. I had the names swapped up. You ever look at a monitor and things are around the other way? Happens to me all the time. They still allow Merc to roam around this position. It's the first match that you and I have casted today that Solus has gone unbanned. Operator bans, for those that didn't follow along. Dokkaebi and Valkyrie banned out by Beast Coast. Nice shot by Packer on the Reverse. Only 1 kill for the Ana. That's all that she wrote. Ying and Azami banned out by Wildcard. The lack of Azami is not really that surprising. She's been a very popular ban as well. Banned in our very previous matchup of DZ versus Mirage. Merc gets a bit too aggressive. Down he goes to Spiff. Right now on the exterior stairs, looking all the way into the bomb site. And now it's Mr. B to take out Spirits, and bit of an odd position that Spirits wouldn't have cleared first. Good lord. All right. This is just a shooting gallery at this point, Nick. It's absurd shot after absurd shot after absurd shot.
I mean, this is basically what happens when you take two relatively aggressive teams who want gunfights and you match them on border. It is these 1-for-1s, every fight they can get. Like, you have Grim, you have, you know, Utility, you have Nomad, but it's still people just fighting. With 30 seconds left in a 2v3, it's still anyone's round to go.
And they're just going to take the fight right to them. Hacker, long range on the dock. Good night. Surf, toiling away. He's good for 1 kill. Traded out himself. Hacker and Spiff in a 1v1. Time not on the side of the attacker. Spiff also very low HP. Still one of those gases in the back pocket of smoke. And that'll be enough to take out Spiff. But with shotgun in his position, that's an easy jiggle around the pillar. Wildcard start off with a win.
Bit of a surprising end to the round. I mean, he could have gone for the revive and then try and make a play off that maybe, etc. But either way, defenders, they hold strong, and time is the thing that actually runs very low, which was a big surprise to me given how quickly that round really developed, essentially. But the bomb site itself, relatively safe because no one's really playing for the objective in that specific round at least. Now, on border, you do have a lot of possibilities to go for really quick plays. Blitz, phenomenal operator. Of course, the Ying. We see anything from like, we see some glass play with the smokes. There are so many options really. And whenever you see Merc inside of a server, there's always chances for those things to happen when a wild card gets to go in their attacks. Now, one big difference from these two teams that we've seen so far at least is that Wildcard definitely is more of a wildcard, whereas Beast Coast is like kind of like a mini DarkZero. They have their kind of structure, but they also have their aggression when they need to, and they like to be flexible and try different kinds of things. In Beast Coast's game earlier, it was really Hat who stood out to me as the player. He was taking fights, he was winning fights, and he was literally a hero in so many rounds as an individual player. We didn't really see much play in that first one, but that's the life of Border. Sometimes you get got, sometimes you find the kills yourself.
Well secured! Deploying shield. Magnet deployed. You can worry less about grenades.
Juggling that Soulless around, and it'll now be Packer's turn. I guess he earned it with those 3 picks. Very quickly into live action. Hat had a particularly good game all the way back when they played earlier. Hat has really impressed me as a player, Nick.
I was gonna say I really like Pat's content. He was very energetic and very hyped, and we often see these like, oh, where is this on the map, or what's your favorite memory, or you know, all the content pieces. And every time Packer, like, you can tell he's happy to be here. Like, he's so excited about this thing. He said he deserves to be here.
I'm just happy to be here, man.
He's doing well while liking it. That's the best combination.
We're riding along with Hat inside of Customs. Got droned in and will now drone himself in, close enough to those soft walls that even if it is a suppressed weapon, he almost certainly heard the bullets go whizzing by. Now Reverse will approach the triple panel, leading into office. It needs to be droned in. It's been shot to hell and back as Adam looks over those largely footholes, but some extending a bit more upwards. Heard the air jab, used an impact to get rid of it.
Pretty much stuck outside the building. I mean, they're in, but not quite. It's almost like, oh, just do that? Yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like Beast Coast are waiting for Wildcard to make the first move, which they so happily did in that previous round, but a wall bang will start things off splendidly. Where was Packer? Where are you going?
Enjoy your disbelief. So far, these 2 rounds have just been like a shootout at the OK Corral. I mean, strategy obviously is going into this, Nick, but for the most part, it's just finding openings and taking engagements. Beast Coast have only lost Doc. They get the diffuser down and can now begin to watch that clock, try to isolate these last 2 players from Wild Card, of which just becomes Merc.
Taking the bad guys.
Far away from the diffuser, and now will be frozen in place. As there goes one of those Lion charges. Last one from Hat. Merc seeing Spiff, and it's a nice shot. That's a world champion. He certainly knows how to shoot. But he's going to be wide out in the open, getting to the case, and it's Hat to pick up his 3rd kill of the round. Beast Coast get on the board.
And a good adaptation there from Beast Coast. I mean, they're hitting a 1/2 level in that east stairs area, but then all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, they're also getting the plant down. And when that happens, well, all of a sudden it becomes very difficult to actually move around the map as a defender. And a lack of intel definitely is a problem, and it might be why Wildcard are really fighting so hard for this, because they don't really have that much knowledge. I mean, we saw Packer jumping out a window outside the building in the middle of the round, be like, I guess he thought someone was there, and he wasn't wrong. He just didn't know exactly where that person was, and he gambled incorrectly because of lack of knowledge. That's the Lampre ban. Does that to you?
Doesn't surprise me that one of the newer teams would be relying a lot more on gun skill as well. Strategy tends to come and develop later on. Not that there's a lack of strategy from Wildcard, certainly not. If you watch that first map earlier today, you'd know that I think it'd be uncharitable, Nick, to say that they were just gunners. But as with all new teams, it's going to take some serious time to gel. Even if you just swap out a single player,
objective is to defuse a bomb.
It can completely upset the entire apple cart. Take a bit of time for you to get back into that rhythm and dominance that you saw before.
It's been a while since we've had T1 level play. I mean, for some of these players, they've had practically had like a 4-month summer vacation, right? I mean, there's gonna be some nerves and some rust to go into this, you know? A lot on your shoulders. It's been a while. First game is now off your back earlier for most of these teams. Both of these that they're watching right now. Now it's your second time, second turn. Gotta show up. Nice bit of roam here from Beast Coast. Always efficient with the drones, but Wildcard and Spirit still fighting back on the armory side of things. So while one side of the map is going pretty well, the other one is just in chaos.
E1D going off as Hat finds himself in a spot that, funny enough, I often attribute to Dream from OXG from the amount of time that he spends down in customs.
Oh my god, yes.
Especially on Maestro, an operator that you mentioned in the very previous map. We don't see much of any longer. At this time, of course, on attack, just governing over these angles. He's itching for somebody to push him from workshop or from lobby.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
East Coast rearranging. Hat does get found, Nick. Merc guns him down. Inside a workshop right by the bomb chassis, walking up closer to that rotate that's been created in the wall, but pausing for a moment. Beast Coast still need to clear out this top floor. The effectiveness of their entry has not been quite where it needs to be.
Yeah,
for all the flashes you might, Spirits on Warden is sitting there waiting.
Yeah, look at this. Oh!
And he loses it, Nick! Well, I mean,
surprise, surprise! Thought he had it there for a second. I mean, they got the intel, but where's the act? I mean, look at this. The flank from Doc might be good, but it's too little too late.
Okay.
They're just what? I mean, it seems like they're Sir's falling asleep apparently here as well. They're kind of walking around. Beast Coast are so scattered across the map. It seems like the moment they lose their first member, it's like they cannot do their plan because they need all 5. So they just go like they kind of go off the plan. They're not taking security properly. They're not taking Easters properly. They have a drone inside the bomb set of workshop, but they have no idea what's happening up above. But they're trying to take up above, not the bomb site. So it's almost like they have, you know, one half of the hive mind working the wrong problem here, and those gaps that's creating is being exploited by Wildcard. And it just makes these really messy, unorganized attacks. And Border, again, as I said, a very small map. You can't just slap 3-4 people in the same area of the map, take it together, put as many guns facing one direction, and that's exactly what you want against a strong individual team or strong individual players on a team like Wildcard, because those 1v1s, they're very hard to win.
Introduction of free cam, by the way, has been really nice to see. We saw in the previous
10
map.
seconds to go.
It's been used effectively again by our fearless
5
observer,
seconds
Easy.
to go.
Barricade up.
Happy belated birthday, Easy.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, I mean, different people watch different games. I think it's important that he gets the recognition from all of the fan bases.
Well, you didn't see it in the first map, so what's up with
That's
that?
because I didn't know, okay?
Okay. You're excused.
I'm trying to correct my mistake.
We'll see if Beast Coast will do the same, will suffer the same fate. I do like the fact that they bring out the IQ, but it's kind of like, why exactly are you bringing out the IQ? You got Valkyrie being banned, and there's no real utility. We haven't seen Wildcard bring out anything, you know, info heavy besides the Solos, which is in play this time around too. But it's hard to fight against the Solos. Moves around the lot, can sprint with the gadget active, always running around the block is Merc on that operator. That will be the entry. Waiting for that drone intel to make his next move, but Merc, he has not the intel. Oh, what? Oh, it's personal, isn't it?
An enjoyable thing, though, nonetheless.
Absolutely.
I mean, Merc likes to make it personal in his games, Nick. It shouldn't surprise him or anybody that's watching.
No, it's only fair.
Increasing our
Yeah.
defenses.
I mean, he is, in many ways, so many people, the godfather of the good night.
Yes. That's a good point. Very good night memes. Oh, they're great.
As you talked about, the changes now, a very small window for a kill with those grenades from down below. Can also be used quite effectively. Try and open up the mirror window, which they had a ping on earlier. I suspect that is the intention for Beast Coast, but Spirits is not willing to let it go quietly and decides instead that he'll be the bully and he'll fire back. Oh, what on earth is going on in that hallway? Hacker digs 2 graves for the price of 1. Gets a 3rd on the Hat. That's his domain from above, but Beast Coast have made quick work of the remainder of his team. Packer in a 1v2. Watching the double door. This will need to be an ace for Packer.
Attackers
He won't have a ton of munitions at his disposal, and he'll fire away, but time is going to continue to tick down. An air jab actually might have just saved his life in that altercation. It allows Dog to get the diffuser down, and now Packer will tussle and fountain, but Spiff is the better gun. A valiant effort, but just ultimately coming up short. I would have loved to have seen that ace clutch pulled off.
No, I would as well. I mean, he single-handedly did everything that round. The flank, and then, you know, killed the person flanking him. And I'm very surprised about how he actually played that the 1 versus 2, because he had diffuser control in the hallway between break room and office double door. And he was very afraid of a person maybe coming up the middle stairs or in through beepers. He was always looking towards that direction. And then he actually gave up where the diffuser was and let them pick it up. You see it right, that's the flank. And then he doesn't go for the gunfight. And the second you get the diffuser, you gotta play retake, and there's the air jabs, they got the drones, and of course, Spiff is holding the cover as well. So I feel like Packer had to go all in there, fight flip diffuser case, at least to get 1 kill to make it a 1 versus 1 or something like that. Of course, it's always easy in hindsight knowing what the outcome was.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Beast Coast, they played it well together. They both went into the hallway, 1 covered, 1 beat up diffuser, and then they delivered that case to the side itself. And now we're tied up 2-2. It's once again one of those yo-yo kinds of matches.
We were about to get into the action, but now we just get to see reverse. And Doc! I know that that's a dorm room because, well, I went to college, but it is quite striking how much of the North American education system makes these dorm rooms also look like prison cells.
Damn. I thought his bed looked pretty cozy.
Oh, it's not his bed, it's the room.
But the bed is basically the majority of the room.
Oh.
It's almost like he knew.
Well, I mean, there's a impregnable wall in between him and his target, so...
I mean, it's been this position every time. Reverse is always in that position, always fighting the same guys on that triple wall. It's a back and forth, the keeping count. Beast Coast are actually pretty tied together this time, however. There is a trade happening if they will go for these engagements. So is Adam and Merc. 2-2 right now on the east side of the map.
Adam was the one, of course, that we saw earlier. Merc decides to get aggressive. Very well timed by Beast Coast, but wild card. Fighting back, getting 2 of their own picks.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Spiff and Hat, no more, and now Mr. B has been down from a frost mat.
Oh no.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I mean,
easy to retrieve, but it does take reverse out of the action. And now Doc is going to test his luck on the main stairs.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Down goes reverse to Packer, who had an impressive string of kills, but ultimately were not able to do enough in the previous round.
Recovered the diffuser.
Looking to break double digits. He's only 2 kills away, and he's the only one that's really close. Where does he roam? Mr. B has an idea. Out goes a flashbang. Might flash himself with the magnet. Taken out by Surf. Down goes Spirits. It's all up to Doc.
It's got a minute. Diffuser's upstairs. And I think Wildcard knows. They're defending it, making holes in the soft floor, and they're even going for a revive.
I got the angle. Surf with the final 2 kills. Back and forth. In this case, back and forth. Formerly, Surf formerly on Beast Coast. Are you there?
Yeah, I think I lost you for a second, but I think we're back.
Hello?
Hello?
I don't think I went anywhere. I think you're just trying to cover over from the fact that you weren't listening to me. Shame.
No, I actually think I lost you for a second. I was like, you're very quiet. I was like, maybe something's coming. I don't know.
I mean, production. Maybe they heard me. Hopefully.
I'm sure what you said was great. And now that I can hear you again, I'm so glad to be back.
Just inside of your ears. Yo-yo of a match, as we talked about it. I said it once, but I will say it again just so you can hear me say it out loud. Yo-yo of a match.
Yo-yo of a match. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to change up anything like significantly. So far, both teams have gone for a very similar style, right? Beast Coast are going to do their East over. They have 2 groups working together, a 2-3 split. And Wildcard seemingly working very isolated the first couple of rounds, but then the last 2, they're also working in units of 2 people and 2 people. It was Adam and Merc working inside that office where they actually lost out, and then Pagger and Spirit, they got the double kill across the map when they traded 2 for 2 basically. And then you just have your single person, both teams, droning, holding cameras, holding down the bomb site, not doing a whole lot of the action. We'll see if anyone brings out anything different. So far, it has been the same couple of operators. Very surprising to me that Wildcard are bringing out the Bandit. It's likely just for those mirror windows to defend them, and Bandit's gun is much better than Mutes, I would argue, so that might just be a comfort pick. But that switch shown down the skylight, I believe. No, it did not accomplish the mission? No, it did accomplish the mission. There it is. It popped the mirror window. Well done.
Scans away from Lion, who has been a stable operator so far for Beast Coast, but not in the hands of Mr. B.
By attackers.
They've got Hat on that 417 now. Merc taking some damage. Could that be from Hat himself?
Uh-oh.
I think they might have just got one of the bandit batteries, which honestly is best case scenario. Spirits might be able to salvage the wall. He does indeed. Our breach just thrown a little bit too late. Reverse has been down now as well. Look at the damage being done to Beast Coast. I thought maybe that earlier Merc would be the one to die first. I mean, he is technically. It just takes a little bit longer than we anticipated, Nick.
Yeah, you wish you had a finger right about now, because these health bars are getting oh so low, and down it goes Hat on the floor. But he maybe crawl away and get saved here. But Spirit's Bandit is got so much value. Denied the Selma, held strong, but look at that wall bang. It's Doc and Mr. B and Reverse 3 in a row so quickly.
Wow, and I was looking at those HPs on the side of Beast Coast, and I was thinking, wow, they're in trouble. No, not even close. It's a flawless round. All that damage done, and ultimately for naught.
Came out of
nowhere. Back and forth again, 3-3 first half.
So this is where things get exciting when the side swap comes around, because now teams are obviously forced to change something up. I mean, there's no way they just, you know, carbon copy each other's playstyles on the opposite sides as well. And I want to keep my eyes, you know, mostly on Merc, see what kind of flex operator he brings. He loves the, you know, he loves the stuff like the Amaru and the Ying, the Blitz. Of course, Ying is off the table because it's banned off in this particular map. But there's always something cooking and something brewing with him. And Border just really fits this kind of playstyle where if you want to go fast on attack, you absolutely can. And if you want to go slow, you also absolutely can do that.
First half in the books, and it's been an absolute mess between these teams. Just tons of gunplay, as you can see from the score lines on both sides of your screen. Nobody's really been breaking away other than Packer, we talked about earlier. His impressive performance through, what was it, rounds 3 and 4. Amassing quite an impressive number of kills, but ultimately still falling short in one of those 2 rounds.
5 seconds to insertion.
Spiff not that far behind on 7. But outside of that, it's pretty even team effort from Beast Coast. A little bit more top heavy from Wildcard, of course. That's the defending life. You get some exit frags sometimes in those, you know, 1vx's, 2vx's, etc. I think right now, the mission is just to feel your opponent out again for the first round or 2. Kind of figure out, okay, are Beast Coast going to go for a bunch of spawn peaks? Are they going to deny us the entries? Are they going to give us the entries? Do they care about security? Because some teams, they will, you know, live and fight for that spot of the map, and some teams will simply give it up the second enough pressure comes. But Doc, the player playing Doc the operator inside of security, is a pretty good sign that he wants to play here with and for his life, but he will be slaughtered by Merc in very quick succession.
They trade though, so neither team gains anything from the first bit of contest that we see, the second half. But Adam obviously playing a lot of these operators that provide good value that usually persists. This time around, being 1 and 6 on Lion, no gadgetry to show for it, no EE1Ds to try and see players in their tracks, which would be quite potent as there's no mute on the board. You can't evade it. That's not a great loss. Down goes Mr. B to Surf. So we lose the Thorn. Talk about persistence of gadgets. Those Razor Blooms are going to stick around. We heard one of them go off. I don't know if there's still any more on the board, but something that we will figure out. Nicely timed by Surf. There goes another. East Coast are just paying for this flawless round that they had previously.
They are.
Now they lose
all the way
Spiff.
through.
And almost flawlessly done on the other side. Outside of that very first engagement, not a single body drops. All right.
I mean, the good thing is that the round went that way for Wildcard is that they literally had one drone left to their name. And you can argue that they traded intel for kills, right? You spend a couple of drones, you get a kill. Spend a couple of drones, get a kill. And it works out. But the one thing that is always so true with Wildcard, or at the very least where Merc is on a team, is the out of nowhere really aggressive entry, which like Doc is insecurity. Waiting around, holding vertical play, a member comes around, and then all of a sudden Merc flies in the window, kills him, jumps out of nowhere. And it gives you such a good way in through these rounds because the pain point of Border is the initial control. If the enemies, the defenders are fighting for security and they're playing in there, it is so hard to get in. It is hard to take it away initially. But once you have it, it is also equally difficult to retake as a defending team, which means the attackers, they can keep that for the rest of the round. So if you can effectively trade one player for one player, it heavily favors the attackers in those positions because they get what they wanted. They got that crucial part of the map. And you can see how Beast Coast are playing around this. Now Mr. B is drone clearing below so Doc can stay comfortable above. He also has the amount of head rotating over to give him some, cover for grenades. You have reverse playing Mirror to further strengthen that same part of the map, and also the opposite here on the office side. So very heavy presence for Beast Coast. They really worry about security. Spears playing Armory also support. So Doc has a lot in his shoulders right now, and if he falls the same way as the previous round, odds are it's the same, result. So Wildcard, let's see if they can pick this apart one more time.
We had that weird technicality in the DZ game earlier where they won 2 in a row, but they were on different sides. Now, we actually have a bona fide seesaw, yo-yo, back and forth contest. Again, I mean, it's the same thing that we said about some of these newer teams in the previous matchups where even if you don't win, I still think you have an awful lot to be proud of and happy with the results. I mean, I think even if Wildcard were to go on to lose again, this is a situation where it's a new team. They started off so strong. They're starting off this round strong, and there you go.
Oh.
Merc saw that happen to him with Had, and now obviously the inverse has happened, and Beast Coast are kind of losing the plot here. Wildcard on attack, showing up in style. Mr. B gone, reverse gone. Wildcard in a 5v3. Looking to break that trend line of teams only winning one, and oh my, bad timing by Hat. He could have had somebody. Top East. We'll still get him anyway. Just took a little bit longer. Let him marinate a little bit. Down goes Packer. A trade back though. East Coast. 2v4, 1v3. Again, the trades. We are not even getting close to the end of most of these rounds, Nick. There's just fast and furious action all over. Spiff, the last one standing for Beast Coast. Wildcard looking for their second round in a row. Inhabit. Spirits gets the final pick of the round.
And it's just, I mean, Wildcard are almost like disrespecting Beast Coast at this point, right? They get like the 4 versus 2, the 5 versus 3, and they're walking in one man, no drone, saying, I'm gonna swing you and win. Oh, okay, I died. That's what Packer did. He walked into office, tried to take a gunfight, got shut down. But they're so confident. And again, like, Merc is just so good on these entry duels. He walks in Passport Double Door and just kills the member inside of customs and just, again, open things up. And it's so hard for Beast Coast to stop the bleeding once it starts, and they've called their tactical timeout. They have an issue on their hands right now. There's no way to stop Wildcard's train on this attack inside. And we see right here, they go in, they get the job done, and they just go all the way through. The first kill happened at 1 minute and 50 seconds, and then at 1 minute 20, half the lobby's alive. At 1 minute, it's a 1 versus 2. So in the span of 40 to 50 seconds, the round is effectively over from start to finish. It's very quick. We're seeing a lot of reverse today.
We are.
I'm all for it.
Front and center. I think it's just that, you know, being with us being remote, we are looking at the feed more consciously than when in studio.
That's fair.
Right? Like when you're in studio, there's a lot to look at. There's multiple monitors. You've got the clean feed in front of you, but you've also got the lobby feed. You've got the match feed. One of the things about being remote is that you only have the feed that's in front of you, which is the same feed that everybody else is seeing. Oh, here's the free cam. Look at it.
It's flying. It's moving. Yeah.
It's free.
Yeah.
Go through the hole. Oh.
Don't tell him how to do his job.
I wanted him to do the fly through of the little rotate that was made.
You know what you did earlier when you went through the can opener through the wall? I like
on the office wall?
Yeah. I like that. You know, it's funny, when the Season 2 first started a few days ago and I saw the free cam, it was so odd and so weird to me because it like breaks the realm of reality from what used to be the case. But now after a few playdays of seeing it pretty commonly, it's like second nature. Like I quite like it. It's also really fun when you see people get new tools for their job and like learn them as you go and improve with it every single playday because of course this is a new feature.
Take some time, just as teams take time to gel.
Yes.
Using new observation tools will require some time to, I guess, get more comfortable with it. Wildcard has been the story of today, though. They started off playing the very first match and now are playing the very last match. A surprise result over Soniqs, who went 0-2 for the day. That second match in particular was quite heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Now here we find a wildcard team that is going up against an experienced East Coast squad. Yeah, they added reverse to the roster, but the core is still there, and Beast Coast showing some surprises as well. In stage number 1, I think playing better than a lot of people had assumed. I call this the Electro Shuffle because I think that calling everything tricking is lousy and lame. And that was quite a shuffle from Doc as he manages to stop all of the hard breach that was thrown on that wall. But man of the hour is Packer. And he's looking to give Wildcard yet another victory. Spirits in on the fun too. Beast Coast losing Hat and Spiff. Hat starting off strong, slowing down in the second half. More now on the shoulders of these Beast Coast players, and Doc couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with that thing. Down he goes. DCSG just too much. Packer, the only person from Wildcard in the grave right now. Reverse and Mr. B find themselves in a very familiar spot. East Coast was in a 2v4 previously. They traded but ultimately lost the round. Will history repeat itself? Plenty of time for Wildcard. Nick, 50 seconds to go.
It's gotta be so frustrating because Beast Coast did everything right with utility, but then they just lose the gunfights. Look at this. Wildcard again. They walk on in. They got control. They planted. 4v2. Reverse is there though. Can he strike back?
Looking to do it. No. Merc taking matters into his own hands on that one. 3 in a row for Wildcard. They're on match point again, Nick.
It's so like, you know, the Electro Shuffle was great, but I have to say, Adam and Thatcher, he was throwing out 1 EMP and then watching the wall get kited, and then 1 EMP, watching the wall get kited, and then he threw out the third one, but then no summon stuff. Like, just throw 2 EMPs and it solves itself. And I'm thinking, oh no, they're locked out. They can't get in. Thatcher messed up big time. It doesn't matter. You know, then Merc walks in. Hacker walks in, Spiff walks, it doesn't matter. They just get the kills, and it's not even that they walk in, they trade, because they don't really die. They just walk in and they literally all win their individual ones. It must be so frustrating as Beast Coast right now to play against, because you're doing the right things on paper, you take a timeout, strategically you actually outplay your opponent with the kite play, the Electro Shuffle. They had office control, the pliable shield wasn't cleared, but it's not enough, it doesn't get them anywhere. They're gonna go through all the bomb sites, try things around, passive, aggressive, this operator, that operator, and so far just not finding any success since the side swap came around. Mr. B is doing something that I would consider illegal, he's playing shotgun on Solus. Shotguns did get buffed, but still, come on.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Changing mags.
It's an interesting decision, that's for sure. We don't really see the that Spanish shotgun.
No, it's one of
Showed up in the game with Mira and Jackal all the way back in Velvet Shell. You don't see it used all that often, but you're right. I mean, the changes to the shotguns has certainly already made some waves in these matchups today. We saw the Hibana shotgun, which usually has only been ran by APAC teams in the past. That's a CAG special, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
The last time I saw Hibana shotgun was actually on console, just to put into perspective how long ago this was. But
God. Okay.
Use it on the Zulu wall to open up bathroom. Good start by Beast Coast as they look to hang on. They're fighting for their lives in this matchup as Wildcard sits on match point. Down goes Packer. He's been the best shot for Wildcard so far, but don't sleep on Surf, who's been putting together a nice body of work over the last couple rounds as well.
Oh, look at this intel. Yellow ping is there. He has the information. Can he win the gunfight as well? It's messy, but it works out. The trade comes around the corner, but it's too little too late. Merc gets out alive. That's very valuable for Wildcard. It's a soft breacher. Of course, the entry. The Spanish shotgun might work a lot stronger with the shotgun buff recently, but it could also be that Mr. B just chose it for the self-destruction vertically as Momside is downstairs.
Down goes Spiff, and Beast Coast find themselves on the wrong side of a 3v4. Giving up a lot of map control right now, and Merc could be primed and ready for another altercation at the top of metal, but there's a flank as Mr. B drops. He's by these bomb sites. He's still patrolling. Uncharacteristically bad game for Mr. B. Puts the numbers at even, Nick.
It does, and the thing is, they're in the bomb site, but always with a casualty above them, you can't really plant anywhere because nowhere is safe.
Roger that. Adam looking for a kill. He's the last one left. Wildcards. Magic seemingly running out. They get 3 rounds in a row unless Adam can pull off a miracle. Herculean effort. He's got 1 EE, 1D. He's got 2 pocket EMPs as well, so still some utility for him to use.
Oh, poor man.
Where do you go? Where do you choose from? They see him, they hunt him down. It's had to drop and get the kill. Beast Coast stays alive for the time being. They've got 2 more rounds to win if they want to prolong this match and ultimately win it. They can only do so by going through overtime.
And this is one of those cases where Wildcard, they are their own biggest enemies because everybody knows when you attack a ventilation bomb set like we just saw on Border, you have to take control of the floor above because you can see the entire bomb site from above with that vertical destruction. And we saw Mr. B's primary shotgun. They also had secondary shotguns. They had vertical destruction all across the floor. Both hatches opened up. You need to take either Armory and then plant the ventilation, or take Archives and plant the workshop, or take simply both and you can plant anywhere. And Wildcard, they didn't really mess around the top floor too much. They thought, you know what, this is easy, walk in, get the kill, same as usual. Except this time, instead of fighting horizontally, you gotta look at the ceiling, and you're getting flanked, and you don't really have anywhere that's actually safe. So Wildcard tried to take the very simple, straightforward solution, and they got punished for it. And now, for the first time, we might be seeing some of those flex operators coming in from Wildcard. There is still 10 seconds left for it to change. And normally it's a blitz because you want to go fast, but Packer is hovering Monty. And Service hovering Thatcher. The only thing is there's no actual hard breach on the board unless Merc has the can openers on the bug, which he doesn't, so no hard breach on a ventilation attack. It's not the end of the world whatsoever, and the Monty can enable the plant even if you don't clear top floor, but he can also clear top floor for you. A lot of options here for Wildcard, but a different approach to this seems very healthy.
It's a bit brazen to put Packer on Monty. You're gonna take one of your best 2 shots and put him on a shield? All right, I mean,
attackers dropped the
there's a strategy obviously beyond it. He's walking very slow as to not arouse suspicion.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good old Archives. This is a classic.
This will be a quick one.
Yep.
2 barricades for the price of 1, but they've got a set of eyes on him.
They don't know.
They know he's there. Frost is looking at him, but Adam pulls this off. 48 seconds into the round, and we have all 10 players alive and a diffuser successfully planted at the door, and now Beast Coast will scramble. There's a Fink on the board as well to give them a bit more sustain. Already one of those adrenal surges gone off. Down goes Packer, but there's an unfortunate team kill for Beast Coast as they stay even at a 3v3. Can't get them back up as an adrenal surge is used. It's flailingly done. Now Surf trying to stop him. Body blocking. The dock will get softened up, leaving just Spiff. And it's a clean out from Wildcard as they are flawless on the day, not requiring overtime at all. Not bad. Not bad at all. 7-4 victory over Beast Coast as Wildcard live up to their name on day number 1. True Wildcards, Nick.
No, they are. But if you know it's ended off, you know, they changed it around 180, super passive, straight off the rib on step plant, and no one was nearby to stop it. Great read from them, and it shows their depth.
A really impressive showing from a lot of teams today, and also from individual players. The desk have already been talking it through, but I can only imagine that they have an embarrassment of riches to go over in the closing segment. So why don't we take a step back and give it to the studio to discuss what we saw today.
I mean, I don't really know if we have a wealth of embarrassing things to talk about for Beast Coast. I think just the day is already kind of enough illustration of the things that they need to work on. So I'm glad they got today to be able to work on those things. But I kind of don't want to talk about Beast Coast too much. I'd rather talk about the fact that Wildcard have already gone through 25% of the games they're going to play in just this group stage. They're already undefeated, and they walked away with a perfect 6 points. Wildcard are currently the best team in North America. Who the hell saw that coming, dude?
It's a great first start. I mean, this is a brand new team. You can't ask for anything better than this. I think a lot of people were doubting this team when they came in because they had such a chaotic kind of trial process. They were throwing players together. You know, it was going to be kind of tough to find that chemistry, but clearly it did not take them long to find it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw the Rainbow Six Combine, clearly, and we're obviously seeing it now displayed here. And I mean, Wildcard are looking honestly really strong, a lot stronger than I originally had thought they were going to be, and they keep showing it. And, you know, maybe in the first half, you know, this was kind of looking a little back and forth, kind of weird spots, fights happening, but then Wildcard just ran away with it once they switched sides.
Yeah, and I think Packer's got to be the guy who we're focusing on for a lot of those big frags. This was a chaotic map. You know, Border sometimes can be where you just get these, you get these gunfights. It's going everywhere. It was a disrespectful map as well. You've got to admit it. There was a lot of teabag going on, a lot of shooting dead bodies on purpose.
Got to make your mark.
You do, and I think Wildcard certainly did. They gave it to Beast Coast and the boys, and certainly put on a great show for us here. And of course, how to attack and defend here on Border.
Yeah.
Should feel very good about that.
The fact that that ends with a basically almost perfectly executed Monty strat coming up top. I mean, how many times have we seen that with or without Smokes or Candelas, like in perfect harmony, and all it took was the right placement, somebody making noise at the right time, a Frost still putting a shield down in Africa at the same time. Like, all of it just worked out perfectly in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautifully executed round. I mean, I was a little surprised that it really only took a door being shot down, a Monty in front, behind, and 3 Thatchers going off. So, and then Bomb was down. So the only questionable play I had about that, as much as we give praise to Packer, I don't know why he moved from the door. That was a little questionable. He put himself in a corner. I would say next time, maybe, you know, stay on top of that, Bomb.
Well, speaking of Packer, we're talking to him again, which is kind of crazy. Dude, like, usually we talk to you maybe like one time a day, if that. The fact that it's happening twice in one day, how over the moon are you guys to walk away with 6 points in your debut, finally, in the North American League?
It's really exciting. I'm really excited for this. We've been looking forward to this. We want to prove to everyone that we're a top team. So we're here to stay. I mean, I can't wait to play tomorrow. Like, I'm excited for every game. I'm putting extra hours. Like, I'm excited.
Packer, obviously, I'm sure you're in a mixed space right now because you're excited today, it's happy, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So what's the mindset for the team? Are you guys trying to enjoy this while you're winning and live in the moment, or is it still all work right now? You need to be focused up on these games.
I feel like we're going to probably go over some stuff after this, but I mean, for tonight, we'll just, relax, have a good rest of our night, and then tomorrow it's going to be refocused, and we got to it's gonna be all business. We gotta win.
You know, I honestly don't have any questions to ask you. I just want to say congratulations, man. You know, I saw in the post-game interviews you saying like you deserve to be here. You guys are showing it. I'm really glad to see that you guys are putting in the work with the short amount of time that you guys have, and you guys are looking pretty solid so far.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And you did the thing that you said you wanted to do only a couple of weeks ago. You beat Mr. B. How does it feel, man?
It felt great. I feel they just didn't play that great today, but I feel like they're gonna bounce back. I believe in Fett and Mr. B, and I hope they have a good rest of their stage. But I beat him, so that's my boy. But I had to get that one.
It's still really cool that you're able to still give props to the guys that you defeat, even if it's a win for you guys. We always appreciate the sportsmanship. So good on you. We'll take the smack talk whenever it comes around, but still, you guys have a lot to celebrate today. Whatever it comes down to for VOD review for tomorrow, whatever it is, you guys are off to the right foot. Give the guys our love, because again, that is a huge accomplishment to do on your first day. Congrats again, and we'll see you tomorrow, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Could not have asked for things to start better. And specifically for Packer, he was on that OG Parabellum team before it completely fell apart. It was him and Doc and Kool-Aid and a couple of other guys. He never had the chance to play in Tier 1 until today, and he made it count the best he possibly could.
Yeah. Even on wildcard, I mean, there was he was the last one added to the roster, right?
Yeah.
He was maybe will he be on it, maybe will he not. I think they're very happy with their choice, especially the way that he played in that last match.
Yeah, I mean, you saw his stats in the last map. I mean, it literally speaks for itself, and he said it again in the post-interview. He said that he deserves to be here. He's showing it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, in the words of my old co-caster, Harrison Crow Broder, well, that's it. We're done. Day 1 is in the books, finally. We'll run through a couple of highlights real fast, just as a reminder of how the day went. 6 best-of-1s in the book, the first of many, and we started and ended with Wildcard getting some really good dubs today.
Yeah, a day of unexpected results, I gotta say. While we started the day a little bit lopsided, we had some quick games. We were saying, why are the games taking so fast? You know, by the time we got to the end of it, these games were dragging out. Yeah. We got to see things go down to the very wire. We got the closest match possible on Oregon with a round 15 1v1 trade that only went to LG over Soniqs due to the fact that they were on defense. It was a very fun play day, and if this is what we can expect for the rest of the NAL going forward, I am so excited to see what the rest of the stage looks like.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll definitely say, you know, if you were looking at the matchups today, and now you're looking at the end results of how they actually panned out, it is surprising to say the least. But at that same time, I am hoping going into tomorrow and the rest of the stage, we do see a lot more closer games and not such a big landslide. And maybe, you know, people are shaking off rust. You know, it's first jitters back getting into Pro League again. But I definitely want to see these games going head-to-head and, you know, real just nail-biting matches going forward.
Man, it really stinks that for some teams that came so close to winning today that it didn't happen. We're talking Soniqs, we're talking Mirage in a 7-5 loss. So there were some upside for teams that lost today, but not very much, considering that the majority of losses today were definitely siding with one team over the other. It was a good day of Siege, and overall, it's just glad for. I'm happy North American Siege is back, and we're trying to find our representative for the Atlanta Major at this point.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be excited for the next couple of days, right? We have a lot of groups still to go. For the teams that didn't get the results they wanted today, the Beast Coasts of the league, the Soniqs of the leagues, I'm excited to see what their bounce back looks like. I'm excited to see, after a night of thinking about it, what do you look like coming back? Because really, all you need to do for this stage, don't finish bottom 3. Then you're in playoffs, then you don't have to worry about it. Win your best of 3s, and you're going to the majors. So there's still plenty of Siege to be played.
Let's take a look at just one more reminder at how today itself went. All 6 games, all BO1s. 3 of them were very quick. Those first 3 were all 7-2s. Then we had a game go to overtime, round 15, nail biter determined by just one trade and who was on defense, determining who won that game, and LG walk away with it. 7-5 for DarkZero over Mirage, and then Wildcard whip Beast Coast a new one with 80% attacking win rate on border. It's a genuinely really cool thing to see, And now that we have that information, this is how it piles into standings, because I wasn't kidding about wildcard now being at the top. This may be the only day we see them there, but that is still crazy to think wildcard gaming are at the top of the North American League roster right now, Lex.
No, it's a huge leap ahead. I mean, it doesn't look like a lot, but realistically, they can afford to maybe have one bad game. But if they obviously keep that trend going and even just getting that 9 points, they're sitting in a really good spot. Because I think, what, the 3rd and 4th place last season was 14 points?
Yeah.
So, I mean, realistically, they win 2 games. They're at 12. They're basically there.
Anything else to say about standings for you, Jesse?
Nah, I mean, we're still early, obviously, in the stage, but doubling even who's in second place right now is very impressive from Wildcard.
Yeah. Let's take a look at tomorrow's, the last thing to go through today. We won't have the same teams with double headers except for Wildcard. It looks like they're the only one that is going to have 2 straight days of back-to-back games until we get to Space Station and their games that are going to be coming up next week. DarkZero and Oxygen. Oxygen also has a doubleheader. Mirage has a doubleheader. M80 has the easiest opening week. Only 1 game to play on both days. No other team is able to say that right off the rip.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, one team has a slightly easier first week schedule.
Which one?
They didn't play. Space Station just been chilling at home all week.
I mean, their first week is going to be considerably harder by comparison to everyone else. Yeah, it's very true.
For sure.
Well, I'm excited about tomorrow.
Honestly, I'm just glad Siege is back, baby. Like, I have missed Siege. Every time we come back, you know, especially after the long break, like, coming back into Siege, I think I can speak for everyone. I'm glad Siege is here.
Absolutely.
And I think I speak for Jesse and myself when I say, we're very glad that you're here, dude.
Nah, I mean, honestly, working with you guys, you know, like being up here, learning from you guys. It's nice to be the new guy. It's nice to, you know, learn something new and, you know, pick up on new things. And like I said, it's just really cool to be up here with you guys and see what you guys do. I have a newfound respect, honestly, standing up here, bright lights on your face constantly. Like, I do 1 hour of a competitive match and I'm drained. You guys are doing this 9-10 hours, standing here, giving feedback, breaking things down. Like, it's a different beast. It's a different animal.
Hey, well, welcome to the club.
So you did really good in your first day overall. We certainly hope that we're able to do this long after the stage itself is already done. But we won't get ahead of ourselves too much. That's it for us for today. Thank you very much for watching. On behalf of the crew, it is very good to be back in North America, and we're just gonna keep this show rolling until somebody says stop, because we have to find a way to win the Atlanta Major on home turf. For all of us here, we'll see you tomorrow.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer. I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse.
What do you mean, me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake. Really, bro? As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What? Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday.
He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, Faults?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time. So.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up
You're
that
so
early.
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like.
Can you do the noise again?
Oh yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
They ain't me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense.